ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi nìyẹn kí n gbọ́.
All right, there it is. So there it is. Good day, everyone. Good to be in your company. And here we go again. So it's a sense of deja vu you may feel. This was actually meant to happen yesterday, but for reasons of the scheduling, our guest has had to defer till today, but he does join us now, taking time out of his extremely busy schedule to spend time with us. He's going to take on just as many questions as you have. So hopefully you have your questions locked and loaded. Our guest, of course. This is probably one of the most significant guests yet that we've had yet come join us on this platform. I say that not only because of his seniority in politics, but his relevance to the politics of the here and now. So this is a frontline player in the shaping of the Nigerian country in this moment in time. So I've trailed it for so long. It probably doesn't need any introduction to you anymore. Of course, Otunba Segun Sowunmi, here he is in one of his many and varied appearances.
I think, sir, with due respect, one of the challenges that I'm beginning to become convinced is our issue now in the country, especially since we've started this democracy. Everything considered, I think it's that we must accept that it's easier to win an election than to form government. For when the alignment of the forces play in your favor, INEC and all of that, including the judiciary, you could be declared the winner of an election. The big challenge that has frustrated our democracy and the growth of this country, in my opinion, is that how do you form a government that every part of the country and the players in the country can be behind that government, pulling together the best brains to solve the problem of the day. I'm convinced that no leader really goes out there to fail, that indeed leaders have not been able to meet the expectations of the Nigerian people because they have put only what they could gather by themselves around the table as the directive principles of solving the problem. If we're able to work on this, and we're able to understand that, yes, the Southwestern challenge is now really resolved, we're left with two challenges that we need to figure out how to resolve. In my opinion, 3 leaders got independence for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Anyhow, you prime it, and Azikiwe will be mentioned. And therefore, I think we have come to a point now where, as we connive with ourselves to help the Yorubas out of their June 12 malady, we must figure out a way to connive with ourselves to shatter the glass ceiling over the Igbos. The second position, and then I'll leave the mic.
All right. Yeah, hello?
Dude, I can't find you guys. What's going on?
No, we're on now. You're on the screen. Hello, sir. Otunba.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Oh, no, I can hear you. Okay, I was doing the introductory bit. I wondered if you heard any of that.
Yeah, I heard all what you had said up to the point of we were supposed to have it yesterday, and I was trying to respond and apologize to our friends that I just fell asleep. And unfortunately, I put the ringer of the other phone on silent in anticipation of this Zoom meeting, and that was it. I'm very sorry. I've had a very punishing schedule, but I usually don't stand people up. I apologize profusely, and here I am again. Forgive me or roast me, whatever you want, I will accept.
No, I don't think you're going to get roasted. Only for reasons that we already concluded that you had fallen asleep, because we know how late it was 11 something already. So, and we know you've already had a day. So we were discussing then yesterday that almost certainly you had fallen asleep. So I think a lot of people identify with that. But thank you for coming on so immediately after. I know that you may have had to move things around just to come and interact with people. So it's very much appreciated that you're doing this. So yes, a lot of things to go through. So all the things still from yesterday, but let's start from the beginning. Like I said, you are one of the more senior players within the Nigerian political space, and you are at the active end of the politics of here and now. But your activity now seems to be transmitting in a particular direction. There's a concept called the alternative, which you are trying to bring into fledgling. So do you want to talk us through that? What is the alternative and what does it offer us?
Okay. Thank you very much, dude, for this. Look, I've been in Nigeria since the beginning. I used to live in England and Germany. And we worked very hard in exile to try and see how we can get democracy in our country. On the start of the democracy, I was there when they were trying to form the parties. I felt at that time that the long play has to be in a party that's for all Nigerians, not a sectional party. And so for that reason, I wasn't really fancying the idea that AD and then Bwala Tinubu were driving, because I thought once we had solved the problem of June 12 or whatever compensation of Obasanjo was, that at the end of the day, if we stuck onto our tribal position, we will not develop the country. So I joined PDP. And I've been there from the beginning. They started out as a right of center party, while the AD was supposed to be a left of center party. Slowly but gradually, I saw them all morph to the beginning. One of the things that amazed me the most was they didn't have, most people, not Bwala Tinubu though, and not me, certainly not me, they didn't have the presence of mind to stick to their party and develop their party and grow their party. And, they kept moving and jumping and moving and jumping, and it was a bit strange. Lo and behold, by 2015, the PDP lost the election, and of course, a grand coalition called the APC was now in charge of the country. At that time, I was happy for the APC, to be fair, because I felt that there was a need for an alternative national party so that we can have balance. No country should be taken advantage of because a political party seems to have all of the, dog in row ability to win elections. So when the APC came, I was happy for them. I was sad that PDP lost, but I was kind of happy that whatever the case, we're going to have another pan-Nigerian party. Since they were a bit progressive. I thought they would be left of center. At that time, I had hoped that they would grow their party organically. I had a conversation with who then became the National Minister for Information, Lai Mohammed. We had that conversation. I said, look, why don't you grow your party organically? In any case, we won the election already, but I noticed that they didn't have the presence of mind and the discipline to do that. Before long, the APC doesn't even look like a progressive party anymore. Almost everybody that is there has one baggage from either his PDP years or from his previous leadership years. So I watched them. By 2023, they wanted to they zoned their party ticket to the southwest, rightfully so for them, because they had been in the northwest for the last 8 years. I felt that political parties in the country don't have to operate the same zoning arrangement, because the PDP in any case had been more, we've been zoning north, south in that order. So I thought, okay, let's just go run it. And then, of course, the APC won, President Bwala Tinubu won. Then the election was very close and keenly contested. And for the first time, I must say that I'm amazed at how poorly we have behaved in democracy in the country. For starters, you have 93 million registered votes, voters card, PVC, so it is something collected, and you are installing a president with less than 9 million votes. Where are the others on the day of the election? The guy who got second, Atiku Abubakar, got 6 point something million votes, and the outlier, the one that kind of like brought something new to the table, which was to be 6 point something million. So you kind of like feel that, okay, why are the Nigerian people not coming out to vote? Then you look at the voting properly again and notice that there's just an obscene amount of monetization of the process, from party primaries to delegate issues to candidate ticket to judicial quarrels to the election proper to day of the vote. And then I realized that we were in a fix. And as we lost that election, because I'm a PDP man anyway, I thought that, yes, people who were angry or who felt done in will quickly pull themselves up and start to fix their party. And then I started screaming, let's reform this party. You can't be 27-year-old and not reform. Whatever you do, even after 25 years, a company should reform. How much more a political party? To put vent to it, I started saying, okay, you guys want to reform it. Let me be national chairman to reform it, running around and just trying to encourage them. And I noticed that slowly but gradually, most of the big players were either muted, uninterested in the issue, only interested in their ambition. And as I watched it, it got, a bit depressive when it became even dangerously tribal. You began to see a situation where if the Igbos talk, the Yorubas would go at them. If the Yorubas talk, the Igbos would go at them. And it was almost as if we have returned back to some kind of, state of, I don't want to use, offensive adjective, but I thought it was early stage madness, what you call group madness, idiocy on steroid. And I kept saying to myself, okay, the people that are in the country that need to be served, they need to be served. It doesn't have to be whether you're Yoruba or Igbo. All of the people that the system has thrown up, they were mostly, if they were stealing, they stole for themselves and their family. They didn't even steal on behalf of their parties. They didn't steal on behalf of their ethnic group. Why are you people doing this? And then I saw that it's getting more dangerous. Then I'm hearing the North is angry. They are not feeling served. And I'm going, wait, what's going on here? And before we all go back to our tribal lines and press the default button of to Otendo Israel, I then thought, let us have a new conversation. And I wanted the conversation to be a national opposition movement where we'll be looking at solutions. And in the process of saying, okay, well, how can we do things differently? I then came up with the idea of the alternative. And then I thought, okay, for it to be an, let's even take it to the people themselves, so that if the people are not coming out to vote because they don't like those that are serving them, then let us return it back to the people and tell them, find us good people in your area and let us market them, put their feet to the fire and present them to the nation. If you understand what the promise of democracy is, which is that the children of nobody can be somebody, if we all agree that we want to back ourselves, why would you be selling it to the rich and to the corrupt and to the criminally enriched from the system, who are now not only running the country aground. They're also taking advantage of us and even trying to, kind of like do a funny oligarchy that even seeks to be saying that haven't served their fathers, you have to serve their sons. So that kind of thing, I thought, okay, let's go back to the people and educate them. Because if the elites in a society educate the mass of the people, maybe they will understand that selling the vote is just too big a price to pay for all our democracy. Then I also thought that should we be a nation that will not be looking for how to even do things differently and how to promote our country and promote our own efforts? We have a lot of things that are, hedged against us already within the Committee of Nations of the World. We're black people. We don't have enough access to the World Trade Center to sell anything we want to sell. We don't have enough access to capital. We have a lot of issues we are contending with relative to the advantage available to other countries. Yes, we have population, but how rich are they? And I noticed that the diaspora community, I can't blame them. They were increasingly getting frustrated with the country and they were demarketing the country, or at least screaming it's not going well here. And that would be understandable because they've left Nigeria, they've gone into other countries, people whose systems work, where corruption is not tolerated. They see institutions that work. They see themselves climbing without knowing any godfather, godmother, or even god auntie or god uncle. And so they're getting angry. And I wanted us to stop. I wanted us to say, okay, let us have this conversation in a different way. So I called it the alternative. And I then said, okay, if the political parties are not going to reform themselves, let us find good people among ourselves, and then let us find a way to push them to the top of the pyramid. And then maybe if the best of us come forward, then they can help us get the rest of us managed. So in that process, that's what we did. And I unveiled it in Abuja. From there, I went very quickly to the Northwest, to the North Central, where I had the zonal meeting. It's a powerful town hall meeting in Jos. And from there, I went straight to Northeast, where I had another town hall meeting. And then from there, this week coming, by Thursday, we'll be in Kano to do the Northwest. And by then, I would have completed all the town halls in the North. My prayer and my charge to them has been, it's not our duty to find you your leaders. It's now your duty to rethink leadership in your area and to throw up quality leadership, people that you will believe in, people that can serve you. You shouldn't be running with cliche. You should ask them tough questions. You should ensure that you are sure you trust them before you bring them to the national pool. When you throw them up, we will pick them and we'll all have the conversation. And I don't think we should be having a conversation of Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, or whatever. We should be having a conversation of the country. And I wanted to encourage them that if you have an issue with anybody, say you have an issue with Segun, don't claim you have an issue with Yoruba people. Say you have an issue with Ibrahim, don't say you have an issue with Hausa Fulani people. Say you have an issue with Chinyere, don't say you have an issue with Igbo people, because I don't see how that's going to be profitable for us. And that kind of idea is what we're driving. People have asked me whether it will become a political party. I've told them we have about 18 already. Will our issue be one more 19 or one more 20? Or do we want to be a platform that people that are just shopping for tickets will not start running in to say that I've come? No. Let us have that conversation. Let APC people, let's have the conversation. Let PD people, let us have the conversation. Let everybody, those that are not part, let's ask the conversation. How do we progress? How do we continue with the country? How do we ensure that this nation will work for all of us? How do we stop this hate? We have enough problems with other people. There are wars going on in countries in the world. Some other countries are dealing with a whole lot more. Food prices are very high everywhere. We have the audacity of belief and hope that our country can be better and we can do better. But let us now start looking for an alternative way of doing things. Lest we'll be a country or a people that say, oh, we don't like Obasanjo, then Yaradua came. Then after we started liking Obasanjo, then we don't like Yaradua, then Jonathan came. Then after I started liking Yaradua, then we don't like Jonathan. Then Buhari came. Then we started liking Jonathan. Then we don't like Buhari. Then Bwala Tinubu came. Then some people are saying they like Buhari. Now they're screaming they don't like Bwala Tinubu without even interrogating the policies and taking a look at it properly. There are things that, I've criticized them on, and those things I criticize them with them firmly. But I do not also accept that you are going to not see any good, review anything, imagine anything, or even
Hello, I think you may have frozen. I think you have to understand that our guest is joining us from I think it may have been Abuja.
Nice.
So
Anyway,
there you are. You're back. You froze for a moment. Carry on.
no, it was you guys that froze on your side. I've been here.
Oh, all right,
Anyway,
carry
the
on.
long and short of it, that's the time I'm trying to get the power so that we don't go off. Anyway, the long and short is that that's what we need to do. That's what I think we need to be doing, and that's why we need the alternative. I'm scared that scared that the power may run down, so I'm trying to get the backup power for you so that we don't really run out of power. But I'm sure you heard the things I have to say relative to what we've done with the alternative and why we created the alternative. So that's that. But you guys have to all come on board, find a new way of doing things, a new way of thinking about your country, a new way about the politics. Let's just do different. And let us pray to God that by being different and doing different, we all will now be able to harvest the solutions we need. And I have a lot of hope in the diaspora community, not so much because of the monies they bring home, no. But I always say to the Nigerian people, anybody I encounter, that our greatest possibility of greatness is to the diaspora. Why? Because just by being in the diaspora, they have seen how things are done there. If you are telling somebody in the diaspora that I want a health system like an NHS, you don't have to talk too much. He understands it. If you tell someone in the diaspora, I want us to have an integrated cleaning system that manages our waste, you don't have to talk too much. He gets it. If you tell someone in the diaspora, I want a proper policing system that checks people and knows their houses and address, he gets it. But when you speak here, especially for those of them that only come on holiday, they don't really look at how those systems work. And luckily for them, they have a large number of Nigerians now who are in the diaspora who know how these systems work. And my prayer and hope is that if you all can start having an alternative way of viewing things, we may be able to find the light at the end of the tunnel. So that's what it's about.
All right. I was actually going to ask you if it was a political party rather than, but it sounds more like a political movement rather than
exactly.
a party.
That's what it is.
So yeah. So
it has to be a movement first, because if you go to the party, look at the parties we have: APC, PDP, and other. Can we just believe in God's own earth how a political party will not be willing to reform itself and just be crying and agonizing and claiming things that are not even true when things don't go their way? When in the real sense of the word, other parties in the world are always looking out for good people that can take their party agenda or whatever it is they say, can take it to the next level, but not us. Instead, what we'll be doing is we'll sit down, we'll be assuming that the next election is an easy election. People will be talking only about their ambition. They will be talking about the orientation of their members. They won't be talking about the values they're bringing. They won't be talking about what differentiates them from the person they are criticizing. They won't be talking about how they are going to do it. And at the end of the day, they won't even be talking about encouraging their citizens to come out. So all of these things that parties are not doing is what I hope we can jointly do with the alternative. And so when you want to engage it, you will always tell yourself a better way of doing things. So when you have it at the back of your mind that we're looking for an alternative way to do it, then it helps you to know that really what we're looking for is how you're going to clean the ground or the stable from where you are standing, and then encourage your parents, encourage your children, because we don't have any other country to call our own. Even those of our outliers, some of our citizens that are even doing well in other countries, they are finding internationals to even claim or to embrace us. We're beginning to suffer the lowest of the lowest, reputation, because even those ones are not even speaking like what we're doing, or that we're not doing something that I don't understand. I'm sure you get what I mean.
Yes, I get what you mean. I was actually leading you to a particular.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. So if you can hear me as well, then we're fine.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can. Yes. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Oh, goodness. It's the Nigerian connection, you see. So we hope the connection holds, because I've got a series of questions for Otunba Segun. So hopefully the connection does hold. So that's our guest right there. You can see him battling with this is part of the problems that we're looking, this was has led us to where we are now.
Exactly,
So
exactly. I can hear you
oh,
though. Can you hear me
no,
now?
that's fine. I was actually trying to fill the gap. Your thing was spinning up. But I was actually trying to lead you to a thought and then invite your opinion. So what you've just described sounds more like a political movement rather than a political party. So if it had been a political party, I would have been asking you if you are offshooting like you offshot in was it 2013, 2012 when the new PDP came out. But you're telling us it's a political movement, it's a reorientation and an invitation to discussions around what the Nigerians want, what sort of leadership they're looking for, and what sort of direction of travel they want the country to follow. So that seems to be what you're saying. But
Absolutely,
yes,
absolutely.
but those thoughts are already in situation, and people are already having those conversations in satellite groups, trying to converge into a uniform thought. But a lot of people will argue that those sort of conversations should be to the exclusion of somebody like yourself, because they will argue that where Nigeria wants to escape from is the place that people of your politics are the old guard, not in terms of, but people that have been marinated in the system and have evolved us to where we are now. So if we are looking to pivot, are we not looking to pivot from what you have to offer?
Well, it can be if they have followed over the years in the last 1998 today, more than 30 years actually, to be fair to me, they will notice that I've been like a lone voice in the wilderness. I've stood for everything that is good for us. I have spoken about everything that is in our best interest. And I have not allowed myself to be part of anything that we can be ashamed of. So now I'm looking at the way the whole thing is working. Originally, my thought was that let us build institutions that last. For instance, the Conservative Party in the UK, where our sister is leading now, is a 190-year-old party. And so I originally felt that let us continue to clean it up small, in bits. But what I have observed is that instead of cleaning it up, most of the players have only been interested in coming in, hopping out, going to start a completely different party, or just forum shopping for where to run their ambition. I've never been like that. So I really truly think that I'm the alternative that I'm looking for. And I really do think that if you think about it, or you go over many tons and tons of interviews, you will realize that, hey, this guy is saying something. And what am I saying? I'm only saying that, well, nobody's going to even allow you, they've not signed it into law for now, independent candidates. So you don't even have that. The political parties are the way they are, PDP, APC, Labour, and all of that. The personalities in the country, you know them, former this, former that, former this, former that. If they had been so good at what they were supposed to do, why are we not seeing the greatness of the country? And so by painstakingly staying the course of all of us, and painstakingly wishing us well, and painstakingly standing in the gap for us, I am now saying, let's do it together. Let's find an alternative way of doing things. I haven't said I have to be the primus inter pares of it. No. Even when I go out and I tell them, guys, you people should go and look for good people in your area. You can't be complaining that things are not working, and yet it's the same old that is coming up. Can't you just find yourself? And I've been saying to young people and poor people, do you even understand your numbers? Why would you even be thinking that you are powerless? You are just shy. Find people around your area. Presidency is not the only position in the country. Find good people, bring them up. If you had good people in all of the, say, local governments, it would mean a different thing when you go to the states. If you had good people in all of the states, it would mean a different thing when you go to the country. If you had a lot of good people becoming senators and reps, and even House of Assembly, then why would we be complaining? Our complaints are more than even, it's even becoming a bit like toxic, because it doesn't even allow us to see the increments in what we have done. And there are things that they've done well, to be fair, corruption is a different kettle of fish, but you can look at what we had in 1999 and look at what we have now. So when you begin to look at it like that, then you will know that it's a call for all of us. We could easily have said it's to find people for PDP, and you won't be able to stop PDP from having a candidate in the next election. You vote your vote, they'll vote their vote. That's not it. And we could easily say it's for APC, because you won't be able to stop APC from finding candidates in this one. They'll find their vote, they'll vote their vote. We could easily say it's for Labour Party. We can do that. But that's not what we're saying. We're trying to stimulate even the ones that are in those parties to also be, interested in better for the country and for all of us. And so that's what we're doing. What will become us with as we go around is still in the future. But for now, it has been greatly well received. Everywhere we've gone, our town halls have been packed, and we have not stimulated anybody or tried to force anybody or made it about any party. We have just been having the conversation about Nigeria, about our country. Do you like the fact that people are just hitting themselves? Yorubas are talking down on the Igbos are talking down on the Yorubas. This is crap. The only thing that makes us great in Nigeria is our numbers. And there's no special race among us. We're just born into places by an accident of our birth. And we have to be realistic to look at ourselves, not be thinking about only the things that divide us, we're looking at things that unite us. And if you go around the country, you'll even be shy about those who like to brag and boast. You will look at some locations, you'll be amazed at the kind of things they're doing in their own little way. You see how clean their areas are, and you remember where you come from and think about what's going on. Maybe I need to go home and reiterate my people about cleanliness and just being sensible. You go to some location, you see the quality of roads they built for themselves, and you'll be wondering. So what I'm trying to say is that none is all good, none is all bad. Let us have the conversation anew. And you cannot sit in the diaspora and be shouting that everything in your country is bad, but everything is bad. Like if the people that went, the countries you are all sitting in, if the people didn't build it, if they didn't design it, would even have had the opportunity to be there. And if you think that escaping your country is what gives you the right to think that you are smart, that's not true. You're only taking advantage of the liberal nature of the people of other country. If you have fixed your own country the way you should have fixed it, would you even leave? Wouldn't other people from other countries come and stay in your own country? So those of us that are in country, who are not any less people that have also been abroad and in the diaspora, we are the ones to tell you it's not as bad as it sounds. It can be better. You can contribute value. Let us think about it. You have a lot of influence within yourself, your family, and all that. The conversation cannot be tribal. And people cannot just be coming around and be making cliches. You know, a cliche is, you just shout one buzzword and that will be the basis for thinking that they can do anything. You need to be asking the question, how? You need to ask the question, why? You need to be asking the when, so that we stop being frustrated with ourselves.
All right, thank you. I want to take you to another space, but before I take you to that other space, do you have, if people want to know more about this or be part of this movement, which is transmuting to possibly evolve and reshape the Nigerian political landscape, are there any platforms? What's your online presence? How do people participate?
We have the alternative is on X. It's verified. You know, we just started putting everything together. It's verified. It's on X. The website is going to be up anytime from now. It's been designed. It's going to be. I hope they get all the ideas we put in there. It's be there. I've tried to tell them that there's no point in saying we are harvesting people, you know, in one global space. No, people should just go to their state. So we're trying to say that you can join, but you'll see your state link and just click in there and be there. And naturally, a leader will emerge there. And if there's any bright person out there that you guys think has enough to offer the country in one way or the other, wherever he may be, just tell us about him, bring him for us, we'll look for him, we'll start advertising him to the people, because you get as good as you can based on the kind of leaders that you get. That's really what the alternative is, a vehicle to give all of the experiences that we have learned painstakingly and by serious pain to others, so that they don't even have to start from there. They can cut out the crap and just go straight to the diving board and go and get us working. But we don't want a situation where people are just taking advantage of our anger. Like, you know that the Nigerians are angry and frustrated, then you come and start saying something. Maybe I don't want to shame anybody, but let me just say, you come and say change. And then what does that really mean? Nobody's interrogating it. And at the end of the day, people in hope follow you, install you as either president, governor, or whatever, and then 5 minutes afterwards, you're just a bloody embarrassment. Then you come again and shout another slogan. No, the world is moving very fast. Artificial intelligence is a very, in fact, I prefer to call it the 5th or 6th industrial revolution because it's so damn fast. And Africa can be left behind. And Nigeria should do everything humanly possible to start cleaning up our space, to start being the, if you like, the reason why we can say Nigeria is good, to start shaping up, to start marketing our country, to start showing people the good places in our country. It's not only all the negatives in the right in the media that is Nigeria now. We still have a good culture. We still have enough food. We still have a big place that people can come on holiday. We still have drums. We still have music. Yes, those ones are making money about it. But even for the country, we can use it as an asset to invite people to our space. But you can never continue to say the only thing you want to be talking about is that your country is bad, and then expect the world to take you seriously. That's the kind of thing. And we don't want us to say our country is good if we're not trying to make it good. And you can't make it good if you are not finding good leaders. That's why we created the alternative.
All right, brilliant.
A new way of thinking, a new way of doing things.
All right. I'm going to look for the X handle, and then I'll append it to the bottom of this this stream after we're done.
The X is there. X handle is there. It's verified.
I'll look for that just so that people can follow that. So now I'm going to play you a 2-minute clip, and then after that 2-minute clip, I'll invite your thoughts. We're going to the Kemi Badenoch space, and this now scuffle that seems to be kicking off between our vice president and the would-be prime minister of the UK.
Who founded Facebook? The co-founder of Facebook was Eduardo Luis Sabirin, born in Sao Paulo, Brazil, of Jewish Brazilian ancestry. Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, was a migrant from South Africa. He owns SpaceX and now X, formerly Twitter. I can name names. Sergey Brin, the co-founder of Google, is worth over $30 billion. He's of Russian background. Rupert Murdoch, the chief executive of News Corp, is of Australian descent. Madeleine Albright, who became the United States Secretary of State, was of Czech origin. Steve Chen, the co-founder of YouTube, is originally from Taiwan. Immigrants build nations and immigrants build civilizations. One of the men in the front seat here has a thriving business in Namibia. He lived in Australia for over a decade, adding value to the Australian economy. Hence, there is a need for us to respect and cherish immigrants. Migrants are the source of life in all societies. Rishi Sunak, the former British Prime Minister, is originally from India. A very brilliant young man. He never denigrated his nation of ancestry, nor poured venoms on India. Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the British Labour or Conservative Party. We are proud of her, in spite of her efforts at denigrating her nation of origin. She is entitled to her own opinions. She has even every right to remove the Kemi from her name. But that does not underscore the fact that the greatest black nation on earth is the nation called Nigeria. 1 out of every 3.
All right, so that was Kashim Shettima's aside to Kemi Badenoch's excesses, running commentaries that a lot of people actually feel are somewhat denigrates the country. So that was Kashim Shettima's response. And then off the back of Kashim Shettima's response, the UK has picked up that storyline and is somewhat agitating the United Kingdom political space. Let me give you a 1-minute clip on how the UK is responding, then I'll invite your thoughts.
there, or what happened to her in the country a few times. But now Nigeria has hit back in the form of the Vice President. Let's have a look at the Financial Times headline. Nigeria's Vice President launches attack on Tory leader Kemi Badenoch. Kashim Shettima's comments follow criticism by the Conservative leader of the country where she grew up. What do you make of this diplomatic row, if you like?
It's not a very good look for Kemi Badenoch, I would say. But ultimately, when politicians make comments like this, it's always for their own political capital. And I would say the comments of the Nigerian vice president very much buy into something which is happening in the Nigerian media, where there are lots of media figures who attack Kemi Badenoch. And so the Nigerian vice president has seen that and has decided he wants to cash in on that anger for the way that she's speaking about the country that she grew up in after she was born in England. But at the same time, you never saw Priti Patel or Rishi Sunak talk about India in the way that Kemi Badenoch talks about Nigeria. And I would simply say, if you are a Brexiteer and you're saying we need to be expanding our global trade beyond the European Union, we want to be looking at emerging markets for growth, fastest growing markets, don't slag off one of the fastest growing economies in Africa with one of the youngest populations that you have a personal link to. I mean, the Nigerian vice president told her to change her name. That's embarrassing. Imagine how her family must feel about that. So I think she just needs to be a little bit more careful with her language. I think she can make the points that she makes about growing up in Nigeria without upsetting one of the biggest economies in Africa at the same time.
I mean, I suppose she might.
So there it is. I'm sure you've been following that with keen interest. So where are you positioned in this Kemi Badenoch controversy?
Well, I first of all think that when Kemi speaks, one could kind of say, was she that hot? Or is she saying the kinds of things that people say, the diaspora community, and is it popular opinion? You never know how angry or how hot a child is when things happen in their childhood. You have to concede that we deal with hurt differently. But having said that, I do not think that the platform that Kemi is on now, where truly and sincerely I'm proud of her, I wish her well, I'm happy that she's even able to get that far, I don't think it's a platform she needs to be using to put her ancestry down all the time. Sometimes I've seen some of our interviews where there was no reason for it to delve into Nigeria, except for the fact that she chose to drive it in that direction. And so I would just admonish her to understand that the danger with what she's doing is that she doesn't really know that in 100 years' time, I pray she becomes prime minister. Even after she has been prime minister, she's still going to be referred to Kemi Badenoch of Nigerian origin or whatever. But I do not think that the vice president handled that matter well. For it is not the duty of a parent to scold a child publicly under those circumstances in a bid to do a bit of a pushback. If he wanted to do a pushback, because he is the vice president, it could give the impression that that is the policy direction of the country, which is not. I would have expected him to have lifted up the diplomatic courtesies of response without being that way. The wordings he used were not exactly hurtful. He didn't abuse her, let's be fair. But I think the part where he said she could drop her name, that was a little bit cheeky. I would have said it differently. I would have said something like, congratulations to our daughter, the leader of the Labour Party, of the Conservative Party. You go, girl. We hear all you say about the country. Every nation is a work in progress. We're believing that even while you were here, if nothing, you must have had a few good moments, maybe with your friends in primary school or with your friends in ICI, the air you breathe, or the food you ate. Just humorize her and tell her that as you go along, the country is wishing you well. It's always going to be your country, anyhow you prime it. And we're sure that the greatest nation in the world, Nigeria, will continue to work very hard to repair some of those criticisms which we get every day, not only from you, from a lot of our citizens in diaspora. That's how to talk.
All right, brilliant. I'm going to ask you about 2, 3 more questions, and then I'll start to bring people in. Can the people so far? Can you make sure you have your cameras on so that the Otunba can interact fully with you? Let me take you to the Daily Farotimi space, another space that has generated. Yes, another space that has generated so much controversy. So now we're talking about freedom of speech versus the freedom versus fundamental human rights for the other party. So where are you positioned in that, Otunba? The Daily Farotimi matter.
Thank you. I've written on it in a sober manner. Sober in the sense that I get what Dele is going through, because I've read some part of the book and I feel the pain of how he sees the system. I get what he said happened in that incident. But I always say, be careful that you do not tar the entire institution because of 1 or 2 or 3 or even 100 bad eggs. And I always say, for a lawyer, when you want to make comments, pray that once you are putting in other people's names, which could then hit them at the level of what they will consider to defamation and criminal libel or criminal defamation, the most difficult thing is you must be sure that there is evidence. And it is even more weighing because he's not a novice, he's a lawyer. And he understands that he must be asked to come and show proof. Of course, I am not saying that he's lying, and I'm not saying that I'm acknowledging the risk he's taking and the risk he's put himself in just to speak about what people talk about behind the backs of everybody. But I also know Chief Afe Babalola, not as a lawyer or anything. I know him as a human being. Many years ago, because I feel them asking leaders soft questions, I created something called the Lion's Den, where I was lion, and you come into my den, so to speak. And I'd gone to Chief Afe Babalola, and I had asked him a lot of questions. I asked him, why is your name Afe? Why does it look like a short form? How did you start? And I found out that he comes from some of the humblest backgrounds you can imagine. Not even having enough money to go to school like that, having to write the exams in correspondence. I saw the struggle of a man who worked very hard, who loved the law. He has put in more than 70 years in the legal profession. Now, if you roll back 70 years, you will understand that all these things they're calling now, MBA, status, NJC, this, that became the status and the structure by which they run the country. Men like this would have contributed a lot to the making. Yes, every society will not be immune from the decay happening in the society, but I would have preferred that Dele was more cautious. And now that he's putting in a book, that's done. It's already there. It's immortal. No matter what they do, that book could always be in somebody's desk.
Sorry, Otunba. People, we hear people are being sent to go and beg Are Afe Babalola, but it's not a begging matter anymore, is it? So is it that Dele Farotimi he retracts and apologizes or has his day in court? Because it's not something that you can beg for forgiveness.
Afe Babalola is right to take him to court. The reason is that when they make such claims and you don't challenge it, it's the truth. And the man is about 90-something years old. He has tried as much as he can underneath our world system to do good for himself is Ekiti people. The king has even created an Ekiti Day, an Afe Babalola Day, which is like the deification of a human being while he's still alive. You can't write that about him and not expect him to be ballistic and be wondering, where is this coming from? Yes, the matter is there now. It has to be concluded. I have even offered a bigger suggestion that it is the duty of the NJC to set up a proper investigative panel, special investigative panel, SIP, to go and look at this thing that is being often rumored, and now someone has bravely put it in the book, suggesting that our court system is for wheeler dealers and that the judiciary is only for the highest bidder. That's too dangerous. The integrity of the entire thing is at stake, and it is not enough for them to make it Afe versus Farotimi. The judiciary itself should challenge itself to go and figure out what's going on here. A lot of these things are just mismanaged disappointment of not winning court cases. Some of them are just outright lies. Some of them are just people making up stories that they cannot verify. When you go to court...
Otunba, would you say it was naive of Dele Farotimi to have done this?
No, if you have been listening to Dele for some time, I've been concerned with him for a while, and I'll share a personal experience with him. Before we got to 2023 election, he had been invited to come and deliver a talk somewhere, and I had also been invited to come and deliver a talk. And when I got to the talk, I spoke before him. I spoke, in my opinion, in a manner that did not shame or put his candidate down. I spoke in a manner that said about let's try and improve the democracy and all of those things that you expect people that are statesmen to do. And I sat there and it was a storm. And he got onto the place and started saying, oh, he didn't even care that he knew that I was sort of a PDP man and an Atiku person somehow. He sat there and he was saying they don't want Tinubu and they don't want Atiku Tif or something like, those kinds of jargons. I was getting angry in my stomach. I was raging. And I had hoped that he would wait behind so that I could have given him his full dose. Because if his mouth is dirty, I can make mine even more dirty than him. But he didn't wait. So he just said that. He threw Atiku under the bus. He threw Tinubu under the bus. He created a messiah of Peter Obi and walked off. I was very upset, but I thought, well, he's just playing to the excitement of the people that are cheering him on. And when you hear him speak, it's not like him to be moderate in his conversation. He'll talk like, like he's so sanctimonious. He will speak about the judiciary in a manner that you wonder why they still allow him to be in the profession. He will have no respect for judge. He will not have no respect for court. He will have no respect for the country's constitution. He has no respect for the presidency. He has no respect for INEC. He has no respect for anybody. And you will almost get the impression that what's wrong with this guy? Are you trying to? Do we know Peter Obi now? And we don't want to return like for like. We say, but why are you doing this? If you're saying because you want to support Peter, you can support him. You don't need to be, what the hell are you talking about? You want us to bring you all the kinds of mob that we can even bring on your man? And we don't do that because we don't believe that we should be making life difficult for ourselves. But Dele was just going one step over the window, one step over the bar, one step over the bar until he jumped into the Atlantic Ocean. I've written and I've told Chief Babalola in my piece that, sir, be careful that the reputation you are trying to protect doesn't even get further destroyed if you are the way you're going about it. But the important thing is that, yes, it is the duty of the judiciary to go and figure out how to do the kind of investigation that can make all of us know that Dele is wrong, if Dele is wrong. And if Dele is right, then Dele is the hero because he has come forward to say things that people are saying behind their backs, but they don't have the courage or they like their skin too much to say it. But I would just say a lawyer knows that defamation and libel, if there was no such terminology in law, there won't be case precedents of law in it. criminal defamation is a serious matter. You don't expect a 95-year-old, 93-year-old man who has spent all his life doing the best he can, done what affair has been affair, he's never a judge, he's always been a lawyer. Should affair come to court and lose a case for you? Or should you come to court and you and your friends go to court and cross sword with an affair Babalola, and if he wins you, you will not accept that he can win you on the merits of it? And if you have evidence, provide it. So you see, this is one of the reasons why I started the alternative. We cannot relinquish opposition space to people who see no good in the country. They will implode the country. They will depress the people with national anger, and they won't even have a single solution to be able to fix anything. Give them even a small position, they will not be able to do the work. Nigeria is not an easy country to lead because we have a lot of poor people, yes, who may desire to be rich and to be all that, which I think they deserve. Government is not doing as much as it can do. There are no consequences to those of them in government who have taken our money. We can't see any commensurate consequences. But does that mean that all of us in the country are monsters?
Yeah. All right. I want to take you to about 2 more questions, and I'll start to bring people in. People have your cameras on if you possibly can. I'm just going to ask you just a brief little question on the Afe Babalola Farotimi, just a snapshot answer, and then I want to take you to the tax reforms. But just to wrap up Are Afe Babalola has a petition for the disbarment of Dele Farotimi. Is that excessive?
Well, it is not. You see, they are lawyers. Lawyers can be very firm and they can be sometimes mean. It's like them to write to the court to say that they want to report a judge. Do you get? It's like them to write the petition against themselves as lawyers. So Chief Afe Babalola has not done anything other than what lawyers do. I'm sure that if a wicked man writes a petition, a wicked man is not going to be the judge. You know what I mean? The Yorubas will say, Ika means a wicked person. That Tikaba Rojo, Ika Koloma Dajo, meaning even if a wicked person is the one that is making a case, it is not the wicked person that is going to judge it. So I feel that whatever Afe Babalola and his people feel they need to do or redress, it's their liberty to do it. But I have advised, oh, great Chief Afe Babalola, be careful that somebody that the larger members of the society, young people, consider to be one of the voices that is pushing whatever it is that they believe is the agenda that is populist. Be careful that you don't even destroy the reputation beyond where you wish it to be protected. Because whether we like it or not, Farotimi is seen by a cross-section of our people as a hero.
Do you think it's necessary?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Do you think it's necessary for?
Are you there?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? I'm here. Can you hear me?
Are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear and see you. Can you hear me? Yes, it's connection issues. It's actually stronger than we tried. Remember when we had Sowore here and it didn't even last 2 minutes and the whole thing just collapsed. So these are some of the things that and there is, I think it's dropped fully. So let me start to bring on the people assembled as we wait for the Red to rejoin us. So hopefully you guys can have your cameras on when he rejoins us. Hopefully soon. Is anybody there? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, woman.
Yes. It's connection issues, isn't it?
Oh man,
Yeah.
network is very bad.
Yes. We could see you.
Network is very bad. I'm struggling with network, self.
Oh, all right. Maybe
is it ready in there, Ikene, or what?
It's not ready now. I don't know. Even I both at LMT and the thing is just since I've been going out, coming in, going out, the thing is breaking and it's very bad. I don't know.
Maybe it's the
yeah,
Amatan.
but he's in Abuja though. He's in Abuja now.
The Amatan there is terrible. Maybe it's the wind.
All right. Anybody that wants to jump on the panel, I want hopefully he's able to rejoin us. I want difficult questions for him. I was fully ready yesterday actually, but now today I'm just all over the place. But we put it together somehow. But no, it's quite interesting that I think he may be back. Oh, he is back. So
we have to
call these Zoom meetings because it always gives me stress. But okay, I'm back. You know, Nigeria, our signal is always just acting out. But I'm back, sir. Can you see me?
We can see you. That's one of the problems we need you to fix.
Absolutely.
Actually.
You can imagine now. Oh yeah, sorry about that, but I'm back. I hope you can see me. I hope you heard what I said last, right?
Yeah, we heard what you said last. Actually, let me just pivot you straight to the tax reforms. What's your take on that? It's turned into a north-south divide, and a lot of people who have not even bothered to learn themselves, to educate themselves, they just what's going on there? You know, what's going on with the tax reform?
You know, with that tax reform, you have to pity President Tinubu, really. But as I'm saying, we should pity him. He did not pity himself. Because at the beginning of his administration, I kept screaming, you are putting too much in the side of our people as Yoruba people. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
We all can.
So I was saying, at the beginning, I was screaming, this thing is getting too lopsided. You are putting too much on our side. Am I not a Yoruba man like us? But I knew that this country is very difficult and delicate to manage. Okay, that went. I think he started balancing it towards he started kind of like being balanced. Then, now he did a tax reform. I collected that tax bill. I read it from head to toe. It's such a beautiful bill. Such a fantastic bill. Here we are. The Minister of Finance, Yoruba. The IRS man, Yoruba. The chairman of tax, Yoruba. The inland revenue, the one that is in charge of inland custom, Yoruba. So, you know,
CBN
so I understood. I get all of them. So I immediately they started their anger. I said, my God, this is what I've been talking about. Because of the rumor that he himself should have sued people about Alpha Beta, blah, blah, blah in Lagos, they have communicated to the larger Nigerian populace as though Bwala Tinubu has sat down somewhere, concorded one tax bill. So if you don't understand, give Yoruba people more money. Whereas the people that will even lose money the most in that tax bill is Lagos State and Port Harcourt and Rivers. But they didn't read it. And suddenly, they are trying to, you know, bully him. And they did not. They have more numbers. What's the meaning of that? And they are not going. They are going to. What's this? You know. But this was the thing I was screaming about in the beginning. At that time, Yoruba people were just basically abusing me, getting angry, and I knew what I was talking about. Nobody can win the Nigerian presidency by his tribe. For you to be a Nigerian president, I'm not talking about Yoruba president. You have to negotiate with everybody. Now, if you become the president, something Awolowo could not do, something Abiola could not do, you won it fair and square by an election. I don't want to hear all that nonsense that it was rigged. That's rubbish. He only got 8-something million votes.
Have you changed positions? Were you not part of the...
No, I've not changed position. I'm a PDP man. I'm just being honest with you.
No, but you were one of the people clamoring that you were robbed just after February.
No, you can never in your life find where I said that. I will always say, in fact, at the beginning I said, I do not like people whose only answer to election laws is we were cheated. And I said it was a self-inflicted injuries on channels everywhere. I'm a frank person, no matter whose ox is God. And you go to court, you can't prove your case, you start to talk nonsense. Do I look like a fool to you? I speak German, I speak very good English. I was in England. I live in Nigeria by choice. I won't have a situation where I will now join people to be doing something to start on the wall. I was very clear. I was telling Ashaju, the president, that look, balance this cabinet. You can't put 4 or 5 in and then you give Southeast. Only it didn't make sense. I was shouting, you can't devalue us.
Sorry,
hold on. I was screaming This your devaluation policy. He has taken all our savings. I'm not talking about government now, our private savings. Imagine you had a private saving of say 10 million. And at that time, the money was whatever it was. And then you had calculated it that you can go on a holiday once in a while from your interest. For doing nothing, they devalued you into poverty. I talked about that. I'm not going to take that back. But that does not mean that even if you go and check my conversation with Segun Akínbálóyè on mic on, at the beginning of his policy, Segun asked me, Segun, what do you think about this policy? Is it going to fail? You know what I said? I said, the policy will work. I said, he's trying to make the book blue because it is red. But he's doing it at such a fast pace that he's not looking at the impact on the people. That's my position. And I said, I don't accept that you can run a big economy on palliative. And I said it is because it's like taking the fish, giving it to the governors, the cat, to go and help you to deliver it to the mouse, the people. When you know that the cat likes fish, even if it does not deliver it, how will you hear from the people? These are my views. So when I saw the tax policy, I read it. Number one, I saw that they were going to treat it like a proper consumption tax. Where you earn, you get. And they were going to start sharing it to the location of consumption, not only the head office. I couldn't even understand the idiocy that will make anybody say that it's against them. When all the taxes, all the revenue, all the VAT from MTN usually was given to just Lagos, notwithstanding that other people too are making phone calls. And a percentage of that money will go to you are getting angry. I saw what they tried to do that, okay, all of the VAT, 50%, they will share it according to the existing formula. The remaining 50%, they will share it according to production. Don't you want to be productive? So this was the issue. And then when they started screaming and shouting, I said, you see this? This was, if he had balanced the cabinet, if there was a Hausa man or a Fulani man, whatever the man's name, in that cabinet that was finance related, if there was an Igbo man there too, wouldn't those ones have gone back to their people to go and tell them that nobody is trying to cheat you here? But when every CBN is Yoruba, when they are all Yoruba people, are you surprised that they are scared? Are you surprised that they are misinforming their people? And then I, who is even an opposition member now, so that they don't destroy our country, I'm the one now going around to tell people that, no, go and read it, go and read it. Should we be interested in only a country that doesn't work? And I will not carry a burden that just because I'm PDP. When you see me PDP, did you see me as your minister? Did you see me as their governor? Did you see me as their rep? What have you ever seen in my hand to even justify my standing with them? I stand because I feel that democracy, we shouldn't make it a habit of jumping. But that does not mean I don't see the idiocy and the madness of some of the things they do. Look at the APC now. Does it even look like an ideological party to you? I complain. Look, how can the APC not be having neck meeting, not be having BOT, not do nothing? Is it a fiefdom of zombies? Okay, the PDP, why would you not reform yourself? After 20-something years, why would you not go back to the drawing board? Why would you not repair your underpinning? Why would you not bring up new ideology? Why would you not clean up your process of even doing your own internal election? You can't do internal primaries. You are complaining about INEC. You are complaining about INEC. Is INEC the one that is taking money to the field? Politicians are the ones doing that. You are complaining about INEC. Is INEC the one taking talk to the field? Politicians are the ones doing that. You can stand for an election and you can lose. That you lost an election, you have the right to go to court. You go to court the first one, you don't prove your case. Do you expect the judge to dash you? You go to the second one, you don't prove your case, you decide to dash you. Is the Supreme Court a court of argument? The Supreme Court is a court of policy. You can't introduce a new argument there. There are rules to these things. And when I saw that they're going to destroy the country in front of all of us, I then decided, let's create the alternative so that we can be having this conversation correctly and not be stuck with what they will call their party position. Because even they themselves that are calling it party position, they don't even know what is the manifesto of the party. Ask them, they cannot articulate it. So the tax reform, and then to make it worse, some of their governors in a very annoying manner are saying they should not present it. Why? If you have a problem with any bill, you go to the public hearing to discuss it. They take a bill to the place, they read the first reading, second reading, there's still going to be a public hearing. Am I going to be guilty that the Yoruba man is president because I'm not in his party? What has he done that they've not done before? They've not even done worse. So that's my position. In case you don't know, I've heard it clearly now.
Yes, I heard it clearly. All right. I was going to ask you a follow-on question from there, but let me just take you to one last topic question, and then I'll start to bring people in. Like I said, anybody that's comfortable having their camera on, have it on, out of courtesy to our guest. Let me take you to the Simon Ekpa space. Do you have any thoughts on that? The arrest? Yes. So there's so much happening. You know, we could have a whole 3 hours.
All right. Yeah, I'm not in a hurry. Yeah. I have time for you.
No, Simon Ekpa, what's going on there? And do you see the shadowy hands of the Nigerian state in the movements that has landed this man in prison?
You know, I'm not Igbo, but I have loved their story. I have followed it. In fact, I have argued in numerous locations and on television numerous times that one of the reasons why Nigeria is still discussing where somebody comes from is because we have not allowed the Igbos to lead the presidency at least once. And I was priming that conversation on the fact that, call it whatever you will, this country at independence was handed over to 3 sections. We called them Hausa, now they call themselves Hausa Fulani. They called us Yoruba, and we called them Igbos. These 3 men, they had 3 champions. For the Igbos was Nnamdi Azikiwe. For the Yorubas was Awolowo. For them, it was Tafawa Balewa, right? That these 3 men and their people and other nationalities went and struggled for independence. Now we are in democracy. How do we want to explain to the Igbos that they will never be aided into the presidency when we Yorubas were crying and screaming during the days of June 12? They aided us into the presidency. Nobody can be president alone. And then I felt that if we can scale that hurdle, we would have covered this nonsense about where the person comes from, because it is one of the laziest way of recruiting leaders. But if they are screaming and shouting that there's a glass ceiling on their head, there's a glass ceiling, can't we just take one hammer, smash the glass ceiling, throw them there, let them go and do the magic they think they can do? Let's all see. But it has not happened. It has not happened. I have quarreled, even in Igbo land, that I cannot imagine that of all the ethnic groups in Nigeria, a human being will be telling Igbos of all people not to go to work on Monday. Of all of us, Yoruba, Hausa, all these people, the people that even embrace industry, trade, and market more are the Igbos. Why will anybody be hurting them at their place of strength? But you know, I'm not Igbo now. You can ask them, you can speak to them. I delivered a lecture at Ala Igbo in Imo, sometimes about 3 years ago, on their cultural issues. I was challenging them that, guys, this cannot be you. Everything you need to achieve is clear. You are achieving it. You are doing well in terms of land ownership. You are doing well in terms of money. You are doing well in terms of education. You are doing well in terms of even the parameters of the country, the Ivy League schools. The only thing that you have not done is you've not been president yet. I get it. We will work together to make it happen. But have you even gotten value from your governors? You are not angry with your governors. You are not angry with your local government chairman. You are angry with Nigeria, where you are living in our own land. And I asked them, you control the directive principles of the politics of your Igbo land. How some people control the directive principles of their politics in their Hausa land? Are you dare going to try to tell me that we Yoruba should not control the directive principle of our own politics in our Yoruba land? Land is the basis of civilization. And if it is what, then let us go through it and let's certainly want. Just to let you know. Just to let you know, I don't cut mildly. I am not trying to spoon feed my people. I'm just putting it out clear. Nobody will be allowed to bully us. It's not going to happen. And if I continue the way I'm watching things, I'm just seeing them. Do you think I blame them? I don't blame them. I blame Ashadu Bola Tinubu, who let the best brains that is available to propel him and put together a bunch of jokers who don't have the gravitas to take the conversation to any camp that wants to bring it. They were parochial for their brother. When he was in charge, they clapped on and supported him. They asked him no damn question. Now my brother is there. Yes, I did not vote for him. Yes, I've criticized him. But is that why I'm going to sit down here and allow him to kill him? You must be crazy. This is not the bloody country instead of that. So on the FR matter, it is even embarrassing that that country called Finland allowed that nuisance to continue to do that for so long in their soil. If it was in our own soil, they would have made more demand. Oh, there are days I miss General Sani Abacha. He would have set up the Nigerian Intelligence Agency to go and smoke the worm out. Because you can't be destroying people at home, sit down in another man's country and be doing what is high-risk felony.
All right. Thank you. So I still have several questions, but I cannot hold people.
Oh yeah, continue asking them. I'm here.
All right. No, I'll come to you, Baba. So
no, the lady can go first before the wall accuse us of
because Chioma is not
doing the proper
camera.
thing.
It's not on our camera. So all right. So we go with what you just said, Baba, ever the gentleman. So Chioma, on mute, introduce yourself to Otunba and then have a conversation with him. Chioma.
Good evening, sir.
Hello, Chioma. How are you, my sister? Kedu? I'm here. My adopted town in Igbo land is Ngokpala.
Well, thank God you're well, because we were worried sick about you yesterday, especially
No,
me,
I just fell asleep, man. I put the phone on speaker waiting for you guys, and I just fell asleep. Sorry, I have apologized before you came in.
Oh, no problem. I know you're fine. No problem. It's okay. So my question to you, sir, earlier you said your hope is on the Nigerians in diaspora. And it's not because of the money that they're sending, but the fact that we have seen and experienced a working country, So
Absolutely.
So by my standards, Nigeria is not progressing. So since Nigeria is not working, can you by any chance pass the message to our politicians to do the small things like 24-hour electricity, at least? Because if you see how much they spent on Dangote's refinery, I don't really see how it's going to benefit the masses. I mean, look at you, even your own network is not working. Now, if we had 24 hours electricity, we won't have this issue, everything will be smooth. So we cannot be doing management. I've been to Cuba and Colombia, and those are third world countries. And there's no electricity issue or network issue. So, since, I'm not blaming Tinubu or anybody, I'm just saying since they can't do the,
small things.
Yeah, let's just give us
okay, let me quickly jump in, Chioma. Chioma, thank you very much for that very, very beautiful question. The reason why I say the diaspora, the Nigerians in diaspora are our hope, it is because the most difficult thing to do is to teach a plumber that does not know how to set a plumb, how to do a line. Because he has never seen a straight line plumb, you will just be talking and talking and talking. But if you've got a plumber that lived in London, who understands I'm just using London as an example, it could be anywhere. He knows you're not telling, let's set a straight line, he sets it. On the electricity, can I tell you what I think? At a point I started saying to myself that, is there a conspiracy by Europeans to just keep us in darkness? When President Buhari was in the villa, he signed a contract of expansion of the grid and expansion of other with Siemens. I rushed to collect the document. It's a big document. I read through it. I saw that the president signed off the money. He paid them. He even put a clause in the contract that Siemens I have not recommended any Nigerian company for you. If you take any Nigerian company to help you do anything, and then you come and start telling me that the ones that didn't make it work, you are on your own. No, do you understand?
Yes, sir.
He went to that extent just because he wanted to make sure that they won't have any excuse. He paid them. What about the one we paid for Enron? So it seems to me that we are now at a point where we must just accept that this so nonsense called national grid is not working. Let us go and luckily, they have written it into the law now that it is no longer exclusive federal government. So states can now begin to work on their own grid. Because I can't imagine how we don't have enough money, we have not gotten enough electricity. Some animals would think that of all the things to vandalize, it is the electricity line because it passes through their area. Do you get? So the only way we will be able to solve it is that now they've told the states to go and do theirs. And I know that this man, Professor Nebu, I think it's Abia, if I'm not mistaken. I hope I'm not mistaken. But one of those distant states, he has been working very, very hard on generating electricity and transmitting and distributing it. So I feel that clearly they need it. And I know that Lagos State is doing the same. You know, Nigerians in diaspora and Nigerians at home. If you see, I always have a lot of hope on our country. It is because I've been around the world. I've been there. I've been to Brazil. I know the president, he knows me. I've been around. I've been to Germany. I've been to London. I've been there. And I've seen that. And I have read. I've gone to the archives. I've gone to the library, the historical movement of the countries. I've queried God. I've asked him, why will Africa be struggling and others will be doing well? I've queried leaders of countries like Brazil. I've been asking him, African slave built your country. Are you going to be watching us struggling? I've queried the German government. What are you going to do for us? And they've done me favors on behalf of this country. I've queried, you get? So it is this heavy load that I know is even ahead of us. Ask yourself, everything we have to sell as Nigerians, as Africans, we'll always have a world market price. But everything we want to buy, they dictate the price. By what magic do you even determine the exchange rate of true printed paper? If you take a look at the dollar bill and take a look at the naira bill, the cost of production of the naira is even more expensive than the cost of production of the dollar. And yet they wrote 100 on their own, we wrote 1,000 on our own, and they are coming to tell us it's not going to work. We have oil, where we couldn't do our refinery. Okay, that was the reason why our oil was expensive, right? That was the reason why petrol was expensive. Now we spend all our money, all our resources, all the loans to get Dangote refinery to work, and still they are telling us to do international market price. So the world is skewed against us. I don't want us to be skewed against ourselves. That's why you see that I'm always very hopeful. I'm always open to talk. I'm always open to put knowledge on the table, and I'm always open to argue, because I don't see the need why we'll have the kind of human capital we have, both at home and in diaspora, because you guys are some of the best, even in the places where you all work. Why would you have the capability to have that kind of human capital there? Contribute the much you are contributing. Even at home, we are one of the best. Why can't we just find ourselves and just make up our mind that we too, we want our country to be great so that we can even be great, we can be happy, our children can be happy, and our daughters like Kemi will not have only ugly memories of their country. But to do that, you need people to also change. You need people to believe it. You need people to understand that the Igbos is not the enemy of the Yoruba. Yoruba is not the enemies of Hausa. You need them to understand that at the top of the pyramid where they are raping the country, they are all friends. We need to ask, why would people be leading our country and there will be no consequence? Somebody has just impeached the president of South Korea. Some other countries have even told somebody to go and hang. Some other countries have jailed people. Brazil has jailed Lula. We have removed, prime ministers have lost election in England just because they went to disco during COVID. It's about responsibility. We are the only country in the world where our own leaders misbehave, act anyhow, behave anyhow, come in poor, live extremely rich in the midst of squalor. We are like beggars in Rolls Royce. Even the small thing like even grading roads, grading back road, which needs a grader. Our governors can't do it, yet they can buy private jets. These are not lunacy. So this is it. So all I'm trying to tell us to do, guys, is step back a little bit from pessimism and let us start to build it again. Remember that the Jews were killed in Europe until they made up their mind they're going to build Israel, and now they are the ones even doing whatever they're doing in the world. Look at what's going on in Russia and Ukraine. Nations go through stages. I don't want us to give up on our country, and I don't want us to make our country ugly, either for people that want to come on holiday or even for ourselves. When they talk about gun running and all that, but hey, we have to do some things. I remember that in 2018, I can send you the link one day. One day I'll send it to you. When I was at a town hall meeting with OBS Kwesili and Co, and I was asking the Northerners, if we are killing ourselves, who's going to pity us? What kind of nonsense is this? You cannot see the Islam of Saudi Arabia to copy. You cannot see the Islam of Jordan. You cannot see the Islam of all the progressive places. You don't even have this kind of nonsense happening in Morocco. You don't have it happening in Sudan. What's wrong with you people here? But it's not because I hate them. I schooled in Kaduna, I love them, they're my people. I just don't understand how we can normalize killing ourselves, destroying ourselves every day, non-stop for so many years. So I'll give them your message. They should do the small thing first. And let me just say, now that they have the Bwala Tinubu again, I mean, it's just that you can't help give a man his credit. He has forced them now to go and do local government election. He's even forcing them now that local government money should go to them. Let us hope that they will not say because the Yoruba man that told them to do it, they will not do it. It's best they do it. Because if they are smart, they should already see that Lagos and Yoruba land is already almost becoming plug and play. We have done red line, we have done blue line, now we're about to do purple line. Once it starts happening in Lagos, I can guarantee you before one idiot to get up from the chair, one smart man will get in there, maybe me, maybe some other person. They'll do it in Ibadan, they'll do it in Ogun. They'll do it once it starts, that's it. We have the ability to long-term planning. Of course, we are not perfect yet. We need to do so much more, but hey, nobody's going to allow them to hold us behind. Though. If they want to restructure, they should just restructure. Well, I will not say because we all want to be one Nigeria now, my children will not be abusing us the way Kemi is abusing the whole country because people have not given us the opportunity to farm up our own lives, or that even our own governors now are beginning to copy their friends who did not do well. Human capital development is a constant responsibility of governance. No society should be allowed to procreate without any plan for what to do with them. You can't be procreating only for purpose of election purposes and be harassing responsible people who are not doing the same. If you have 10 million people in your place, what are you doing with that? Do they even know what politics is? Do they even know what the election is? And then you are going to be harassing us because we have decided that instead of having 10 children, we have 2. Is your pennies working more than our own?
Sir, I have one more question, please. So, being that you're PDP, chairman, I wanted to know your opinion. Do you think that Tinubu will have challenge for the next election, or do you think he will automatically become our next president come 2027? That's all the question, and you're also
all right.
Thank you so much.
All right, Choma. Look, the truth of the matter is that, oh God, I used to be in England and I used to be in Germany. I've known Bwala Tinubu closely since about 1994, 95. And that's a long time ago. And we have respect for each other, way of thinking, intellect, and all that. He was in exile in England. I was living in Germany, and we have our history. I can tell you for free and go and tell them I said so. He's smarter than them. He's more intentional than them. He's more politically strategic than them. All the nonsense that they are saying about him, if they only know the way he thinks and plans, they won't even be saying that. He was not in government. He was not a minister. He was nothing. He sat outside government. They were deceiving themselves, doing all sorts of manipulation. He will not win. He will not win. He got the ticket. They were fooling themselves. He will not win. They will not vote for him. He won. Now he's sitting as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. His numbers are beginning, and I warned them in the beginning. I said the economy is like a sinusoidal. If it is down now, let us first of all agree that Bwala did not make it down. If it's battling now, be sure that the thing will climb up. It's not going to stay like that. The economy is going to start getting about by itself. Now they are beginning to give us World Bank numbers that say GDP is going well. They are beginning to give us numbers that says this, you know. So now he's paid up all the way they used to owe ECOWAS. The man has paid all our ECOWAS due. Doesn't owe a dime there now. So he's not borrowing as much as they are borrowing. His budget is now more financed from our own receivables than by debt. Serious-minded foreign leaders are visiting him. I know Germany very well. They visit, their president doesn't go out every day. He has gone to visit him. The one of France has been here. Sit down there. Go and tell her. You let them sit down there and be deceiving themselves that by doing nothing, by not reforming their own party, by not coming up with smart things that they want to do in government, by just sitting down carrying Agbara up and down the street and making empty dump out on the wall, that's how they will beat him. They will have to ask themselves 4 questions. Question number 1, have they asked all these APC governors who are looking for second time whether they want to fail? Have they asked these governors that are going whether they don't want to install successor? Number 1. Number 2, have they asked him himself whether he wants to go second time? Has he even told them he's going second time? Number 4, all the off-season elections they've been doing, with the exception of Edo that is contentious, have they not won? If I've explained, the conversation must be ideological and it must be practical and it must be reasonable. Political parties are not created only for winning elections. Political parties can also stay in opposition. PDP was there for 16 years. We've just been out of power for maybe 12 or 14 now. Do you get? So it's not for me. If Bwala Tinubu finishes this his first time, that will be out for 12 years. If they insist that their friends will sit down in APC, claim to be in PDP, they will not do what is right by themselves. The one they can do within their own party by themselves, they won't do. They'll be deluding themselves. They'll be dancing and thinking that that joke they were doing then is what is going to work. I wish them luck. I have said very clearly, I have started a new movement to ensure that we can understand ourselves in Nigeria, to ensure that we can speak frankly and truthfully to ourselves, to beg our people to not give up on democracy, to tell them to find the candidates they like and tell us so that we can look at those candidates, ask them questions, and by the grace of God Almighty, may the best man win. If he wins, and in fact, I even think that it will even be good. His policies, they would run it through for another maybe 2 + 4, 6 years. Even if he does 4 years or 8 years, at least his tenure will finish. We should be more interested in the succession planning. But if anybody is saying whether Tinubu will not get I've been calling them Peter now. Peter, come back to PDP. Peter, come back to PDP. Peter, come back to PDP. This is your home. They will give you, you will struggle for ticket. Peter Obi cannot insist that the only idea of being president for him is that they won't do primaries. Primaries is part of the test that you can get ticket. Bwala Tinubu, as big as he is in APC, did you not see how many people came out against him and how he did primary and one ticket? Atiku does primaries. Where are you going to find anybody that's going to dash you ticket? Are you the only person in the country? There's no messiah anywhere. We all are going to have to change ourselves so that we can become the group messiah we're looking for. So if Bwala Tinubu does not have good people to challenge him, good luck to them. If he has good people, the only thing we should be asking for is a clean election. An election that has integrity. An election that all of us can be at least sure. And we should now write a law in our country that after you finish your elections and you are done with your Senate or Supreme Court, assuming you are your final court, you are allowed 3 more months to wind down your hateful rhetorics, because the damage that they've done to this country's psyche because of 2023, it's only God that can help us to repair it. Everybody is now mutually suspicious of themselves. It's crazy. And the thing is that Bwala, he simply defeated them. If you say he rigged, can a man not rig Lagos and then go and be Buhari lost Katsina to PDP? Bwala Tinubu lost Lagos to Labour, and you still insist he rigged. Where did he rig you? Or is it that one that they sat down in the South and Peter Obi alone was getting 98% of the vote? Is that normal? Let him go and try it now and see whether Hope Uzodinma and Co will allow him that kind of nonsense this time. So politics is politics. Development is development. Let us spend more time on development and stop making it seem we have to have tribal hatred among ourselves because one man has won an election. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Otunba. So Baba is up next, but Otunba, it sounds as though you are already embarked on that Bwala journey. That's what it's sounding like. already embarked on
Okay,
a
one
journey.
man, don't go.
Yes,
No, come on. That's an insult on my person.
Exactly.
No, that's an insult on my person. Take it back.
No,
Look,
we've had Daniel Bwala here, by the way.
no,
It's a friend of
that's
the
an
platform.
insult on
All
my
right.
person. Take
Okay.
it back.
All right.
I take it back for him.
Thank
Hold
you.
on,
The reason
hold on,
why you
Baba.
have to, I'll tell you why you have to take it back.
Yes, and then tell us why.
In 1998, when this party was about to be started, I was in this country, the son of a soldier, military brass. We were close to the Abacha somehow, and the government that was trying to form, I was around, and I've been in PDP. Olusegun Obasanjo, who was first president, has torn in his card. I'm still in PDP. Otunba Daniel, the president, never even give me an appointment, special assistant, or what do you call it. He's left many times, first to PPN, then to Labour, then to PDP, then now he's in APC. I'm here. How can you be comparing me with Bwala? I just told you I've known Ashad Bwala met Tinubu. He knows now. Am I lying on him? My first encounter with him was at London Metropole. So, and I've not gone to join him because I say if I can criticize him that I don't agree with the valuation, if I can criticize him that please, you cannot not balance your cabinet. You can't give everything to Yoruba people. So if he now drives a tax policy that I think for the benefit of the poor people and everybody in the country, it makes sense. You expect me now to now say, I will now start criticizing him on that? And if I then don't criticize him on that, does that then mean, if I want to go to APC, don't I know the place? Do you know how many of my friends are there? Akpabio is there as the Senate President. He's my leader. I know him now, and he knows me too. Daniel is there. Adeola is from my state. He's in one interpretation. He's there now. Dele Alake and I have been crossing swords since the day they were in Lagos and we were in Ogun State. He's there. Does he not know me? One dial. Ashadi himself, does he not know me? Do I not know him? So why would you be saying you be comparing me to Bwala, who was sitting with them just 3 minutes before an election, jumped to PDP, immediately PDP finished, couldn't even allow Atiku's wounds to heal. He's jumped to them, and you're calling me that?
All right. Well, it wasn't quite in that vein, but so apologies for that. Baba, you're up next. Introduce yourself to Otunba. Tell him where you are calling us from. You're joining us from, and then put a question to him. Baba.
Yes, Otunba. How are you today?
Thank you, sir.
My friends call me Baba.
Baba. Thank you, Baba.
I'm in USA. I've been following your trajectory. And in my head, I call you the last man standing. And
thank you, sir.
I like the way you answered the last question from or accusation from one man. I call you the last man standing because I know your outlook. You have the pedigree. And for the second question, I think there is Dr. BT here. He's also a barman like you. So a barman you enjoy around Neon. He will come at you with Abiodun politics, Bawa. Now, everything you said on this platform, I agree with you totally. It's been the same thing I've been saying here in the last couple of months. There is no difference whatsoever. All the perspective you've touched. I agree with you totally. Those are my sentiments. And I have two questions for you.
Thank you, sir.
First one, I watch most of your interviews as much as I can. I listen to them, appreciate them. Your last one with Okinbaluye is the one I really want to talk about. The only way I disagree with you, the 2023 election, against your party constitution, who backed the Waziri of Adamawa to the hilt, who backed him. And Segun asked you, you're leaning this time around. And you said, I'm quoting you, you've asked Atiku twice on different occasions. It did not give you a straight answer. That's what you said.
Yes.
Now, coming to today, if he wants to run again, are you still going to back him? That is my first question. Please Fisowosi, so that you can remember.
Yeah, I hear that.
Yeah, the second question, in view of what is happening in our country today, don't you think, particularly, like I always say here, all I've been hearing the last 1 month since this tax bill brouhaha happened, we the Northerners, that really brought me to the conclusion that we are not a nation state yet. And before everything goes south, before it gets awry, don't you think it's high time we all went our separate ways? Thank you, Otunba.
Okay, thank you very, very much for that beautiful question. I began to get involved in Atiku Abubakar's political efforts in 2017-18, in his build up to 2019, when we had that, the day we did, when the then chairman Secondus apologized for PDP. Remember, there was the day Secondus said we were sorry. It was on that day that a man named Lulobaifo then said, Segun, please come, let's go somewhere. I actually thought we were going to eat food or something, but then it ended up being in Waziri's house. On my honor, crossed my heart to die. The first thing I said to him was that, sir, you don't know how to get the ticket of a big party. There's no point arguing because you have done it many times and you didn't get it. 2, sir, is there anything defective in your character that your people know that will make them sit in a meeting when APC, where you were then, with progressive that you have all suffered together to bring this democracy, and all the story, would then bypass you for Buhari? 3, what is this thing that your money, we cannot even explain where you got it from and how you made it? 4, what have you done to the Americans and the matters of Obasanjo? Are they issues that you need to explain? I don't think anybody will meet somebody for the first time and that will be the kind of question they'll be asking the person. When he answered and I felt a little bit convinced about some things, I then said, no problem, sir. Can you recommend a few people I can go and meet? Among them is the husband of the president CJ, who Yigiwa Osage was another person. A few of his people, just to go and ask them very tough questions, because I hate nonsense. After I had done all that, I then said, well, luckily, Otunba Daniel too was trying to be his director general of campaign, but I was invited to come and speak the campaign to life. And I did. I worked very, very hard. I tried to say that you cannot be telling people you are rich. You need to say where you got the money from. We created that. I tried to say it's not enough for you to be wanting to be president. People have to know the message, the article plan, all of that. We ran on that. And I found him a very intelligent person. I found him to be someone who has suffered a lot for this democracy. And I found him to be someone who also understood the institutional memory of where we are coming from. You know, because they were people who were sent to school in local government. Imagine, local government was sponsoring secondary school education. So I felt that, and I used to tell him that, Atiku, yourself and your friend, Bwala Tinubu, you have only one assignment. Whichever of you can make it happen should make it happen. You people need to settle the housekeeping issues of this country, because we will not have time for this nonsense in our generation. And what I meant by the housekeeping issue is some of the things that come up in your second question, which is, look, you people got this Nigeria, you people did this, you people did that, you people fought military. Now, go and do the housekeeping. Go and tidy up the restructuring issue. Let us settle the issues of statehood and nationhood. Because I cannot imagine, even our own generation, we will hesitate to break this damn country if people don't take care of these issues. And I then said, it's not in our position to do, because we don't even have the institutional memory of where you people are, where the country is coming from. You guys were around 1960. So you must have an idea of what was handed over to you. You were idea around the 1967 before the Civil War. You should know what caused the war and why you have not apologized or done anything about it. You were here in 1972 when people started devaluing our currency. You were here in 1975 when we were still a nation. You know, I said, you people, between you and Bwala, any one of you that becomes president, take care of these housekeeping issues. As luck we have it, we did 2019. I felt we won because the campaign was really energetic. Lo and behold, they returned Buhari. I felt a bit like, you know, from a strategic point of view, I've followed elections and I've followed leaders that teach how to craft elections in the world. I felt a bit deflated that, was there something that I should have done that was not done that made him lose? So I ran all over the world between 2019 when he lost to 2023. I ran to Israel. No, sorry, beg your pardon. I ran to Romania. I ran to the Russians. I ran to the people that ran Donald Trump in America. I ran to Brazil to President Lula and his team. I ran to Ghana just to figure out how do they do elections and win. I ran to the company that did the election that brought the man from Indonesia from retirement, a 93-year-old man, and made him win. Just learning and learning and learning and learning. So I then thought that if they come to 2023, two things have to happen. We have to settle the issue of candidacy. When I saw that Nyesom Wike was trying to run and he was running fine, I set up the Roman Dr. of Blessed Memory structure to run around to try and help people get ticket for primary. And when it became toxic, I went to meet Alhaji Atiku. I said, sir, I have to go and meet Governor Wike now and ask him, I want to go and beg him. That's my word. I said, we can no longer ignore a man who is controlling his fellow governors this way. By whatever magic he is doing it, we must concede his brilliance to him. I'm quoting myself verbatim. And I said, as for you, Atiku Abubakar, we cannot ignore you either. Because the number of times you have been contesting and not winning, contesting and not winning, nobody can even calculate your reach anymore. Some people are sleepers, some people are active. So between both of you, you will destroy this PDP if you don't take it easy with yourself. I then went to beg Bello Adoke SAN to come and help me deliver the message. That one said, the best he can do is help me to come and deliver my own message by myself. One beautiful day, cut story short, Governor Wike, he told me I should come and go and deliver the message. When I got there, you know him. I said, sir, I've come to beg you. By what, it's too late for us to be saying who is Wike. The only thing I've come to beg you for are two things. One, can you people take it easy with yourself? Campaign if you have to campaign and stop abusing yourself. You will destroy the party. Number two, you are younger than him. All this Yendeba is not enough to make somebody president in Nigeria. Why don't you come and be vice president so that you can understudy the bureaucracy and maybe later, do you get? Wike is not here, his God is here, and I don't have time to pamper him. I'm not pampering, I think it's Wike or pamper. He then said to me, Segun, the man do not keep his side of the bargain. I said, what do you mean? He said he won't keep it. I said he will keep it. I said, okay, promise me you'll have one meeting with him. I'll go and tell him. That was to the extent of the work I did. They got to the primaries, Article 1. Wike had one point I could have been angry at with them, which was that why would he be a candidate? Atiku be a candidate. Tambuwal be a candidate. After all of them have done their final pitch, why did they allow Tambuwal a second pitch? That was an issue he held on to, but he managed himself. Then everybody went back. I went back to Atiku. I sat on his dining table with him. His friends were there, the people that usually wake up there, afternoon there, night there. I said, sir, whatever we need to do, we must concede to them whatever it is they ask, because we have no capacity. If you show yourself to be too strong and they cannot even negotiate with you because you become president, why would they not be scared of what you are going to do as president? And I carved it by saying, I am talking about the vice presidency going in the direction of our rivals. So after I had done all I could, I ran around the country trying to get my side to win. I even did one thing extra. When we saw that the parties had this thing they are calling placeholders, I ran to Segun Mimiko. He's alive. I'm calling their names. We dragged Peter Obi into the meeting. I begged Peter, I said, Peter, you won't get these numbers by yourself. After all, I was the one that even started pushing you to do this presidency. I was the one that went to tell Atiku Abubakar that you're going to buy form. So this thing is not going to happen. Why don't you come and be vice and you and Atiku run? You will win. He said he couldn't go to the house. I said, if you cannot go to the house, you will go and meet him abroad. That was the extent I went. So that we'll do placeholder, drop Okowa, put Peter, him and Peter will. Did they listen? They did not listen. Anyway, those who like to count their chickens before they hatch went into the election. Me, I know Bwala met Tinubu very, very, very well. He would have started doing Bwala Tinubu they are joking with. He would have started doing micro-influencers by the January of the year after an election. You know, we'll finish the election, they will hand over in May. By January of the next year, Bwala Tinubu has started micro-influencers. Do you know what they call micro-influencers? People that can be calculating and helping him to propagate message. He would have started it from January. But because he's on the Zoom with us, he would have locked in all his what they call it, all his billboards. He would have locked in all his gantry. He would have paid for them 18 months before election, where he wants to put his material. Exactly 2 years before election, Bwala Tinubu would have paid for all his radio content. He would have signed up his communication company. He would have put them on non-disclosure. He would have started signing small ones just to keep them away from you. Oh, God, my Lord. They are joking with their father. The husband of their mother is a big man. They are saying he's sleeping with their mother. He will sleep with their mother, sleep with their senior sister, Joy. That's the person they are messing about it. But Ashadu knows that I know him. And he knows that I have the brains to design something that can compete. The problem I have is that Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall, my people. They are untrainable. That was how we ended up losing. When we wanted to lose, let me add another expo for you. I ran to court before they would do that thing. I stimulated the case to take INEC to court to find out whether there was a compulsion for INEC to transfer the material electronically. You know, I was so excited we got the judgment, I didn't read it. So after we lost the election, I quickly went to collect the judgment, thinking that there was something there. I read the judgment. I saw it clearly written there by the judge that it's a discretionary power of INEC to prevent the election is a 21 process, and that the very last process is how they transmit, and it's at their discretion. In any case, while the political parties are duty bound to get their own result from their own agent, I called my man.
That was before the election.
Before the election.
Good.
Immediately they declared that we had lost. I called my man. I said, let me send you this judgment so you read it. But this is this. Then what did they go there and do? They started running to Chicago, Washington, D.C., America. His mother is a cat. His father is a dog. He didn't go to school. He's a woman. They have forgotten that they are even so late, those things cannot even be admitted. So, my brother, sir, if I love him. Honestly, I do love him. I asked him after he lost. I was so upset. I didn't see him for a while. After a while, I went to him and I said, sir, are you done? Don't answer me yet. If you are done, what are we going to do with this infrastructure that we have been managing since? After all, Yaradua handed infrastructure to you. If you are not done, then we have done it your way so many times. The result has been zero. Now we do it our own way. That's what I said. And I left him. I went my way. He went about doing his own life. I was trying to manage myself well. Then it was time for his birthday. And then the people called me after about 6 months or so that I said, okay, I will come. Let it not be like the pigeon ate with the owner of the house, and then the owner of the house is dying, the pigeon is running. I said, okay, I will come. I got there. I saw how much effort he had made. He wasn't looking sad. He was looking okay. He had built up a country home that was so beautiful, you even think you're in London. I got onto the stage. I spoke to his people to encourage them because I felt even his own people were not even giving him enough votes. And then when we finished and all of that was over, I went, listen to me. I was the one who went around thanking people even for the last election. I went to Gombe to thank them. I spent money. I went to Katsina to thank them. I went to Kaduna to thank them. I was going around, you know what I was saying that even if we didn't get the numbers, we have a duty to thank them for losing with us. I went around to thank them. Asked them, did they do the same? Did anybody do the same around them? Anyway, when I finished one of those trips, I went to Katsina. I went to see General Buhari is alive to beg him, sir, are you people in the Northwest? Are you going to only be calling yourself Northerners? What about your Northeastern brothers? Why is it that when they stand up, you don't stand up for them? Sir, I went to beg him. I went to greet him. I didn't go when he was president, though. When I could have gotten money, it was after he had left, I went to thank him for services to the nation. Hello, I thanked the people of Katsina. I went round. Please. I then came back again. I went to see him a second time. I then asked him, sir, I'm asking you a second time. Because you can't deprive anybody of his ambition. If you are my friend, and I like you, and we have a good understanding among ourselves, and you have been doing something and it's not been working, I can feel pity, I can feel sympathy, and I know your heart is good for the country too. And I call you twice, say, are you going to do it again? Let's know. Are you not? You didn't answer. Obasanjo just said, if they offend me once, it's my father. Said, if they offend you once, forgive them. You have to allow them to offend you a second time because you are not Jesus Christ. Forgive them a second time. He forbade me to give somebody a third time, but I'm not Obasanjo. I'm not a soldier, so I'm still going to give him a third time to ask. And why am I giving him this opportunity? It is because I know that the country is a very difficult place to win election. There are a lot of issues involved. And I want him to have the broadness of mind. One, to determine, is he too old? Two, does he think that he can better serve them in other ways? Three, has he gotten to a point where he thinks he can, support a younger person? These are questions a leader has to answer by himself. And these are the issues. And then look at me now. I've spent since they lost 2023 screaming and shouting, PDP, forget election first. Let's reform ourselves. Let's reconcile. Let's beg people. None is all good. None is all bad. All this wicked, you are doing is crazy. One man cannot have this much power unless all of you are lazy. Can't you just talk to yourself? Can't you beg? That's what I've been doing since we lost election. And now when I saw that it is beginning to resemble that I am talking to the deaf, the dumb, the blind, and the stupid, I created the alternative so that we can continue to engage, notwithstanding what they want to do. And I have not promised anybody, before you say I'm Bwala, I have not promised anybody that when I look at the people that are saying they want to be this, they want to be that, if I find Bola Ahmed Tinubu better than them, wallahi, you will not be able to campaign for him more than the way I will campaign. I have not promised anybody that for my own policy, if I decide that I want to contest an election, I'm a Southwest man. I'm not stupid. The best place for me to go and get on election is in Bwala Tinubu's party. So nobody should be thinking that I owe them perpetually sitting down in their party if they are not going to reform. I am willing to lose election with PDP if that is what it needs. Most people don't even understand that one of the reasons why I've never jumped ship is because whenever I go out, I see the way ordinary Nigerians just tell me, last man standing, and just please continue, we are seeing you. And I don't want to let them down. I don't want to let them down, but the more I don't want to let them down, the more I see the way the PDP is going as frustrating me. How can a political party like PDP be deceiving itself that it has a Southwestern man that can beat Bwala Tinubu? Please wake me up from sleep when I'm not dead. How would the person even campaign against Bwala in the Southwest? Who is that joker? Okay, so if you cannot take it from the Southwest, you don't have to look where I'm going to take it from. So you see, pity me, and you guys, please be praying for me. It's not easy to be farm in this country. My sons are living in Germany, and I speak very French or German. I can file Antrag Familien zusammen. And I'll be stranger. I can speak the language. I can be in England the next day in the morning if I want. America either. Standing here is to stand in the gap for all of us. Those of us who have seen how systems work. Those of us who have seen how somebody can just be sick, go to the hospital, they'll be asking him stupid questions, they will treat him. Those of us that have seen how your doctor will even call you whether you've come for your last checkup. Those of us who have seen how they will prescribe some medicine for you, some of them are free. Those of us who have seen how your wife will be pregnant, nobody will ask you to pay hospital bill. Those of us, these are the things, this is the thing that we desire for our country, and it can happen. But for it to happen, we all must be more determined. So if he says he's running now, the first question I'm going to ask him, sir, are you not tired of losing? Sir, what are you going to do differently? Sir, what are we going to do with Peter Obi? I don't believe that Peter cannot win alone. If Obasanjo could win election alone from prison, Peter can win alone. We can decide as opposition that, okay, we are going to lose Abi. Oh yeah, let's go and lose with Peter. But for us to lose with Peter, we need to sit Peter down. All this production to conduction, production to conduction, Malaysia to Tanzania to Tanzania, that is crap. You need to be telling us precisely things that we can hear. You want to make production, but how will you do it? Are you going to flog them? Are you going to drag them to the field? And the whole of Niger State, the land of Niger State is more than Malaysia and Indonesia, is more than Holland. Yes. Are you going to force them to farm? Are they your children? So if you are, guys, it's hard. It's hard. But I just believe that we should not give up. We should not tire. And may the best man win. And look, I'm not a fool. I follow the reform that Bwala Tinubu is doing. I concede the challenges he has in the past. I concede the errors of a pioneer. What do I mean by that? Let me explain before they misinterpret me. We are all Nigerians, we are Africans. There was a time in this country where to get the visa to go to London was a lot of stress for our people. People like the Bwala Tinubu, they were the pioneers that started living like that. Some of the challenges that is beginning to appear as challenges are the challenge of pioneers. His own children can't have that kind of challenge. So I'm not going to kill him because of the challenge of the pioneers. Oh, is this, is that, is this, is that. I hear. What I'm interested in is what he's doing, how it's impacting the economy. Can we please make it easy? Your governors are making more money. Why are you shouting Bwala Tinubu's name instead of calling your governors? Your local government are getting more money. Why are you calling his name? If your local government cannot grade your own roads, how is that Bwala's problem? How is that any president's problem at that? And if you want to reduce Nigeria to outside is this, Yoruba is this, that, well, let them we will let them know that we know the activity executors who sat at the balkanization of Yugoslavia. Nations, when you open the Bible, the first few pages of an old Bible, you will see the map of the world. You will see how few the countries are. Babylon, this so few countries. The landmass has not increased though. And yet we cannot even list all the countries in the world. So nobody should threaten us with any nonsense. And nobody is going to even allow underage voting. And please be prepared for the fact that Bwala Tinubu, as president, is going to preside over the election. And even Muhammadu Buhari, who was practically ill and in the hospital, they don't even fear Bwala enough. In 2019, after we lost and won, all the leaders in Nigeria, Baba Sojo, Yara, the T.Y. Danjuma, the great people that they like to call owners of the old men now, they left Buhari after the 2015 election, claiming that they were disappointed in him. Only Bwala Tinubu among the big generals, if you want to call him a civilian general, that stood with Buhari for 2019. All these generals, they came and supported Atiku. Did we win? Bwala supported Buhari, who was mostly ill, not well. This, he won. It is that one that is sitting on the horse, that is having the knife, is having the cake, is having the cane, that you are just opening your mouth to say, we won't vote for him. Yes? Well, you vote for him. Let them count it first now. I just know that we can beat him, but we cannot beat him if all we are doing is just playing. The opposition, one of my leaders that I learned from, was a former leader of another country. You know what he used to say? He used to say that elections are a referendum in two ways. it is a referendum for the ruling party and what the ruling party is doing. But it's also a referendum on the opposition and what they will claim they want to do. If the people do not get convinced that what the opposition is bringing is better than what the ruling party is doing, the ruling party will always win, because people will not leave certainty for uncertainty. I live my life by that action. I'm just punishing myself, really. I'm just not greedy. I've just managed to live with little. If not, there's no reason for me to be with them and not with my friends and my brothers. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. You said you were
You made my
offended by
day. Thank you. You didn't disappoint.
all right, brilliant, excellent. So we go on, we carry on in the order that people came in. So we go to Ekene, and then from Ekene we go to Kulata. From Kulata, the third person, Otunba, he especially wants to speak to you about Ogun State politics. But we start with
Fantastic.
go to Kulata, and then we land on BT, and then we carry on still. Ekene, you know the format. Unmute, introduce yourself to Otunba. Tell him where you're joining from. Put a question to him. Ekene.
One man.
I can't see Ekene's face. So
I no lie to me. Then Nigeria. You cannot see me, even if you will not see me. I'm in darkness.
Okay, Ekene, my man. How are you? One man, Bopo. Afa.
Okudele, welcome back.
God will keep you well for mentioning that name. Guys, you see that name you mentioned? That's the Igbo name I gave myself, Okudili. Thank you, my brother.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome back. I'm happy to have you back again. From Alaba International.
Yes, my beloved brother.
Yeah. Well, you know, last time you came, even though I'm not a supporter of this government, especially the way things are. So people know me here as a critical of APC and Bwala Tinubu. But nevertheless, the tax reform bill you made a lot of sense here. A lot of us are of the same mind that if that bill will work, that would be one of the best things that would ever done as a president. But the opposition is too much. I don't know how he's going to pass through it. But what I want to ask you now is the politics in general. I really want to understand what is going on between Atiku and P2B, because I don't see any opposition in Nigeria. If we are talking about opposition, PDP is no opposition, Labour is no opposition. So what platform are these Atikus, P2B, a lot of them, are they trying to ride on PDP or Labour Party? What are they trying? What would they use? What is their plan? What is the format they are putting on for 2027? Because PDP with Wike, I don't see it going anywhere. And Labour with Abure, that one na zero. We should tell ourselves the truth. So what are they really planning for 2027? I want to understand that from you.
Yeah, Kenny, thank you. You know, the problem with both of them, both Peter and Atiku, is that they are not ready for the hard work required to win an election. They are assuming that just by looking at their last numbers, that adding it together is enough to carry them over the line. But these things are not so simple. For you to win an election, in my opinion, it is the kind of thing Peter is doing plus the type of thing that I'm doing that can work. Peter has been extremely engaging. He's been going here, going there, touching this. We have been seeing another, deliberate and intentional part of him. And you would have been seeing me doing the same. The first thing we need to, first of all, ascertain is that who did the Nigerians want? We cannot force a combination on Nigeria that is not what the Nigerians want. If the Nigerians want Atiku, we know as we're going around now. I've been going around. If it is P2B that the Nigerians want, we know. We don't have to insist that the only way P2B can be president is it has to be vice to Atiku. I don't believe that. I believe that if we Nigerians really want Peter, we will look for somebody that is also able to balance that ticket with him, and we will look for a platform that we can tell Nigerians to please help us use this platform to install it, assuming that's what the Nigerians want. If Nigerians want Atiku, we'll then have to start looking at where is the practical and the most pragmatic way to get you know what they call it, a deputy for him. Remember that as at the time you are doing primaries, it is only the presidential candidate that used to emerge. And remember that you may do primaries, you may deceive people to say you will give them vice presidential tickets. And when you get primaries and win finish, you will now begin to remember that you don't want to go that route. Well, I don't know what both of them are up to. You are here when I said I've asked him twice. I sat with Peter after the election twice. Once in Abuja, once at Sheraton in Lagos where we talked. I congratulated him for trying so hard and for being an outlier. That means somebody that did more than what everybody expected. And I tried to tell him, you need to settle down. You cannot be a human being who people will say that if you are in ABGA and there's a problem in ABGA, you will come to PDP. If there's a problem in PDP, you will go to Labour. If there's a problem in Labour, you will go elsewhere. That's not leadership. You must have to understand that the political party itself, reforming it and being there and strengthening it is all part of building tenacity, building capacity, building patience, even with the Nigerian nation. As of today, Peter has his obedient movement. Me, I have the alternative. If Peter comes and tells me he wants to run, I will ask him which platform. If I look at the structure and I see the effort, I will ask him, what are you going to do about this, about that, about this, about that? If he speaks a language that I think can be useful, I've told my friends who know me, the only human being I'm ready to lose election with is Peter Obi. Let me repeat. If it is my destiny to lose 2027 election, the only person I will lose it with is Peter Obi. Why? Because if I lose the election with Peter Obi, I will be happy with myself that at least I tried to push for us to break that glass ceiling so that nobody will make another person inferior in this country. And when you are looking for who to make inferior, you can never make the Igbos feel inferior in the country that we all collected independence together. There's nothing you are bringing to the table that they cannot bring. There's no brains you have that they don't have. There's no human capital you have that they don't have. I don't agree that anyone is superior to anyone. And I do not agree that we're going to create a super race out of the Fulanis and the Yorubas, passing baton only between themselves. I don't agree. So, but Peter has to settle down. He has to open himself up. He cannot be going everywhere with only a briefcase with him alone. You say, yeah, I know the gifts, I know the carry person, nobody can. You can't lead like that. You will shrink the country to your size. You need to open up a little bit more. You need to begin to do a lot more than the things you've done. You've been speaking to us now for close to 3 years. We have not seen anything inspiring, apart from the fact that, okay, you are frugal. And when you even talk about being frugal, at best you say you do anti-corruption. What does that even mean, So, but Peter can enjoy my support because I can think that, well, at the end of the day, even if we win, at least God will know that Sowunmi, you tried. But any other person that wants to go and lose the election should count me out of his losing team. So I don't know what they are doing. When they know what they are doing, they will tell us. They want to win. They want to run APC's and Muhammadu Buhari's playbook. It will work. That playbook worked for Buhari and Bola Tinubu because both of them were ready to deregister their party. Nobody is going to deregister PDP for Atiku or Peter Obi. It's not going to happen. So that means temporarily you can consider there will be a presidential candidate in PDP. Nobody is going to deregister Labour Party for Peter Obi. You can take that to the bank. That means Labour Party will either have a candidate or they will be negotiating. So if those people are going to have candidates, Showore is going to be a candidate. Everybody is going to be a candidate at the same time. The best that Peter Obi and Bola Tinubu and Atiku can do is go and either bring a new party or take a new one that would also run them into the same problem that they are running away from. So I don't know how they are going to do it. I've looked at the Southeast. You now have Hope Uzodinma, who is not going to have the inconvenience of a governorship election to supervise presidential election. You have Dave Umahi, former governor, and they have governor there too. You have our former Senate president from Ebonyi. They are all there. I've seen that the APC of Bwala Tinubu has created more inroad into the southeast. So anybody can say whatever they like. If we are not careful, even Peter may not be able to pull out the numbers he pulled out the last time, because people can be a bit in a hurry to also be part of a winning team. And I don't know how it will play out, but I will always suggest it is not the candidate that we need first. The first thing we need to do is to strengthen the vehicle so that the vehicle will be strong and that vehicle can carry all of us over. Who wants to be governor? Who wants to be this? Who wants to be that? That's what I believe. And I've started the alternative as a way of us talking among ourselves. And I've been telling people, find us the candidate. Anywhere I go, we administer questionnaire. What do you want about your country? Find us the candidate. You never know. We may go back and do the benchmark and find out that most of Nigerians are talking about Peter. We will not, if they are talking about Peter, I won't tell them they are talking about Paul. And if they are talking about Atiku, I won't tell them they are talking about someone else. But it's not as easy as that. PDP has given Atiku ticket 2 times. The party will be a little bit, I know what they will do. They will try to be a bit creative. Because the party will ask itself, are they going to be perpetually giving the ticket to only one person? Or do I always tell them, you did not give him ticket. He won in the primaries. So, one man, that's my answer to that. We don't know what they are doing.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Yes, let me move it round just for the benefit of people. Once I've been round the cycle, if Otunba is still happy to wait, then we'll loop round again. Kulata, you're up next. You know the format. Unmute, introduce yourself. Tell Otunba where you're calling from. Put a position to him. But before you do that, let me signpost in the direction of our people. People listening, we've got Omoyele Sowore joining us on the 4th of January. So he joins us, so we will review the year gone by, and then we project to the year to succeed that. And then, still within that first month of January, we'll be having a gentleman called Captain Ado Sanusi join us as well. He's from the Royal Stock of Kano State, so that should be quite epic. But we're still farming up that, so that's why I'm not giving you a date. But Sowore already locked and booked. So Kulata, the format, your question to Otunba.
I think your guest has left.
Yeah, I think it's it may well be within earshot. Yes, but
let me first come back.
Yeah, have you been enjoying the? It's quite a.
I didn't know you were doing this now, so I joined late.
No. Yes, I think it was actually guilt that made Otunba volunteer to come on today. I think he felt bad that we were all waiting yesterday, so he said, "Okay."
Okay, let me introduce. So Otunba, Kulata. This is the second time I'm speaking to you. I'm your brother's friend, somewhere in the United States.
Okay.
Buddy.
Okay. So show me.
Your cousin, brother. I mean, I think maybe first cousin or something.
Yes, my first cousin. Yes.
All right. So I have a quick question, then a bit of more detailed question. So can you tell me, out of the 13 core North states, which one is governed by a Hausa man?
None.
Can you tell me when an Hausa person has become president since 1960?
I think unless you want to say Tafawa Balewa, which he was not president.
He's not.
I know. You're asking me questions that you have answers to. I mean, come on. Listen. The Hausas have the original Bokwe. They call them the Hausa Bokwe. 7 great kingdoms who somehow allowed themselves to be overwhelmed by the Fulanis because of the Usman Danfodio thing. Unfortunately for the Hausas, they didn't seem to get the memo that whatever it is that Usman Danfodio did by conquest, the Fulanis also lost it by conquest to the Europeans. And that if the Hausas are happy that their language will be spoken and that the Fulanis will be the one in power, then there's nothing we can do about that. But I think that if you look at the way the country is, especially because of the countries of the Middle Belt, it is beginning to produce a conversation that is saying what's going to happen to the other tribes. But for people that are not from that area, the convenient conversation is just to leave it the way they have left it and call it Hausa Fulani as one group. Because if you do that, then they have the right to come to us and say, when was the last time Mani Kitiman was president? When was the last time Mani Jebuman was president? Let us not become a people who don't understand that all countries, including the one you people are, England and America, also have tribal and ethnic cleavages, but they downplay it because of their national identity. In England, for instance, you have the Celtic, you have the Welsh, you have the Irish, you have a lot of all those people, but they downplay it to be British. And in America, you know the peoples you have there too, they downplay it so that they all can be American. You have the German American, the Kukuyes, the Latin Americans, the Irish Americans, the Spanish Americans, and all that. They downplay. So I would say, where you are taking that your conversation to, I don't want us to spend time on it. We have accepted that the country, General Abacha did Nigeria a great favor by dividing it into 6 geopolitical zones. If not for that 6 geopolitical zone, we would have been assuming that some people will sit down in Sokoto and just assume that when they cough in Sokoto, that's what's going to happen in the whole of the country. The North itself, and I've been telling them there, they have lost a lot of ground by not being fair to their other members. And as such, the Middle Belt now is not even feeling a part of them anymore from all the killings of their people and all of that. And I've been warning the North that Northwest, 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 you are going to lose the Northeast if every time a Northeastern man gets up, you people will not support him. It will not be not enough for you. You will look for all the excuses not to support him. But when you people in the Northwest get up, when your son gets up in the Northwest, you will expect the Northeast to support you. You are risking that this thing will not work because now you have lost the Middle Belt and you will likely lose the Northeast if you continue with that arrangement.
Thank you. But I mean, what I was trying to get to is when we're talking about marginalization, I think that's the most marginalized group in the country.
The Hausa
But
people.
yes.
Yeah, but if they are, I mean, you can't be, listen now, every state is marginalizing somebody. I'm from Ogun State now. A Yewa man has not been president, has not been governor in our state for almost 50 years. Is that not marginalization? There is just a way majority minority number works, you know, and we are all hypocrites, all of us. We like to talk about marginalization only when it is affecting our own interest. But when our interest is affecting other people, we pretend as if there's no word called marginalization. I don't like to log now. I prefer to be fair to everybody. I prefer to be kind to everybody, and I prefer to be firm to everybody. That argument you are running into in the North, the question that will be asked is that, did anybody prevent a Hausa man from getting up to try to contest governor so that we can even see them? Can we, who are not even Northerners, identify who is in Hausa and who is not Hausa when everybody dresses the same way and everybody speaks the same language? Yes, we know Fulani exists and we know there's a Fulani language, but my argument and my quarrel with the Fulani really is that it is carelessness on behalf of the Nigerian nation that we have allowed our territorial integrity to be invaded by all Fulanis, not minding where they come from. So some people will be coming from Guinea Conakry, they'll say they are Fulani, they'll be coming to Nigeria. Some will be coming from Niger, they are Fulani in Nigeria. And then before we know it, the problems that Fulanis, if you like, the problems that is not happening in other people's area will not be happening in our own northern Nigeria. I've not seen any other nation in Africa where farmers and herders are fighting so much to the extent that they are killing farmers and all that. Why would we accept it in Nigeria except for the fact that we are not our country is not being governed by men. Our country is being governed by people who are only interested in the very foolish things of the world. Leaders are supposed to be interested in immortality. Leaders are supposed to be interested in big ideas. Leaders are supposed to be interested in making sure that the territorial integrity of their country is greatly protected. Leaders are supposed to be interested in making sure that the smallest person in their country feels loved, feels belonged, feels taken care of, not reduce a nation to what we are trying to reduce it to.
All right, let me go to my main question. Quick one. So I don't know if you guys discussed this, but 2027. So I was looking at the paper or online today, I saw Obasanjo with this kind of guy, Kwakwanso, and Donald Duke. So I don't know. I mean, if you have to read meaning into it, let's just say something is cooking. And then you have Peter Obi that, in my opinion, has managed to mess up Labour Party. He's not been able to turn it into a vehicle. A vehicle. Then you also have your own party that is not really serious, still toying with
Why?
Atiku
Why do you say
Abubakar.
PDP is not serious?
No, I'm going to get there now. Still toying with Atiku Abubakar, that's in advanced age, still tolerating some Wiki, still has, I mean, nobody frontal from the north or from anywhere in the country that kind of like seems like a credible opposition. And you are now supposed to have that fragmented group to go and compete with an incumbent Bola Tinubu. Are we really serious that there's something in 2027 that's supposed to be an election? That's my question.
Okay, first of all, you have not been fair to PDP. And I'll tell you why. With due respect, that political party is the most stable political party since 1998 when they were all formed. It's the same name, the same numbers, and all that. Democracy does not include that people will not talk, or people will not struggle, or people will not pursue interest. And all of the elections, including the ones that have been going on since these issues that you all talk about, PDP has been producing candidates. They won Bayelsa. They did very well in Edo. We believe we won Edo, but that will be for the cost to decide. We were second in Ondo. Everywhere we've been doing as well as we can. Our primaries have been less contentious. Yes, Nyesom Wike is in APC and PDP at the same time. That's an anomaly. But these kinds of mistakes occasionally happens because God has not given us all the same type of strategic brain at the same time. They may have imagined it to be a different way, and it is now a different way. Don't forget that Bola Ige was in AD and he served in Obasanjo's government. So maybe they made a genuine mistake, although I would never have made that kind of mistake anyway. They also now they are discussing. They've done congresses for their local ESCOs in almost everywhere. They've done the ones for their local governments. They've done the ones for their wards. In some states, out of 36 states, they've done a good number. Only a few is left. What do you think a political party means? Our rivals that you are pampering, the only thing they have is the federal government. You've never had them do anything like a local government congress and all that. We do primaries. And that's why you see people struggling for tickets here, because we don't wait on the government or one person telling us this is the... Even if you told us this is the candidate, that's the more reason why people will even contest against him. Now, you say, well, I've not done anything about Atiku. I don't know what you want us to do about him. Atiku is an individual, like I said, he's entitled to his ambition. He has not told anybody he is contesting. Definitely he has not told me. And I think, unless he thinks he has, maybe he has moved on, but more than likely, I'm one of those few people he will try to tell if he's made up his mind. And he's not a small boy in this game, so he will be doing the calculations very well. But you don't expect him to disappear from the surface of the earth because he didn't win the last election. In any case, he was the one that came second, so he still has a duty to be speaking, and he's doing that. He's writing texts, he's doing all of that. So I think that don't worry about PDP. By the time we get to the elections, you will see that we'll do a primary. We'll talk about zoning. We'll count the votes. We have always counted. Nobody can win our elections, our primary ticket without working for it. So we'll see how that goes. Will Atiku get our ticket? He has not said he's going to contest. He will have to face primary more than anybody else. He knows what it is. So Atiku, they will do that. In terms of Obasanjo and Kwankwanso and everybody going to visit him, well, I like Obasanjo very well, but you know, Obasanjo, they are joking with the person in time of the villa. Bwala Tinubu, with due respect, because I know him, that's why I can speak a little bit like this. Bwala Tinubu has mastered the act of not wasting his time on irrelevancies. Can I repeat? In the business of politics, Bwala Tinubu has mastered the act of not wasting his time on irrelevancies. He will always look at the political space and do what is relevant politically. So I don't think that Kwankwaso and all these people can really do him any harm. They can't. Obasanjo supported will be the last time. It didn't make much of a difference. Supported Atiku in 2019, it didn't make much of a difference. So if they think Bwala Tinubu is going to win or lose according to his own efforts, and that's the only thing I can say. Whether there will be an election in 2027, Nigerians, that's why I'm going around begging people, let's rethink this thing. There are 93 million registered voters in Nigeria. It would have even increased. There was about 86 million collected PVC in the last election. It may have increased or decreased, I don't know. When we check the numbers, Bola Tinubu won with 8.7 or 8.8, maybe let's just round it up, 9 million votes out of 93 million registered voters. Why will anybody think that Bola Tinubu cannot be defeated? Bola Tinubu's policies may make sense to the elite. There's a lot of poverty in the hinterland, and there's a miscommunication of his program too. So you'll be shocked that if you go around the country, most people are not finding his policies funny. But people who understand economics, who understand the long-term vision, who understands how it takes time for policies to make sense, who understands where it's going, may applaud it. But are we the one feeding the people that are hungry? So don't say that nobody can beat Bola Tinubu. I guarantee you it can be beaten. My frustration is with our people who are not getting ready, who are not ready to do the work. Do you know the amount of donkey work I'm doing? Just so make sure that the society is even sensitized and conscientized, that they don't even sell their votes and they understand what that means. But will I, after about how many years now? I've been doing this thing for so long, and I've been in PDP since 98. I've never left. So why will I don't know, Jerry, except for the fact that I wish Ashwadu was not a Yoruba man. By now, I would have done PDP for him. But there's a part of me that also feels like, is it because he's a Yoruba man? You know, I self-audit myself a lot. And I don't want a situation where it appears as if, hey, now his brother is there. It's not so. It's not like that. And I will not kill my brother for you people. That's not going to happen. If you are thinking that, banish it from your mind. If I can tell you who is doing some things wrong and I scream and shout, if he does some things right, I will scream and shout, because for me, the country just has to make progress. We started out as young people. We've gotten gray now. I can't be part of anybody sitting down to be thinking about how Nigeria as a nation will not do well. I can never be part of anybody that wants to be shaming the country every day. I can never be part of anybody that thinks that when they wake up in the morning, their only answer is, it's not working, it's not working, it's not working. I don't believe in that. I believe that we should be pragmatic. I believe that we should look at the glass as half full, not saying it's half empty. Because if we are behaving like these Africans, we are a bit entitled. What do we want the Ukrainians to do? What do we want the people in the Middle East to do? What do we want Palestinians to do? Those are countries too. Did they offend God? What do we want the people in America to do? What do we even want the Britons, who are the owners of their country, watching their own country being decolorated by foreigners that they've allowed in? So I think that nations are going through a lot, and any patriotic person should come to the table with firm opinions that he wants to bring, but not an opinion that shames his country or puts his country down. After all, of the 250, 230 million people in Nigeria, not all of us are in government. Not all of us have ESCC issues. Not all of us are stealing the money. Not all of us have been your governors. We have just been here wishing the country well. So that's that.
All right, brilliant. We've got about 3-4 more people. Otunba. We've got BT, Baba T, and then we've got Ola after that. We've got Trump Daddy, and then Tony Africa with the last question. BT, you know the format. Unmute, introduce yourself to the Otunba, tell him where you're joining us from, put a question to him. BT.
Yeah, good evening. BT from Boston, fellow Egbaman, Igbe /Ake.
I'm Olójúfẹ́.
How are you?
I'm Olójúfẹ́.
Nice.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm okay. Okay, so I have 2 questions. So my first question, because you earlier on you were talking about you don't want to let PDP down, let people down. So let's discuss how PDP let you down during the primaries.
More than 1,000 times.
Thank you. So that's my point. So let me just give you the timeline now. So I remember that you had two parallel primaries, right?
Yes.
The one that you won and the one that she's like Adebutu won.
Yes.
Right? And then you went to a court, right? High court, right? And
Yes.
they annulled his own primaries. But
Exactly.
some way, somehow in November, that was overturned. Can you explain to us what really happened during that primaries, please? Thank you.
Okay.
And
The
then
first thing is that, you see, we were all trying to be governors. And the Ogun Central, which is the Egbas where I come from, they've never given PDP ticket for governor. Since 1999, they gave Kuye Ijebu, they gave Daniel Ijebu, they returned it to Daniel Ijebu Remo, then they gave Olurin, then they gave Isiaka, then they gave Kashamo. So they were always bypassing us. And what happened was that it was making the party weak because the Egba people who have majority numbers too, because of population, they were always using opposition to win. So and I thought that we can't just be wanting to be governor for governor's sake. The conversation must be had on policy, on programs, and all of that. So we went and contested. He then went and said the executive that is supposed to do primary for us were the ones that bought his form. So I took him to court. Now, no, the executive cannot they can't buy ticket form for you when they are going to be the one to supervise the primary that I'm going to be an interested candidate. And so we did parallel. At the lower court declined jurisdiction. So I took him to the Court of Appeal. Luckily, the Court of Appeal said I was right. Jurisdiction was there. So for a full determination, there's a way a court will agree with you, but they won't give a determinate position, like say, go and install him. So I then took them to Supreme Court so that the Supreme Court would do a final determination. Because I was afraid that they will say they have a lot of case on their hand. I kind of like got my lawyers to put it to be outside pre-election. You know what I mean? So they didn't call it on time. And when they didn't call it on time, it was time to the election. The party had made up their mind. The thing about the party is that the party thinks that money is everything. The party does not understand that even the money, there's a science to how you spend it. Otherwise, why did Buhari beat Jonathan? But you can tell them this. They like money so much. They went for what they went for. And I just thought, okay, Segun, if you have been telling people about supremacy and all that, now that you are in the eye of the storm, what are you going to do? Easily, I could have joined Akwa Abiodun and just left them with their bullshit and sailed off into the sunset. But I said, okay, let me just stay and just work hard. And to God be the glory, I worked very hard. God helped us. We won in my area by the largest margin. And I still tried, okay, UPDP, now stop quarreling. Whatever is what, Adebutu tried. At least we saw that he did well. So let's know that even if it's not Adebutu, it means that the party can still do well. Instead of them to listen, they are fighting again and all that. And I'm not joining them in that. I'm just saying, okay, let's keep moving it on. Let's be pushing. Let's kick the can further afield. But one thing I know for sure is that I will never join anybody to wish Ogun State bad. And I will never use my own ambition. I will never sidestep or step down my own desire for any other human being. I've done that, I'm no longer a small boy. If we know, now I'm here now, I told them, let me be national chairman. Southwest has not been national chairman before. I have a model that can accommodate all of you and the best man will win. Let's reform the party. We have to, the ruling party cannot be fighting inflation, fighting unemployment, fighting everything. And opposition will just be sitting down. That's not how it's done. Opposition is meant to be repairing itself. Opposition is meant to be rewriting its own playbook. Opposition is meant to be reviewing itself. Opposition is meant to be opening up itself to more people. Do you understand? I've been screaming that. I'm waiting for them. Today they will say they will do primary. Even the neck they are talking about, I had to take the party to court to compel them to do neck. Can you imagine the Bwala, spending money and all of that? Now they've done the neck. They've not made up their mind what they want to do with the neck. Now they are kicking the can ahead. Tomorrow it's next week. Next week somebody died. Next week it's somebody else that died. And I'm looking at it and I'm saying, hey, before we get a fait accompli on our hand, that we will not now be able, somebody will be planning, in case there's a rumor that some people are planning that PDP should not have candidates. You better let me go and start sensitizing the people of the country so we can look for leaders that can lead the country, or for it to be democracy, won't there even be some form of opposition? And I have told you people, I've started the alternative. I'm working very hard on it. I'm doing it by myself. I'm spending my money. I'm really working hard to get the people to reason up and think about the democracy. I've done Abuja. I've done North Central Jos. I've done Northeast in Bauchi, me and my friends. And we'll do Northwest in Kano in a few days' time by Thursday, by the grace of God. So what can only one man do?
Okay.
We are trying.
Thank you for that. Let me ask the second question so that the next question, because each time I come on this platform, they're always talking about Lagos train. They are building. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm from Ogun State. I know what we are capable of doing. We should be competing with Lagos. We should have all these resources. But I have given up on that. But for 4 years, so carbon that one. I'm not just wait for 4 years. But you brought up fairness and equity earlier in regards to Southeast. So in Ogun State, the Yewa people, you also talked about earlier. So are you going to make a push for them, because they also deserve a shot to become governor? And and the way you're talking, I think you should have this ambition to become governor. Do you have that ambition to become governor?
No. Hold on. Let's put it this way.
Okay.
I had gone out very early to say that yes, anybody that wants to be governor should present himself because it's their right. But that I do not agree that anybody would bully the Yewa people off the ticket. And I had even gone in public to say, you people, you can't be bullying Senator Solomon Adjola, the one that is known as Yayi. That he's been coming around, whether it's too late, or this is mother is nobody's interested. Beat him in the primaries or beat him in the general election. Do you get? And I've been saying to my Egba people, please do not irritate everybody by saying that you cannot stay outside power. What's the meaning of that nonsense? Before Dr. Abiodun became governor, Ibikule Amosun was an Egba man, he was governor. After Dr. Abiodun, who is a Remo and Ijebu man, becomes governor, I'm not saying we should not make a push for it, but we can't be acting entitled. We are not that entitled. And I have been saying to them, I don't want us in Egba land to become hated the same way everybody in Nigeria started hating Fulani people because they thought they were the only ones winning presidency. And I have said, let's continue the dialogue and the conversation. That the most important thing, before you even talk about aspiration, you have to look at the platform. If you don't repair the party platform, if the party does not have integrity, if Nigerians don't believe in the party, there's just so much one individual can do. And I have gone on now to start the alternative, to be begging people that if the politicians have disappointed you, forgive us. Now, since you don't like the people we're bringing, now bring us the people you want. Let us all agree that we will not give up on democracy so that you all will be coming out. You can be exercising your franchise. You don't pay for PBC, we give it to you for free. Why would you not even want to be civil and responsible on the day of election? If the American citizens don't turn up on the election day, they won't be able to install the leader they want. Ditto for the Briton. You can't be liking other people's country and then you will be irresponsible, you won't show up. These are all advocacies that one is doing in preparation. And let us be clear, the ruling party of Bwala Tinubu had barely done 2 years. They've not to 2 years yet. By May next year, they will be 2 years. Half the time. We cannot be a nation that will be in perpetual campaign. We can't be doing politics all the time and distracting governors. We pay them too much salary. We give them too much privilege. When they have been declared the winner, we should at least let them walk. If we're going to criticize them, we should criticize them on policy. I have criticized them on devaluation very, very hard. I've criticized them on not balancing the appointments so that everybody in Nigeria can feel involved. I've criticized them on using palliative and giving the money to the governors who can't be giving it to the people that it's not working. These guys are too corrupt for this kind of system. I've criticized them on their neoliberal policy that seeks to be making a Rockefeller out of Aliko Dangote without thinking about the poor. I've done that. But that's on policy. That's on program. I've applauded them when they've done some things that are good. You cannot see, your eyes can't be ugly. Your eyes have to be beautiful. For you to have beautiful eyes, you have to be seeing good in others. You have to see good even in your rivals. You can't have an ugly mouth and an ugly eye, and ugly everything is just your country. And at the end of the day, even where you are in the diaspora, they still call you Nigerians. They're barely tolerating you because they have very high human rights records, that they've set a bar for themselves, and they are living according to those rules. But don't hate your country. That's all I'm saying.
My point is that, like you just said, PDP has always leaned towards Ogun East, right? They've always leaned towards Ogun East. So how are we sure that they will consider the Yewa people in this coming election?
When was the last time they won the election in Ogun? The last time they won the election in Ogun was with Daniel.
Yes.
And so if they don't want to consider any other person apart from them, maybe they will lose. Is that a crime?
So are you calling PDP and the Ijebu party in Ogun State? I'm only asking the question. Don't have to call trouble.
No. Well, the thing is that, hey, again, let me tell you one thing. That matter that you're talking about.
No, say it now. Go ahead and say it. Don't.
No, wait. Do you know how expensive elections are? Ladi Adebutu, if that's the best thing you want to talk about, he's lucky because his father has a lot of money. And his father is quite a generous man, and there's enough money to manage the process. Imagine that before you day of the poll money, sometimes they moved it to 30,000 naira per vote. You are looking at about close to 6 billion. You are going to go to court, stand, this, that, all the way to Supreme Court. You are looking at another close to 2 billion to pay their salaries. Managing the electoral people, the politicians themselves, their mother is sick, their father is dead, this is that, this is those. Who do you think is the social security of the country? It's all politicians now. So these are the things that give him an advantage. And don't forget that Buriji Kashamutu was doing that. Unfortunately, the Egbas, our people don't have that kind of resource. I don't have that kind of resource. But we are pretty popular. And if they are not careful, we'll not do with them. I'm not going to lose. I've told everybody, I'm not losing the next election with any damn soul. I've sacrificed too much. Even if it is just to go and even sit down and talk to government in a way that some of the ideas that we have will not even die. I'm going to be part of the party that is going to win in Ogun and in the national.
Hopefully they listen to you. Hopefully they listen. Thank you very much.
If they don't, I'm screaming, I'm shouting, I'm walking, I'm running, I'm doing everything I need to do. Listening is hard. They are the ones that have the right. Listen, this is the thing that makes you angry with Nigeria. Look at Kemi Bodeno, what's her name now? The leader of the Democratic Party. Do you know what I always tell myself? That if this girl had been in Nigeria, where would she even be? I've been here screaming and shouting, showing skill, talking, doing everything humanly possible, speaking to all the right issues. The system that threw up Kemi is the same kind of system that threw up Obama. And that is the same system that is frustrating someone like me. But they can never frustrate me because you know what? I always tell myself, for my own mental strength, I will say, Segun, wanting to serve people is good. Offer yourself to serve them because you will do a damn good job. But don't get angry if they don't let you serve them because you can still enjoy your life without serving them. If not, one will be frustrated with them now. How can any woman being see me, show me alive? And they wanted to pick a publicity secretary for PDP. And some idiots sat down there and say, because they think I'm close to Atiku. Okay, tell me, what kind of publicity do they even have now? Imagine if I'm not the publicity secretary for them. Look at the amount of work I'm doing, the amount of interviews, the amount of jump here, the amount of pushback, the amount of crossing swords with their rivals. What if they had even just allowed me to be their publicity secretary, assuming they had allowed me? But at that time, they conveniently looked for their friends who are not passionate about nothing, and then they are surprised that they are not getting traction. A political party needs 4 key players, to maybe 5. They need, first and foremost, primus inter pares, the publicity, because conversation, communication is all that's called politics. They need an organizational secretary who can organize them and make their systems very, very strong on reverse logistics. They need a youth leader that can speak to the youth demography and be active and be there with the youth and getting the things done. They need a woman leader that is a potential president in her own right, who can be speaking to women issues, not from the angle of putting your hands up and dancing for them or pretending as if sharing rapper is. Do you understand? But if a political party does not get that after being in existence for 27 years, what do you want me to do for them? They can't even agree among themselves what is the right course of action for what all Nigerians are demanding. All Nigerians, both at home and in diaspora, are demanding some form of firm action against the use of Wiki that is now Minister of FCT. And the political party is acting deaf. Sometimes the political party must understand that when the people wanted the head of John the Baptist, they have to get it because the people are the customer. You cannot be pretending as if you don't know that the people in the world, the Nigerians, consider the party as weak because it appears as if in error, there's one Winston Wike who is stronger than the party and is not in the party. Any party that needs a Messiah or an angel to come and tell them that before they know what to do, you know that that party is not serious now. The way you look at me, do I look like kind of person that would tolerate that nonsense from them? If I were being in charge.
Okay, so thank you so much for taking my questions. But you said Kemi earlier. Remember the other Kemi from Ogun State that they also defeated Nigeria. For some reason,
No. The Kemi too. Listen, she did very well as Minister of Finance. They just the way they are. Instead of them to look for how to make their daughters go high, they are always conveniently look for how to pull them down. If they pull that down, come talking about one nonsense and why it's something they could have just given her a small slap on the hand and let her continue her job. But that's the country for you now.
Yeah, but
that's why I'm trying to get the Nigerian citizens to get up and take over their democratic space and right. The promise of democracy is that everybody's vote matter. The electorate is the king, is the queen, is the prince, is the princess on election day. You cannot be selling your royal diadem. And even if you have allowed scoundrels to step on it, I'll do everything humanly possible with the platform alternative to help you pick it up and put it back on your head and set it straight. That's what I'm about.
Thank you, one man. Thank you, Segun. Thank you so much.
All right, brilliant. So, Oro Kemi ni kò ń sọ̀rọ̀ incompetence àbí.
If I came here,
hate Kemi ni kí wọ́n yá kán tẹ̀jọ́ orúkọ wọn.
Mo mọ̀ no wọ́n hate Kemi
Ṣètì Màtí ní kò lọ tẹ̀jọ́ orúkọ ẹ̀.
Wọ́n kàn stupid ni. Wọ́n mọ nǹkan tó ṣe wọ́n ni.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right, thank you, BT. Stay with us. So, Ola, you're up next. You know the format. Unmute, introduce yourself to Otunba. Tell him where you're joining us from. Put a question to him. Ola.
Do you guys realize there's 1 AM in Nigeria?
We only have 2 more people. I'm very conscious of your time. So, we only have 2 more people. Then
one man, just 1 second. 1 second. Yeah. Otunba, sir? Please, this is Baba. This platform is available for the alternative anytime, morning, noon, and night. Come talk to Nigerians. Come talk to Nigerians and the world. On behalf of one man and every panelist.
No, I've been saying that. Yes, that's very true, actually. And I'll speak to you with your permission offline about that. We'll see how that concept can be pursued. Yes, Otunba, we're going to have 3 more people, so you can be as rapid as you like with them. Ola is up next, Trump Daddy after him, the final words to Tony Africa. So as you can see, Ola, the Otunba has hinted that now, we're getting to the final phase. So unmute, introduce, tell him where you're joining from, a question. Ola.
Otunba, so, can you hear me?
No, I can hear you now. What did you say?
So I will be so quick. Already you know my name. Speaking from Canada, and I won't take your time. Now the direction I'm going to is, I think you'll be so fair about your assessment of Tinubu, because I know many of our citizens, we are not really in tune with what we should be facing, because given what we faced in the last 8 years of Bwala, there are some things we should not even be discussing now. So the policy so far, I think, is to prevent what happened under Bwala. So for you, the political elites, what direction are you going to make sure that the likes of Bwala will never emerge as the president of the country? And we've talked much about our constitution. Then how can we sustain ourselves in such a way that whosoever will become our president will no longer matter to even someone in my local village? That's the type of question. So what exactly are you going to do to educate the masses to look beyond the big power of Because we think of today, we never even thought that under Buhari we were facing a special threat. So what I did.
All right, thank you, Ola, and thank you for being so quick with the question as well. So, Otunba, that's the question. Your response.
Do you mind saying, Ray, because it was very low, I could barely hear him. Could you
No,
just paraphrase?
it was essentially how your class, the political class, going to ensure that we never in the history of that country experience what we experienced under Buhari ever again, because I think that would have been our lowest, and we had Abacha, but I don't think we've ever had it that low. So what are you doing to ensure that? And it's also asking about the sensitization to the necessities of the work being done by Tinubu, that it is beyond the being power. These are necessary foundational
Okay, all right. The first I will say is that, you see, guys, let us fear God and let us be extremely careful. I had gone to President Lula of Brazil, and then I had said to him that I told him I'd known him for a while anyway. So he was coming in to take over the country. So I said, when he comes in and settles a bit, I will come. I wanted to ask questions on what he met on ground. So I went to him, and then I was asking him about 3 questions, really, 3 main things. One, how is it that you people are able to feed yourselves with your agriculture and we are struggling? I was asking him, 2, what is it that you people are doing with your NMPC, it's called Petrobras? What are you doing with your NMPC that you guys are having so much and we were struggling? Then I was probing him that do you know that the people that did the work in your country were black slaves, mostly from Nigeria, and that in Bahia, most of the people there are even Yoruba extraction, so there's no argument about your origin. Are you people going to be making it in live, and you will just be watching us clap and just be cheering on while we are struggling? You can imagine how deep. So he then told me, for our Greek, he was going to send me to a minister of Agric and the minister of Homeland Agriculture or something like that. So I took an interpreter. I took some people because I like to have witnesses. So when I got to the one in charge of the homeland, the small scale shop, he started talking. And as he was talking, I was just saying in my mind, this is what Buhari was trying to do. Oh, this is what Buhari was trying to do. Oh, this was what Buhari was trying to do. It took me going to another country to go and hear what they're doing for sustainable agriculture to be able to realize that, what is wrong with us in this country? And what were those things they were telling me? They were talking to me about home school feeding program. And they were telling me that by that school feeding program, which they do here, they were taking the farm things that the food stuff they're going to use, right, from local farmers within the area to sustain those local farmers getting cash and to have use it for those products, and so that they can go back and farm some more. And then I remembered Buhari was talking about school feeding program. Then they were telling me about how they were doing cash transfer for specialized products. Then Buhari did special cash transfer for farmers for rice. Long and short, I began to see that the policies that Buhari wanted to run for the poor were not bad, because that's the policies that other countries are telling me they are running that is making their country great. Why then didn't it work in our country? It then gave me a stronger belief that our problem in Nigeria with leadership and with development and with people's satisfaction is lack of consequence. If we had been a nation where when people misbehave around national assets, there was consequences. They either go to jail or something serious, not this joke, not slap in the hand of take them in, bring them out. Most of the policies that our leaders run will work. I said that because it was only after I came back from that Brazil, I had to go and sit with General Buhari to ask the leader what happened, why, how. And then I realized that our presidency is designed in such a way that they make sure that the president never hears what he needs to hear. It's the job of some people around him. I mean, you can ask yourself one question. How would someone like Bwala Tinubu, of all people, be struggling with narrative manager? Someone that has, you know what I mean? Why would Bwala Tinubu be running policy and they will be able to explain it? It will not make sense. The media, it's just because I've seen that when somebody becomes a president in our country, they just kidnap him in the villa and they do whatever they like in his name. And Buhari could have sworn while he was head of state that they weren't stealing or that he didn't know, or they dare not steal. I was told that people used to go to the extent that when they are coming to the president, that's President Buhari, they will go and wear mean clothes, clothes that will show that they are poor. So, and how would he know? And don't forget that he was also very ill for a long time. So, in the long and short of it is that I think we have to accept that our leaders don't all have the same level of skill. You can't compare Obasanjo with someone like Jonathan. How? You can't compare Yara, you know what I'm saying? And you can definitely not compare Bola Tinubu with them. Because by localization, acculturization, the experiences he's had, the places he's visited, lived in America, being in Lagos, being a Yoruba person, some of these, our own, the way we criticize ourselves, our leaders can be slightly more ready. But all of them will still have to carry the burden of the failed expectations of the citizens that has not been met. I have gone around Nigeria and I've heard people even say in some parts of Nigeria that they would rather want Buhari back. I'm telling you all this because you said, how do we ensure that the Buhari never comes back? You'll be astonished that there are people sitting down somewhere in this country saying, how would they ever ensure that someone like Tinubu will not come back? The bottom line is that we are criticizing presidents too much in our country and leaving the governors to be on holiday. The way our country is designed, there is no law that says a governor cannot focus on agriculture, focus on tourism, or do creative things in their state. We mistakenly allowed our governors to believe that the state governorship seat is their private access to the inheritance of Solomon, which they are entitled to. So they can now take it and start carrying it all over the place and be calling themselves rich only because we gave them access to our till. And all the 36 states of the Federation, nobody agrees to criticize their own governors. Nobody agrees to criticize their local government chairmen. When I was criticizing PDP so much, I was criticizing Ogun State governor so much, at the time I backed off because I noticed that nobody else was criticizing their governor. And I did not want to criticize my own governor too much, lest we would just be making our own state look so bad, whereas the reality is that we only wanted him to do more. Do you get? Because others were not doing that. And before we can make our own, the black sheep, for nothing, I had to back off it because I noticed that the Nigerians were only interested in a president who will come and fix local government issues for them, who will come and fix their street for them, who will come and sweep the highway for them, who will come and go to the farm to go and farm for them so they can have food, who will come and, understand, and you can't run it that way. We need to be sure that local governors, subnationals are even the ones that can drive growth. And if the subnationals get serious, we'll find out that less and less pressure will be on the president. I'm saying this on behalf of all of them who have been president. For instance, there's no president in Nigeria that has written more policy than Jonathan. Jonathan wrote so many policies, Administration of Criminal Justice Act, this and that, just to ensure that we can be a greater nation. But unfortunately, because we're a country that criticizes the president and leave the others, we seem to be able to do that. And Ashadu is a little bit lucky because the media and our people, they have the ability. If he had been another human being that was the president today, that was carrying all the appointments and giving it to our people, I swear to God Almighty, Armageddon would have almost happened here, because they would have been using their capacity and everything to be criticizing, but he's getting away with murder because he's from their tribe. So I don't want us to think that Buhari was just sitting down there hoping and willing to destroy us. It was under Buhari that this Boko Haram thing got pushed so much to the back that the only thing that those ones are now doing is kidnapping and all that. Let us accept that the entire infrastructure that we are calling federal government needs to be improved. And like I always say, none is all good, none is all bad.
All right, thank you, Otunba. So, Otunba, we only have two more. We have Trump Daddy, and then we land it on Tony. So, Trump Daddy, Otunba now, well, just about had enough of a long day, but it will complete the people on the screen. And then Trump Daddy, the format, unmute, introduce yourself, tell Otunba where you're joining from, put a question. Trump Daddy.
Thanks, Woman. Can you hear me? Am I clear?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear, my brother. Trump Daddy. You have the name of the
yeah,
Trump.
Otunba.
You're a strong man who
He's a MAGA.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Otunba.
I love Trump too.
Oh, you do too? There you go. Nice. Okay. Yeah, long conversation. I've listened to your great submission, all the different questions they've been asking you. But let me just briefly. You mentioned quite a few times about what you learned about the politics in Brazil and United States and a couple other places. I'd like you to, take time and just give us a brief summary of what you actually learned, how that politics is any different from ours. But my take, though, on a country like Brazil is that their politics and the judiciary is equally as bad as that of Nigeria, if not worse. And I've said it on One Man Show quite a bit, actually, also, that in the 2020 election in America was perhaps the worst election in the world. There was a lot of corruption, election malfeasance, and so much bad stuff that happened. So, and I used to think Nigeria's election was pretty bad, too, until I experienced what happened in the States. And so my conclusion, quite frankly, is that election everywhere around the world, it's almost similar in a lot of ways. So I'd like to get your take how Brazil is any better than.
Thank you. Can I quickly run in there?
Better than
you are. Can I run in? Can I answer it? Are you done?
Sure, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. You see, what I notice with most of this country, including the United States, Brazil, and all that, is that one, there is deliberate consequences for people who are given the responsibility to lead, who cross the line. They are not afraid to try their leaders. They are not afraid to jail their leaders. You see, that singular thing makes it hard for leaders to just throw caution to the wind, number one. Number two, their political party concept includes looking for good people that they can throw up. They continuously do the research on themselves, and when they see stars, they provide their platform to lift them. That's how you were able to get Obama in America, and that's how it is in other areas. Then number three, I noticed that in their country, the ideological reasons, or if you like, underpinnings of those parties are very clear. The one that is saying, I'm going to take people out of my country, we're going to be nationalistic, we know. The one that is saying, we're going to be very free, Jane can marry Jane, Paul can marry Peter, you will know. So there will be a basis by which you are going to decide, I want to be left, or I want to be right. In our own country, 2023 made it even most clear. All of them said exactly the same thing in different ways. I will sell an NPC. I will privatize an NPC. I will say that I will remove subsidy. It has to go on day one. I'm going to float the currency. They were all just parroting neoliberal policies. And they were parroting it in the same way. And one of them now has won. And wherever they say, which I consider to be an afterthought really, that, oh, I could have done it differently. I just consider that to be them reacting when that which they said they were going to implement is being implemented, and they are now, hindsight, or because they're not the ones doing it, they are pretending as if you can have eggs, you can have omelette without cracking egg. That's neither here nor there. So that's the difference between them and ours. I don't also see people, especially those ones. Me, I've not been anything now. If I want a platform, can't I go somewhere? I've not done it since 1998. They will even be vice president. They will be governors. They will be presidents on that platform. If they are not hearing their party card, they are speaking ill of their party. If they are not jumping here, jumping there, how do you expect to build sustainable political parties when they behave like that? Somebody will wear a cap, he will carry umbrella in the morning. The next day, he will carry broom. And you will see, 2019, build up 2019, I had a town hall meeting with them, Rotimi Amici. And we had gone for a town hall meeting. I was speaking for PDP. And Rotimi, who just left PDP in the build up to 2015, came to the town hall meeting and had the temerity to be saying, the 16 years of PDP, I lost it. I stood up and asked him, if you are looking for the 16 years of PDP that is bad, now you be that now. Rotimi, you are here since 16 years of PDP. Is it not you people? Is it not you people? Was it me? Or did you ever see my name inside your paper taking anything from you people? And you have the temerity to come here now because of Buhari's integrity to now come and be talking about 16 years of PDP. I use that as an example to show you how they don't have conscience in the politics of Nigeria. The only thing that can give them that conscience, that can show them, is punishment. And the only punishment can only come when we show them the book. Mr. Man, you abused your office. You have no right to have done this. 10 years in prison. Boom. Before you get your parole, you will do the time. By the time we haul about 20, 30, 40 people continuously, you will even see that if there's a come and be governor, people will run away. Because they go and sit down there, themselves and their civilian collaborators will just do anyhow they want in the country. A worm will be lying on his back, begging us for ticket. We'll give him ticket. 5 minutes after he gets ticket, he'll be calling himself leader of the party that gave back to him. I've been in this party since 1998. Somebody that just came in, and when did they come? Seyi Makinde, I think he came in just before he became governor in 2019 years, in 2019. And he's the leader of somebody like me that has been in this party. I know where the dead bodies have been, where the skeletons are since 1998. And then when they even talk, they will be talking indecorously to people like us who are just doing the donkey walk so that democracy can last. My motivation was that we should be able to build institutions that will last so that we can say Africans too can do the same. And yet, this is who they are. So the only way, some of the things I've learned where we've gone is that people have been a little bit more dignified. People have lost election and stayed in their parties. And some of the leaders have gone on to be punished for doing things that the society does not like. But here, what do you get? They will tribalize it. It will become, it's your brother, it's your sister, it's your auntie. They'll be clapping. They'll be doing all sorts of nonsense. And some collaborators in the media will be running narrative as though they are trying to pull the wool over everybody's eyes. So those are the things we need to change. How do you explain? Okay, Brazil now, they have an election map of about 80-something million votes. The last time I checked, before the 2019 one, or 2018 one, the ruling party, that was Bolsonaro's party, he won with 84 million. Lula's party did not win. They got 40 million. One got 43, one got 40. I had to ask, how did you get them to turn out? They told me, we can argue, we can campaign, but our election has so much integrity, nobody dares argue about it. Now, you are right. The American election, America is not the standard of what is good in the world. They are the father of capitalism. The twin sister of capitalism is corruption and advantage peddling. And, what do you call it? Oligarch managing things. The oligarchs make up their mind who they want, and they put their money behind big media and all that. That's what comes with capitalism. That's why some people don't like it. But unfortunately, it is still the best system that we have created that has been able to bring wealth. It has brought wealth, but how has it distributed the wealth? 5% of the people in the world own everything, and the remaining are just basically being tolerated or being managed.
Okay, sir. Yeah, thanks for the response. I think I agree with you with the response, but the only difference I would say is that America, maybe perhaps Brazil, they have a much longer, stronger institutions than we do. But
people
again,
build institution. Listen, I want to answer you. I want to tell you something on that. This argument is a very strong argument that we use here as our excuse. That's not an excuse. The more reason why we can even copy, we're not reinventing the wheel. The world was not created and they came and we came later. In fact, if anything, we came before them. The fact that we just got independence in 1960s to the laziness of our people who didn't colonize them. Why did we allow them to colonize us and not the other way around? And if we are running democracy now, whatever we want to say, must we make the mistake of the people of the Federalist Papers who had nothing to copy? We don't even have to do much. We just need to copy. That's why I keep saying the diaspora community is our only hope, because they have seen systems that work and they can implement it if we invite them and give them space.
Yeah, I see the point. It's not to make an excuse for Nigeria, right, for the institution not being there for such a long time. But anyway, so let me switch quickly before Tony comes in. I hear you talk previously and other platforms, the media, television, and you sound like a person that's patriotic, to
I
the
am
core.
patriotic.
Okay, but I'm glad you said that. But in actually use the microscope to really dig in, so to speak, you appear to be more of a party patriot than a Nigerian patriot. And I say that because, and I think somebody may have alluded to that earlier. You, after just like Reno or Mockery, perhaps you guys are friends, but you right after Buhari's tenure, you were more than happy to vote or support Atiku Waziri, another northerner, for perhaps
let me explain that.
It was like 4 more 8 years. So, and I'm thinking, see, if you were a Nigerian patriot, I think your support for the country should supersede that of PDP. See, I know they explained somewhat in the PDP's turn. Maybe it did not have the chance, or it's the Northern's turn. But the thing though, at the end of the day, you have to configure. All the parties have to configure it in the interest of Nigeria.
So let me just quickly jump in there. My brother, that's not true. Let me tell you some of the things I did so that you know how hard I worked. After 2019, I started going to the Southeast, and I started telling them, guys, you need to throw up leaders now. You need to throw up our Nigerian leaders. And as I said to the PDP leaders, Igbos are the ones carrying us, so the numbers and the data is there. We will have a problem in 2023 if we don't find somebody of Igbo extraction that we can push. Alex Ekweme was the one that started this party. We need to do this. When I was running around, I ran to Innocents, I ran to all of their leaders. You know what they used to say? They used to say, Igbos don't want presidency. They don't care. They just want a government that will do business. I said, okay, but your sons and daughters will not say that by 2023. I then started going to Peter. The same Peter Obi that people are all saying. And I started stimulating him and encouraging him. Look, Peter, you need to do this. You need to go out. Just go and visit people. You have the numbers. People like you. La, la, la. He will give me 1 million excuse. Until one day, after he had done, and they've done a number of election and he lost with his boy, Valentine Ozibo. And then they had burnt next had gotten burnt. Then I went to him. He was sitting in his place in one hotel in Abuja. I went. I said, listen, Peter, it's now time for truth or dare. You're going to go into extinction. You've just lost Anambra again. Your best bet, you need to really go and start buying this from and try. He said he can't go and tell her. I said, I'll go and tell him. That's how we started the attempt of Peter. And I said, stay in the party, let's go to that primaries. You may be shocked. Am I the one that told him to leave the primaries? He left because Obasanjo was giving him an idea that they have one magic button that's called Thought Force, which I know will not work. Anyway, he went, and thank God I commend his going, because if he didn't go, we would not even know he had that kind of following. And then the party did the primaries. You think if Wike had won the primaries, I will not campaign for him like a madman? I will. You will have your preference, but you must respect the process. If the process throws off somebody, that's it. It's like saying that I want Atiku to be president in 2023. He didn't win. Because of that, Bwala Tinubu will not be allowed to be president. That's madness. Political parties don't work like that. It is the responsibility of the party to do zoning. It is the responsibility of the party to sell their forms. It is the responsibility of those that are interested to buy the form. It is the responsibility of the party to plan the primaries. The delegates are known. Everybody is allowed to access them. I pray that they don't take money as much as they do. When you get to the day of the primary, people try to pick the best, though. There was no way Wike would have been going about saying, he didn't, and just doing all that and thinking that people will say, come and be president of Nigeria. He didn't show that kind of capability. Being a governor in Rivers State and acting like an aquarium man and all that, he would not complete his sentence. I mean, you know what I'm talking about, you know. And I told him, I said, listen, this thing will not make you president. The leaders of the country are not going to just sit down and say, what's wrong with this young man? He doesn't think what they will do what they have to do. They called people at the back and begged them to send the one that they felt could carry the responsibility of the nation. The country cannot go to the dogs. And then Atiku won. Was I supposed to not campaign? I did. I just told you, maybe you were not there when I said, I even went to the Atiku, so I said, please, let's balance this ticket with Wike. Those who think they know that they don't really know, they were not looking at the data. I got my friends who do analytics for other countries to give me the data. They showed me the data. Wike was extremely popular because he was just all over the place in the media, and he was racking up numbers. My man was not as popular as that. They bungled this campaign in 2023, not as good as the one we did in 2019, which I had the responsibility of speaking to, because instead of speaking to issues, they were playing, like they shake, hand they shake, just behaving like kids. And then I saw that, okay, if this energy is like this, why don't we bang it up together and go? If he didn't take him, what can I do? When he chose Okonwa, did I not go to Okonwa and say, look, you have to mirror Peter Obi. Whatever you see Peter doing, that's what you need to do. You can't be sitting down there just following yourself all over the place. You can't be speaking and don't be dancing in the stadium. This is not going to cut it. That was why Ashadu said, town hall is different from Bwala, because he was really, maybe he might have made a slip of tongue, but what he was saying is, a town hall is different from a hula baloo, and it's correct. Because when you don't engage the stakeholders that can move with you, organized private sector followed him. All the Dangotes, all the Tony of this world were with him. Media followed him. Civil society followed him. He had a song in the north. We had a song, we couldn't even have the sense to even put our song on radio. Our song was better than his. His was trending, ours was not. Artists were endorsing him. So how were you going to... So, and then it was not that I was saying we should do Muslim ticket. Our issue was that in the years when we were doing South, our rivals were always doing North. They never changed it. When we did Obasanjo second term, they did Buhari. When we did Yaradua, they still did Buhari. When we did Jonathan, they did Buhari. Don't you get? So they had now done the North for the first time. And they had a reason to go to the South. We're not trapped by their zoning. We can't be. Because you are asking us to go and zone against advantage. Who did we have in the South that we would have thrown up that could have challenged Ashadu? So we went to where we could challenge. And the man won primary. Nobody did anybody a favor. In fact, I almost had a heart attack. My heart was palpitating until they finished counting the vote and I took one. With all of the, and you know how many times Raymond Dokpesi of blessed memory may also rest in peace. Do you know how many times he crisscrossed the country trying to make sure that we can get numbers for Atiku? Do you know the kind of donkey work that goes into it? But Wike was, I mean, come off it. Wike will say he wants to be president. At that time, he will say, I don't know why they are giving the VAT. Yes, VAT. They cannot give it to the North. And you want them to vote for you? He will say, Rivers is a Christian state. I take it for Jesus Christ. And you're going to go and meet a country that has Northerners. He will say, come on. Come on. So what were the options?
All right, thank you. So apologies to the people just joining us now. Otunba and I agreed 3 hours. We well exceeded that. So at some point enough. So, and I think it's coming up 2 o'clock where it is 2 a.m. by the way, not p.m. So apologies, sir. So the last question goes to Tony. But Otunba, take this question alongside Tony's question. This is a super chat from Abdul. It says, "What man, could you kindly ask your guest whether he considered former Vice President Atiku to be a corrupt politician or not?" So please don't give a political answer. Give a human answer to that. Take Tony's question along with that, and then maybe in one swoop. Tony, you are up next. You know the format. Almost.
About yes.
All right.
Yeah, but he can answer this short question from my Mumunina. Abi, he can answer that, no problem.
No. Ask the question, then you can do it in one. So introduce yourself. Tell Otunba where you're joining from, then ask him the question.
Yes, I'm coming from from his country, from his second country, Germany. Germany.
Ah, the guest there, Basmas
yeah, mir geht's
Hast
gut.
du Deutsch
Und
sprechen?
Ja, und dir, wie geht's es dir?
It's been good. It's been good. It's been here.
Oh yeah.
It's been in Nigeria.
Oh yeah. Allah, sehr gut. Allerbeste, ja. Allerbeste bei mir, ja. Solange ich habe dich, solange ich habe dich, auf dich gehört, ich habe dich gehört. I mean, you was just too much. I'm from Edo State, the son of the soil. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, my brother. Nice to see you. Nice to speak a little Dutch.
Now, do what all of us.
What's your question?
So anyway, I just want to thank you because as far as I'm concerned, it was just too entertaining. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was so tired, but I just listened back to you, before coming to join. I said, my God, who is this politician? Is there anybody like this in Nigeria? I couldn't believe my eyes. You know what? I couldn't believe my ear. What I was just hearing from you. And the way you speak, without second guessing, I say exactly, exactly what is, what is on, is what is up in our system. And then that due to the fact that
sorry, Tony. Otunba, I think you have your first recruit for your alternative. I think you have a recruit right there. Carry on, Tony.
Yes, even and by coincidence, there is an alternative party for Deutschland also. That is always coming in as the opposition, which is making the government to roll up their sleeves and start doing the right thing. But in our own case, nothing seems to be working at all. And then actually, what brought me into this show tonight was the question that Baba asked you about what to do with this our unworkable country, and then this country which I always refer to as a company, an industrial estate like in Eleyele, Ibadan. You know what I'm saying? Or Molete, where you have the managers and the
now let me quickly jump in and answer. Thank you very much, my brother. Is Liberdish.
Yes.
Okay, I will start with Edo so you will get an idea of some of the complexities. Obaseki, who is a former governor of Edo, was in APC. His former Oga, which is Adams Oshomole, provided the structure and the platform to make him governor. They started quarreling, and then he was about to be stranded. I fought our PDP leaders. Are you guys mad? Can't you just let them sauce in their own frying pan? Why are you going to give them our ticket? They did. Anyway, long story short, they gave him our ticket. He collected our ticket. He collected the vice president on their ticket. Our people became spectators in their own party. When it was coming to the end of the election and they wanted to do the election, there is no amount of begging I didn't beg. As I'm begging them, I'm begging Danodi. As I'm begging Danodi, I'm begging Ofune. Guys, take it easy with yourself now. Obaseki was then acting like he had the numbers all intact. Then, luckily for PDP, we now brought a fine specimen like Asra Godalo. And Edo people could not elevate, the electorate now could not elevate themselves from the shenanigans of politicians and install a governor that would be edifying and dignifying for who Edo is. They took what they would take. What do you want us to do there? What I use that to show you is that if it was easy, for it to be easy, you people that are in the diaspora, you need to start speaking some sense into people at home where you have influence. And you have a lot of influence, you may not know. No, they don't follow now for money. You can be taking time to educate them that this thing can be continue like this. I can give you money, I don't have a problem with that. But what about the decisions you are taking on behalf of all of us? Should I be in Germany and not be happy to be hearing good news at home, or in America or in Canada? Why should you people? Nobody can force you to vote for him if you don't vote for him. You people are the ones voting for the ones you like. And when you vote for them, don't worry, politicians, their mouth is sweet. If you vote for someone the first time by mistake and he didn't do well, what is stopping you from not voting him again? Now, on the question of is Atiku corrupt?
Oga, before you go there, I want to commend you, sir, because as a member of the PDP, I want to say that thank you very much for the great job you have done for for Edo people. At least, I mean, setting up 2 functioning refineries and the 2 power plants is a very big plus to you, sir. And meanwhile, they actually noticed that, and then they voted for Aswa Ighodalo, Akintunde, Ighodalo, what is his name, the mother from the father. So, this guy, he actually won the election. You know what I'm saying? I mean, everybody could see, that the other guy.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is that when you are dealing with a crook like these people, you cannot win the election. The margin must not be close.
Oshomole.
No, who's Oshomole? The margin must not be close. You cannot take something from the devil with play. You have to make sure that the turnout is heavy and the margin is big. If the margin of 2015 had been closed, Jonathan too will not hand over. When you want to change government, you have to be very decisive. Everybody has to come out. You have to have the intention that this one day, now here we go, sit down, put. But
Wike's brother was there to rig it, sir. Don't forget.
Wike's brother. Anybody can come and try madness. You can only do things where you are popular. That election was rigged, where our PDP people who were angry were sitting. Nobody in politics should be treating people as if they don't matter. These people had been PDP men for all of their life. That was too much of a risk. We lost in Esakor. People like them, Dan Odi and Co, were the persons there. The deputy governor, they were the people there. If you cannot manage people, you cannot win election. You will come and say they rigged you, but you caused it. You provided the groundswell. Anyway, that's that. On the article, whether article is corrupt or not corrupt.
No. Not Atiku, about the separation.
Sorry, Otunba,
yeah, I'm coming. I will take that one too. I will take that one. Anyway, okay, let me do on the separation of the country. Gentlemen, I have looked at our history and I have read a lot of it. The first recognized civilization that stood where Nigeria is today is the Nok culture. The next are the Yorubas, others came later. In fact, it is a misnomer to say the North was the one that brought Islam to Yoruba land. That's not correct. Yoruba land had Islam before them. We took it to the Nupe people who are our cousins, and in that what they got was Islam than Fodio Jihad. They are not the one that brought Islam here. But that's not what we are discussing. The Cameroonians, Southern Cameroonians, and the Igbos, the difference is not too much. The Niger people and the Hausa is not much. The other side of Cameroon and people like Borno and Adamawa is not much. And I have looked at all of the people, the demography, the morphology of the people in those other areas, including Benin Republic. I have not seen any of those areas that was better than the Nigerian. The Yoruba in Nigeria felt more alive, felt more boisterous, more confident than the one in Benin. The Igbos in Nigeria felt more boisterous, felt more alive than the people in Cameroon and such area. The Nigerians in Nigeria, the Hausas in Nigeria felt more Hausa, more boisterous than the one in Niger. The Fulanis in Nigeria felt more confidence, felt more grand than the Fulani in Guinea, Conakry, and Guinea-Bissau. What that tells you is that it is the amalgamation of all of us living next to ourselves that has created a morphing of our culture until we feel superior even to people that are our cousins not living in Nigeria. Now, if our quarrel is the administration of the country in such a way that no side is wasting the time of another side's progress, that can be done. But I want to plead, you cannot escape the problems of your neighbors if they are not well administered. Human life is about migration, and people will be going to where they think that better is. And if you can see countries invading themselves just to create land, why do you think you want to be an island in the midst of jungles? What has made us unique as Nigerians is our togetherness. And the fact that you are seeing your cousins and your brothers in the north, if you like, struggling with human capital development, you know, and I know that it is their leaders taking advantage of the mass of the people. The poverty anywhere is poverty everywhere. There is nothing that makes anybody who is having it hard in the southwest better than the person having it hard in the north. We should not be thinking about our nation as if we want to balkanize it. We have delimited it, delimitation. We have done the delimitation in terms of states, local government, and wards. There is no law in Nigeria that says a ward cannot be administered by a sensible councillor, or a local government cannot be administered by a sensible chairman and his committee, or that a state cannot be sustainable if they know what they are doing. The federal government sharing money every month is a lot of money going to states. It is the usage of resources and the kinds of things that they are doing and allowed to get away with that is making it hard. Assuming Obafemi did not send Yorubas to school early and a lot of you are in the diaspora, can you imagine how hard life would be in Yoruba land now? The amount of burden the diaspora people are carrying on behalf of the mismanaged community of people that are calling themselves governor of Yoruba land now is not small. It is just because every family has somebody in abroad who is sustaining them and all that. That's why all our governors are thinking that things are not hard. Things are just as hard even in our own areas as it is everywhere. Yes, our people go to school a little bit more. Yes, we have not incorporated the culture of Almajiri where people will just be going and carrying bull over the place. But if you go to Yoruba land now, it's happening there. It's only in Igbo land you will not even see something like that much. So the truth of the matter is, whatever we need to be reforming, we need to reform everywhere. And when we are calling people out, we need to call out them out everywhere. We shouldn't give ourselves the delusion that our own areas is good. I've been going around the country. Do you know one of the things that marvels me? We are too dirty in the southwest. You will go to some location like Akwa Ibom, you will not even see people throwing dirt on the floor. And you go to the southwest, you wonder, these people went to school, why are they doing this? So there is always something to learn somewhere. There is always something to do together. And we are all black people. The color of our skin, the color of our eyes, our love of music, our love of drums, the food we eat, our love of pepper, everything resembles the same. If Russia can be looking for more land with all the land it has, if America can be large, made up of so many tribes and languages, until they started speaking English, if Britain can be that way, the Welsh are there, the Celtic are there, they are still more people. Why would we be, the one that is supposed to be the hope of all of Africa, why would we give up on trying for all of us? So if we can reform the country to make it more sustainable, fine. but I am not part of anybody who wants to break the country, because the Yorubas, especially my people, go and check your history. The longest time Yoruba land has been in peace was post 1914. Before the Britons came here, you guys, we were, our grandparents, our great grandparents, they were always fighting war almost every day. They had a Yoruba intercenary war that lasted for 100 years. Can you imagine that? They had Kiriji war, this war, that war, this war, that war. It is only since the Europeans came and settled things, and we have been in Nigeria, that we have stopped so much war with ourselves. So why are we thinking that we want to go back, and then when we get there now, you will start saying, Egbamen, they are the ones that are always doing president. You want to fight them. No, 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 no. We should not give up on the ability of the nation to do well. We should demand more from every section of the nation. From the Yoruba leaders, we should demand more. From the Igbo leader, we should demand more. From the ethnic leader, we should demand more. From the Hausa leader, we should demand more. For the Fulani leader, from the Edo leaders, we should demand more. Sometimes you even go to that Edo, you will just put your hand on your head. The first time I went to Delta, I used to go to Delta as a child. There's a place called Warri. We used to go there because my cousin, my uncle is of blessed memory. His son is now in charge of the sports. They've just made him DG Sports Council. His dad is my uncle, and his mom is also my auntie. We used to go to them. Do you know how Warri used to look? You would think Warri is London. And you just watch it decay under the supervision of politicians. So none is all good, none is all bad. You people in diaspora, I beg you in the name of everything good, start speaking to yourself to stop hating your country. Be the ambassadors of this nation. It is not perfect yet, but don't make it more ugly. The world is too small. Everybody hears what everybody is saying. Everybody sees what everybody is saying. Don't make our country, don't make people run away from coming here. Invite them home. Tell them the place is beautiful. The food is nice. Reduce the import of saying which country doesn't have insecurity problem? You say America, that your child will go to school, somebody will just come in the morning, get mad, and just start killing people. So please, 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 I've spent a lot of time with us today. I've made myself open. I've answered this question to the best of my ability. I've not pampered anybody. I've not tried to repair anything. I've not tried to make anything. Atiku is one of the most, what they call that word? He is one of the most probed person in Nigeria. The classical mistake Atiku Abubakar made in his life, which he may never be able to correct, is what Afe Babalola is not allowing to happen to him now. When Olusegun Obasanjo wrote that book that has practically destroyed Atiku's reputation for life, it was his duty to have sued him, not even because of Atiku, because of his children and his great-grandchildren. Everybody will be opening the book and be calling him a thief. What has he stolen? Obasanjo was not a very easy man. If Atiku had stolen and Obasanjo had enough evidence, he would have jailed him. Atiku has not been easy. He has not been sitting down with the president. No. He's already opposing them. So if they have any smoking gun against him, they would have used it. But how do you say Atiku is not corrupt when the man he worked with called Obasanjo wrote a book and documented so much corruption and Atiku did not challenge it?
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. That's absolutely. You know, when I was trailing this this session, Otunba, I said it was going to be a riveting session. I think I actually understood it. It's just an epic little. So thank you for doing this, Otunba. I know it's well past 2 a.m. where you are. I know we only agreed 3 hours, so all that is left now is just give us your closing remarks and make us the promise that you'll visit us again. So this is Otunba Segun.
My people, I should even thank you. I know how difficult Europe and America and all of these places may be before you go to work, before you pay your bills, before you even create time. That you even love Nigeria enough to talk about it is the reason why I celebrate you and I believe in you. And that's what I was saying to people. For Kemi Badenoch to talk about Nigeria, it means there is still something there that he agonizes on. We cannot be too angry with ourselves because she talks about us. If she was not interested in the country at all, she would basically just ignore us. We cannot have frayed nerves that we cannot listen with the intention of hearing. And if we must correct, we can correct nicely, because we don't need to add more to the problems that is already here. In any case, what has anybody said would have you all are not saying everywhere? What has Faturoti said that you people don't all say? The fact is that we are the black nation of the world. The black man has been created in this world not to come and be onlookers or spectators. We have a right to pull ourselves together. We have a right to march forward in hope. We have a right to be more dedicated and patriotic. And we have a right to look for some people that can try. And if they say, who do you know? Tell them you know of an Otunba Segun Sowunmi who has been as committed as anybody can be. I wish you all well. Merry Christmas. Have the best of holiday. May it be well with you and your family. May it be well with Nigeria. And may you all be the best version of yourself. The alternative is a platform for us all to be looking for solutions, to be thinking about how else can we do it, because we have complained, we have agonized, we have shamed ourselves enough. It's time to do something else. God bless you. Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure here.
Merry Christmas in advance.
All right. I was going to have the final word, but I think Baba has just had the final word there. So only to thank you then for doing this. I know it's so late where you are, so we let you go to bed. Thank you very much. We appreciate you, and we look forward to seeing you again. So that's Otunba Segun Sowunmi, of course, the convener of an alternative to what is going on in Nigeria. It's well worth paying attention to, and we certainly will be paying attention to it. So thank you very much, sir, and have a good rest of the night. So Otunba Segun Sowunmi, thank you. So we'll play the Kegite music, and then we'll come back and audit what we just the interaction. I should have given the final words to Navi Saad, who should support us to say, I am Martin Abdul and Ayo to thank Otunba for coming to the one-man platform today. Great session. No one but ourselves will get it done. So it couldn't have been put better. So well said, Abdul. So let me play the Kegite music. We'll come back then audit what just transpired. We play the you would think that I will already know where all these songs are by now, but we will play the Kegite music, and then we do just the whiz round. I'm glad it came on actually, and I'm glad we were able to. It just shows the quality of the man, So he puts his hands up to say, no, I'll let you guys down, and then I'll come back and make good, and make good he has done. So the Kegites, and then we come back.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Bwala ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And that is right there, Coco Nero Agbeche. So that it is really appreciated the Otunba coming back. But so there was let's just see what we made of it. I thought you delighted in it, Baba. At some point I even saw you applauding him. Baba, how was that for you?
Oh yes. What has he said we've not said on this platform in the last 2 months? What has he said?
I wasn't expecting him to be that open anyway, but
he was frank and open. There is a point we've gotten to that point in this country now. There is no way hiding words again. We should say it like it is. Put our cards on the table. We've gotten to that point right now because everybody, what we say in the corner of the houses, we are now coming into the open through either frustration or love for the country. Either way, we are one way or the other, we are coming out, and it is good for the country because gradually, sincerity is coming to the fore. Because when I lay out my problems, my frustration, I'm putting some aggro, and the other person will come with understanding. Then one way or the other, all the sides will come to merge as one. Because the country has descended into almost at the tip, though we've not fallen over. And what brought us to this point? The frustration of the 2023 election, which is not going away. But when we start talking like this, he say, look at him, a PDP man. He said it openly that, look, Ashwaju won that election. Fair and square. He said it. And he said the reason why that happened. But here we are. Everybody, no, that's not the case. That's not. Rather than prepare for 2027, they are driving and looking at the rear mirror, and that could lead into an accident, fatal to them in 2027. Because it's time for them, if you call yourself the opposition, to start actually looking forward, preparing yourselves. Because in another couple of weeks, we are in 2025. It's now just about 2 years. Out of that 2 years, you start to prepare. So it's a warning for everybody. If we believe in democracy, we are inching towards maturity. We've had about 25 years now. That's about 4. That's about 6 cycles of election. We need about 10 to take us to a comfort zone. So another 4 cycles of election, I mean, we shouldn't think of anything that will disrupt it anymore in terms of military takeover or otherwise. So I appreciate his candidness, his candor. I mean, I wish all politicians can talk like this. I know himself, I've viewed the whole thing from his own mirror, and he's saying it like it is. I wish him luck with the alternative, and if he comes again, I really have some questions for him as an advice. So I yield to other people, please.
But on that part, remember when I asked him about the PDP? Because so it takes a lot for somebody that, because his party pretty much betrayed him in that Ogun primaries. He was robbed. So for him to still be fighting to keep the party together, and he did raise the point that they still have tribal issues within the PDP where the sentiment is. So I'm surprised that PDP of all parties will be a place where that will still be an issue. I mean, they've been around for 24 years. I didn't think it was going to be something major. I really wanted to push him further in that direction, but I know we didn't have enough time to we'll go that. Maybe next time when it comes back, we can talk.
You know, the real killer is the starting time. You know, it was it left out at about about 10 past 2 a.m. So that's just ungodly, isn't it?
Yeah,
Let's
because
get
like
yes.
the whole Yewa thing, because it was when I read of people being mentioned about. And it's the one telling
because we are giving our worries now.
But the funny part is PDP does not care about Igba people in Ogun State. They don't even. It's very open. It's an open secret now. So he's an Igba man in the PDP party in Ogun that doesn't give a damn about Ogun. They only care about the Ijebu side. So I'm like, so remember, Oman, I asked him. I said, "Is Ijebu and Igba? Is Ijebu a PDP party?" And he kind of shied away from that. He didn't really want to answer the question. So I'm like, okay, I'll let you be. I don't want to push him too far, but yeah.
Because he will come. He will come because his heart is in this alternative thing. And I've sympathized with him. He is an asset in any party, be it Labour, be it APC, or he's an asset wherever he shows up or pitches his tent. But that he has.
Baba, can you explain this alternative thing? I missed it. What was that about?
The movement, or
I think it's essentially an attempt to cut a slice of the. What it's inviting is that it's a movement rather than a party, and it's saying people that are fed up with the established order, then they should coalesce under this movement now and bring forward their own champion. And it's been canvassing it nationwide.
To form a political party eventually, that's going to be that.
I think that's the natural evolution, isn't it?
Yeah, so
but I think he's trying to.
No. What my thinking is, he may collapse it into another party. I wouldn't say anything, but he wants to gather momentum with this alternative as a force, as a movement. That's what he's trying to do, in my own consideration, actually. And it will pay him, because PDP has not really appreciated the person that he is. That's why I call him the last man standing, because he's an asset to anybody, any political party. And they neglected him. And now they allow him to flow, and kind of like a pendulum is swinging. And if PDP made the mistake of allowing him to go, that party will suffer more. Who are the people remaining with PDP that are still loyal? I can't find anybody that has not strayed into other parties and come back. He's the only person who has not won the label of an APC member before, or a Kwankwaso man before. He stayed the course. Is Bwala? Where's Bwala today? Where is Reno Mokri today? Even Bob G, Ovation man, he came from somewhere. When he contested for presidency, it was under a different banner. You understand my point? So he's the one without blemish, if I may call it that, blemish in quotes. So I don't know why the party is not appreciating him. Honestly.
See, Baba is playing, Segun is playing a rich man's politics. But the irony is that even the rich people don't play that politics. Look at Atiku. It traverses from party to party. See, obviously, he's well endowed with knowledge, experience, but one would think he's kind of naive when it comes to politics. I mean, he's saying all the right things, wanting to do the right things, but nobody's buying into that. Nobody cares about what is right. It's all about power at the end of the day. His ideas like a novel or novel, but they don't care about. Nobody cares about that. They care about power at the end of the day. He's playing a big man, not a big man, again, a rich man's politics. And if you have a lot of money, then you can really use your wealth to direct what happens. But even that is not guaranteed. The rich people, they consolidate, they move around just to gain power. So the reason why is not like getting ground, so to speak, with PDP, is because of the style of the politics is chosen to play. And that's why it's quite clear. He says the last man standing. Nobody's loyal. Look at this guy, Daniel Bwala. Nobody's loyal. They'll move from party to another party, but if he wants to stick around and be the party guy, PDP, fine. But something tells me, at the end of the day, is going to leave or go to a different party. Well, I think this is the beginning. This alternative thing he's talking about is the beginning of trying to, I guess, form a new party, so to speak. But the way I understand it, the way I explain it is that look, the alternative is just a negotiating vehicle between two or more parties. He's trying to be relevant by taking this approach. Okay, because it's seen right on the wall. They don't care about him at PDP. They don't care. You know,
And that's quite unfortunate. Maybe until they lose him, then they will realize the big mistake they've done before, because they are losing all their bright boys, Bwala, this and
they don't care. But forget about Reno. I wish I could have asked him really what is not ambition, but what exactly is he trying to accomplish as a politician really? I mean, he knows everything. It's just like you say, he knows where all the dead bodies are buried and this and that. And I'm asking, so why are you playing this kind of politics you're playing? What are you trying to get at the end of the day? Nobody's loyal to you. You should know that. Nobody's loyal to you. Anyway, go ahead.
I think he's too loyal to be a politician.
He was quite vexed when I said he was following the Daniel Bwala route.
I was vexed too. That I mean,
but it was
25 years.
He was eulogizing about Tinubu now, which is what Bwala used to do.
Look, you can't look one man. Look, we all just nobody will not appreciate Tinubu. I mean, until 2020, 2021, nobody can tell you in our country that Tinubu will contest. No, a lot of people didn't see it coming. It did not show his card. That's how versatile this man is. I admire him. I'm not an APC person, but I admire him.
No, but Baba, we've always known that
Tinubu was going to run.
We've always known that, Baba.
All of us knew now. That means you've lost touch with Nigerians since.
No. You are just saying it. Wait.
Nobody knows. We knew.
Yeah, maybe. I wish I'd seen you 2089. Wait. Okay, you can say that. I don't know. Maybe you are just one of the clairvoyant ones.
Let me tell you.
Maybe you're one of the clairvoyant ones.
No.
A lot of people didn't see it coming.
I saw
because I know for his health. In
2014, 2014, Obasanjo's birthday, it was held at the Presidential Library. I was there. Buhari didn't come, but Tinubu was there to represent Buhari. And then a lot of APC chieftains, Lai Mohammed, all of them. You know that time Obasanjo was busy writing letter to Jonathan that time. It was obvious the way Tinubu was playing. You would know that after this man had gone, this is the next person. Everybody knew. That's why.
Pato, what did Oshoba say? Remember when Oshoba spoke on it, right? He said they've been planning this presidency for Tinubu.
Yes, now Oshoba was there at the party.
Since 2007. It's been nothing since 2007. So they've been planning this thing for many years now. Almost 17 years.
But I know what you don't know, and I cannot tell you why. Okay. If you remember when Soyinka went too, but let's leave it. I want to agree that some people saw it as clairvoyant enough to see.
Baba, see, the body language, even if anybody didn't even know, the body language was very glaring.
Yes,
this man was always going to contest. The only difference between Tinubu and Atiku is Tinubu is calculative and just patient. So he wasn't coming out when he was not sure. Unlike Atiku that wants every opportunity. That's the only difference. He knew.
But Osinbajo went to him twice. And he told us, Osinbajo, what did he say? Did he admit or he just said, I think he gave Osinbajo the green light to contest. He didn't say.
He must have been very naive.
Baba, Osinbajo knew quite well that Tinubu pushed him to that place just to represent him. And we're not going to someone that is
you are now asking for green lights from
that to green lights when you already
believe
sacrifice.
Okay, go ahead and drink.
No, I don't. I disagree with you.
That's the point now, Baba. If you say you will just okay, go ahead, Loshe. So if he's a typical Yoruba person, yeah, come up with that go ahead means that okay, go ahead.
But Baba, were you surprised with the answer he gave in regards to Atiku? That super chat that is Atiku corrupt. Were you surprised the way he responded to it?
That reminds me, that was a good answer actually he gave, because Atiku's silence, is an admission that Baba was correct. Atiku's silence, because now you see him hobnobbing. 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, I saw him with Baba and Madam Titilayo Atiku. Caressing Baba and because he came to grace the occasion. And I was thinking that, why should I go to him? For what? He should have sued Baba, whether for good or for bad. At least history will have recorded him that he sued and lost.
Ironically,
and maybe
Baba,
then
we'll be. You know one thing Timo discovered the power that people ascribe to Obasanjo. Baba T, you are from our side. Does Obasanjo have any political influence on anybody in that
The
place?
man always loses his word.
Nibo is overrated.
He man lose word.
Completely. Oman lose Shereni. Oman lose Niteko.
No,
he's overrated.
I don't think Obasanjo is overrated. He may be overrated among his kinsmen.
Allowed to deal.
No, let's just be objective about this. It's not a matter of.
I'm being objective.
The prophet has no honor.
I'm even talking about see, the way I see it is this way. You say this man is not influential, right? He managed, you understand? He managed to stop people like IBB from coming back. He managed to stop Atiku. See, if you want to know someone that destroyed,
he didn't stop IBB now. He couldn't stop. He didn't stop IBB. It was Atiku that stopped IBB. It was Atiku that stopped that. It was Atiku that stopped IBB.
IBB was supposed to come when Atiku was even fighting to come 2007.
You have forgotten. Let me remind you. You know when in 2007, when the campaign was on, they now said Atiku was up, IBB was up. They now said no, the North should present a common front. There was a primary. You had forgotten that they organized in the Northern Caucus. Atiku won IBB. IBB tested his popularity there, and he was.
Yeah, that's true. I remember.
So he just stylishly.
Anyway, the version of
withdrawing.
The story was that the real class of 1966, they were against IBB coming back to power, and immediately Obasanjo delivered the verdict. All this in a room anyway. We were not there. Then Atiku was desperate. They won Atiku, but Atiku was obstinate. He wanted Atiku to go ahead. Okay, no problem, because Yar'Adua was actually not supposed to be the person to come 2007. Atiku was planning initially, but for the fact that he was so desperate, that was why he lost that opportunity. So now, when Obasanjo knew what Atiku was actually going to use against him, which was PDM, that political movement built by Yar'Adua Senior, that happened to be the chief of staff supreme headquarters. Okay, now I have no option now just to go to the same family and use his brother to destroy Atiku. That's what Obasanjo did. Because Yar'Adua was not the candidate he was even pursuing that time. So, El-Rufai came out and said not El-Rufai, it was this man, Fani, came out to say what they were even discussing with Obasanjo that time. Obasanjo just looked at those options on ground. He knew that Atiku would destroy everybody. So he now decided to go for Yar'Adua. Okay, he was definitely splitting the cap of that, of Atiku, what Atiku depended upon. So, to me, saying he doesn't have that power, and yet Atiku was unable to come to power, Atiku wanted to contest against Jonathan, they still managed to outplay this guy because this is allegedly, so nobody should quote me. And was a popular rumor that time that Atiku paid the delegate. And what these people kind of PDP that they book all hotel in Abuja to make sure that Atiku will have none of his delegates, have his space for him that time. And they use that. So two things go together in Nigeria. It's not about me, I'm popular alone. If you are popular, if you do not back it with money, your popularity is not in our political landscape.
Anywhere in the world, that holds true.
Exactly. Patoski, look at what your prime minister is doing now. What will you call it? They give you 2 months GST. What's he doing? Because despite the fact that he's pushing his popularity, but he's trying to bribe you for next year election. And they say he's giving you two months, they're hiding on that festivity. You are not going to pay GST for the
look, Ola, do you know the sentiment Otunba mentioned here? Less than 1 week ago, Dele Momodu said the same thing about 2027 election. He was like practically telling everybody, forget it. Even half dead Tinubu will win. Dele Momodu said it. Go listen to that interview.
That 2027 now. I don't even want to I don't want to comment about it. It's too far from me.
Jonathan had not wanted to go in 2015, Una go fight Kaya, Jonathan will still be there. If you gave me power today to become the president of this country, then you think you can just push me aside in 2027, then it's a joke. Because all of you that you don't want anything or the other, by the time I may scapegoat out of you.
Ola, sorry, quick question. I thought the law bars him from running. He cannot run because he served the first time of Yaradua, right? Then he ran again the second time.
No law barring, no.
I'm only asking. No, I don't know. I'm asking the question. I don't know.
He was tested now. He was tested in court.
He was
tested in court now. That was why he ran.
Oh, okay.
You remember he ran against Buhari?
Oh, yeah. That's right.
You see, I just feel that now when we discuss 20 years, I just discuss for the entertainment value. I am okay, but I even want to evaluate my current choice now. That's what I think every reasonable voter should do. We have just had an election last year. It's just last year.
And we are in December. Last 2 weeks
but
of
still last year.
And you're already evaluating.
It's just last year. And we should just be evaluating our options now. So and not start speculating about something that is far away. Last year is still closer than 2027. You understand? May 2023 is still closer than.
But why are people, Pato, why is everybody acting like we should just forget 27 and skip to 31? Like that one is a done deal or something?
I think it's
that's
just
the vibe I'm getting now. Like just forget 27 already. It's already done. Tinubu's gonna win.
Nigerians, I think, is a mindset that they are trying to settle into, and I don't think they have to. It's like somebody who has problem, and you already have your mindset. This my problem is like that. I don't have a choice. Nigerians, if we want that country to grow, we should not have that kind of mindset about anybody, not even Tinubu. We are lucky today. Tinubu is there. It's lucky to say is somebody reasonable. If we have that mindset and a very terrible leader is there, that means we'll just say, I need choice. That kind of. I don't want that to happen. Tinubu's popularity should be tested. His policies should be tested in 2027. And all of us that are going to speak for him, we should try and examine our intentions, our motives. And then if we are strong and solid with that, we can speak for him without apology to anybody. You understand? That's how it is.
Toski, I asked a question and I can sense when someone tactically got my question. You see, one thing is this: what most of us play to is what the political people send it to us. Now, if they are telling you that Tinubu is not good, it's just a matter of time everybody will start seeing Tinubu is not good. If they come back to us and they told us that, he is the best in the sliced bread, we start singing that song because these people, they are politicians and that is what they eat. That is what they eat. Without politics, some of the politicians you see in Nigeria today, they go broke like a typical area boys on the street of Lagos. So the thing is this: why I was pushing to our elites to start educating people. I know that people are hungry. Not that I don't know. I'm not stupid. But the question is this: what were the old policies that brought us to this level of abject poverty? You know, there was a time we restored middle class in that country. All of a sudden, middle class started disappearing from 2015 again. So the thing is this: it should not matter. Now, when we are saying 2031, who are those people that we've identified? What are their policies? What is their ideology? How are you sure that the person will not bring us backward? Now, we have a central bank in Nigeria that anybody just went to and turned that into personal property, and many overnight billionaires, just because of the bad policy we have, and we made a very bad choice. That okay, we can excuse a leader that he doesn't know, his people are just giving this thing. Now, how come we have leaders that cannot even take time, even if it's 5 minutes every day, just to look at what is happening on the national TV? Obasanjo that time during the presidential media channel, we asked him a question. He was aware. And someone will be telling me that we have president between 2015 and 2023 that I was not aware of what was going in the country. I don't buy that. So the thing is, yes, we are suffering, but for someone to have paid off our debt, for someone to be bringing that, and including saying that you will only get proceeds based on what you produce. Some people now, they are not allowing beer, for example, the business of beer now to fester somewhere, and they still want more money. It should be based on productivity. So the idea that this guy is bringing is going to bring productivity. The idea is bringing will not let the like of Emefiele go back to our central bank tomorrow and start using that thing and tripping our dollars just to make living. The policy is on ground. We not just allow anybody to bring empty vessels to Nigeria and start collecting for a subsidy. Now, what will be the impact of those things in the future? Because immediately they introduced that thing, I said it here that we are not going to, Nigerians will not only suffer for 1 year, they will suffer for at least 3 to 4 years. But over time, in the long term, you will see the impact, because it seems as the set of Nigeria we have today, we only think of ourselves. We don't think of those people that are coming after us. Eat today and suffer tomorrow. That's the way we think. But when the elites start telling people the implication of policies, that is what I want. Not you now mislead people just because you are defending your interest. What our politicians do today is that they defend their interest and they misinform people about the policies that can save the country. Thank you.
Yeah, Ola, you see, Otunba said it. Look, do you think the economy will still be like this in 2026? No way. The only way the economy can go and reflect on the dining table of each and every family in Nigeria is up there. It's up there. That is important. That is one. Two, he has no power in 2023, 2022. The odds were stacked against him. He won. Now imagine him holding the knife, holding the yam. Abba.
Baba, I want to ask you a question. Baba, I want to ask you a question. Do you think, and I think so, that this is the time to really now change the Naira into a different color entirely? Because that Emefiele, I'm sure they printed money and shared it. You know that money they printed?
Because they said there is 94% of the money is in private and not even in the bank. 94% of our money is in private and not in the bank. 94.
But that's what is keeping the Naira. Till my dying day, it says that's what's keeping the Naira artificially high. All this illicit money.
It's a no-brainer now. 94%.
And if Tinubu is going to do that, this is the right time for him to do it.
It would only take a military man that can do it. The way Obasanjo, the way Buhari did it. Nobody.
It's systematic. You know why I say so?
I think the best way to go is just to decimate. If you decimate those people, the people in desperation, they will come out.
To do
when
what?
we decimate.
To redecimate?
If you decimate our currency,
No, if you redecimate,
It's dangerous,
don't
Ola.
change the actual. If you
Ghana did it. Where are they today?
No, it's not dangerous. It's not
was
dangerous.
not properly done. Ghana is
the value will still remain the value. The thing is when you decimate, you will be forced to still bring your money to the reserve to change.
But
so you are not as decimation is what you are carrying out without people knowing the implication. So you that you are hiding your money, somehow you will have to come out.
But like if you redecimate and you don't change the actual paper, the actual currency, it's still
Wait. Let me ask a job, Pato. When you say redecimate, is that canceling out two or three zeros?
Yeah.
Redenominate.
That's what I mean. Redenomination. That's what
is like value. Redenominate. But the point is,
God bless you too, Niger. God bless you.
If you redenominate like that, it's still the same thing.
Why will God bless? Why will God bless
argue.
Niger?
You are going to take over whether you like it or not. Just accept it as a faith. You know,
God doesn't know
God
Niger now.
guided you in here. God guided you in here. Carry on. I'll leave in about 5 minutes.
Baba, what I'm saying is that we need, if they don't change that color, if they don't change the currency, if you redenominate, it's still the same thing. People just hold their money. But if you change that currency, all those Emefiele's money will come out. You'll be surprised how much Emefiele has kept somewhere. Because now that they are keeping him, he will just be giving FCC the money, giving us settling people with the money. You understand? So it becomes very difficult to.
Okay, what's the highest currency we have in Nigeria today? If you
it's 10,000. It's 1,000 now.
So all those for 1,000 will be gone. So 1,000 will be for special purpose. So that means if you decimate the
I'm sure the stolen 1,000 is. I'm sure most of the stolen will be in 1,000.
Patrick, we don't need to redominate because that means we have to use coins. Coins is more expensive. It's fine. They can just change the pattern, but we don't need to redominate.
Of the 1,000 and 500 also.
Reduce inflation as well.
We should just change the
coin can reduce inflation as well. So let me tell you that for sure, Kulata. So that's okay. Coin may be more expensive to make, but it's durable and can reduce. Because there are some things you are supposed to buy for Susu and Kobo that people will just run it just to make this. So once you start spending coins too, it's going to reduce inflation. So it is proven.
No, why do you think so? How do you think it will reduce inflation?
Sorry, Patrick. Ola, let me bail out, hand over to Niger. Sorry, to Niger. I know I'm forcing it on you, but I need to bail. George Blueshell right there. Ola joins him. Ola still right there. That's Abdul pointing that pointed question to Segun Sowunmi. That's you're showing appreciation of Segun Sowunmi, and that's Novice Sad doing a double your money super chat. So well done to all those. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. That guy was a real gentleman, just coming on just to compensate for. But thank you, everyone.
Oh man, enjoy your night.
So carry on, gentlemen. Thank you all for, and why am I thanking you? But I'm the one you should be thanking. Point is that all rules that have existed before now is all abrogated, and you can carry on the discussion. What is this thing about denomination issues that you guys were discussing?
We are saying that, Emefiele now. I'm sure that.
Let me even tell Nigeria, all your money you are keeping under your mattress during the Buhari period, you want to destroy it from you so that it will be useless.
But isn't that what Emefiele wanted to do? That the whole country was complaining about.
He printed and kept it, shared it among his guys now.
No, that's not what he wanted to do. He didn't do it when all those bandits were carrying people. He was just political. When you have CBN, a governor that wanted to become the president of the country, and now trying to destroy his enemy. No, you thought that's what he wanted to do, but Emefiele has always a politician from day one.
Yeah, he shouldn't have done it at the time. I think the timing was bad. I think everybody agreed with that, but I don't know why.
He had his motive.
We don't entirely know the motive, because some people say that because of what he did, the turnout for voting reduced. he suppressed a lot of votes, which also helped the current president from getting into office. So we don't necessarily know whether it helped or whether it harmed the prospects of the entire thing is not done. It wasn't done well. We all admit to that. He didn't even have enough currency when he wanted to change. Why would you want to change a currency when you don't have enough currency to replace it? So the whole thing was
There
a shambles.
was what we are saying. That brings us to that what we are saying now. We believe that because there are the evidences that indicated that he had enough physical assets, as in the currency printed, but it was not put into the system. It was shared among his people. So we are saying that we need to get that money, all that money, back to the system, and one of the ways to do that is to reprint that currency under a more structured and properly scrutinized process.
Why not just encourage people to bring the money that is?
Hey, Patoski, you were a strong supporter. Patoski, you supported Emefiele during the election to change the money, right?
I supported the change of the
No, I
currency.
wasn't. I didn't support him.
Are you sure?
I didn't support him.
It.
The point is,
yeah. So tonight, there are people like you that thought that was a good idea to change the currency during the election was absolutely the worst idea possible.
yeah.
I mean, the justification was to curb election fraud or whatever. I guess one of the main reasons, and we all know that was a joke. That was a joke. It was all an attempt to make the economy hard. One of the tools they had to make it hard for Tinubu to win. They didn't care about the people.
Exactly.
They didn't care about the people. So,
but it helped Tinubu to win, though.
From the onset of what that's what they call a blowback. That was an unintended consequence. It turned out to be in the favor of Tinubu, but the reason why they did it was never to make. I mean, because of election, a few months before the election, you change the currency. I mean, what Emefiele. I mean, I'm not sure what to blame. Is it Buhari or Emefiele? But whatever he did was a crime that it should be separately persecuted for. I'm telling you, because the hardship on the people then was dire to the core.
See what Emefiele did. What Emefiele did was a crime.
Don't let Nigeria escape with a false narrative or misguided narrative.
What is the false narrative?
Emefiele policy, you said it helped Tinubu won. No, it didn't help. Tinubu simply did his own work. They did everything to stop Tinubu, and that change of currency was even one of those things they tried. Tinubu simply defeated Emefiele, not that policy helped him. So that's why
you mean Tinubu defeated Buhari?
Look,
Tinubu
let me tell you guys.
Emefiele to that
of
currency.
Tinubu was fighting a battle on multiple fronts. Emefiele was one of the people he defeated. So Allah is right. He defeated Emefiele too.
Folks, get this straight. Get this straight.
Ordained by the West.
Emefiele did not do it to help Nigeria. It is what we call create, loot, and share.
Exactly.
They just created that thing so that they can make money for themselves. It's create, loot, and share.
Yeah.
No national interest,
but
no economic policy backing.
But a lot of people try to absolve Buhari when it comes to corruption. See, are we saying that Buhari was not on it? Was not on the plan to?
He has to. If he didn't approve it, why would they maybe be able to do such a thing?
They fooled him. This is what they told him.
Oh, they fooled him now.
Because he did it before in 1984. He did it. It was successful. So that was what they used in creating that thing they can loot. That was what they sold to
why
him.
was he not successful this
time? Okay, it's that's why,
because the intention was not noble.
Okay, see, it's not like Trump, for example. Actually, let's just Tinubu. See, Tinubu is well versed for any random ideas to come on his table and just fly out the window and to be implemented. Okay, see, this Buhari guy, I'm not really sure how much he knows or he knew when he was in power. You know, he said he approved this, he approved that. But this is an hallmark of a leader, to have that foresight to tell things, you know, in the future. It doesn't have to be a prophet, but
You
that
guys don't know
clairvoyantly.
You guys don't know Buhari's leadership style. He's a kind of like what's the laser? I can't pronounce the
Laissez-faire.
whatever that
Laissez-faire.
French word, laissez-faire. He doesn't pay attention to details. He just hires people, leaves them, and then they don't do. And that's how he's been doing from PTDF days. It's not new. People under him in PTDF, they stole
Is
so
the
much
worst kind
money.
of leader.
He's the worst kind
But you
of
know what?
the style is
That,
terrible.
see that style. See that, that style is there's a place for that kind of a style of leadership, but absolutely not in the Nigerian context at all.
Isn't that what this thing the current president does, where he doesn't even answer his own questions? What are we talking about?
No, no,
This
no,
one
no.
is worse
See,
at
see,
it.
no, no. See, no. So the current president, that's not the case. See, the current president. See, this is the beauty about Tinubu that people like Otunba don't appreciate. See, your ability to be able to pinpoint or locate resources around you in terms of human capital, and dedicate those people to that position, or know the capacity to answer questions or get some things done, is part of your leadership skills. And Tinubu knows that. The fact that he defers to people to do certain things doesn't mean that he's not aware
So
in
if he
terms of
knows that, why
the
is the
essence of.
response so bad then? If he
Actually,
knows so bad.
Tinubu is a micromanager. It's the exact
Okay,
opposite.
there you go.
Yeah, but
So
if he's a micromanager, why can't he even answer his own questions? I don't understand.
that's
Which question? Why
irrelevant.
doesn't he
It's
want to
even gone
answer
now.
you?
That's fast now.
A
Let's
micromanager that
not
cannot
our,
even answer his own questions.
let's not
That's
our
entirely
problem
the
now.
opposite.
That's
So
fast
like,
now.
you don't listen. So what Tinubu is, for example, is not an attorney. Okay, he's not a lawyer, right? So him choosing an attorney attorney general to answer certain questions doesn't make him less of a leader, because he recognizes the strength and
But it makes him
the
less of a
ability.
micromanager. That's the
What you
point I'm
can
making. He's not
micromanage
less.
doesn't mean you
He's not a
answer every.
micromanager.
It
He's
doesn't
not.
mean that you answer every damn question, Tunaja. That's
Actually,
not what
that's
it
what
means.
it means. You are always in the.
No,
You are everywhere. You know everything that is going on everywhere. But
it doesn't mean.
you can't eat your cake and have it. You all say that Tinubu knows how to appoint people to do the job well. He leaves them to do the
Have you
job well.
worked?
You
Have you
cannot
worked for a
micromanage and do that at the
professional?
same
Have you
time.
worked for a professional services firm before, to Niger?
Professional services firm. No, I
Yeah.
haven't.
Okay.
But the term micromanaging versus this in collegiate or being able to appoint specialists to hold positions. I know you will make the argument that Tinubu does that very well. Knows how to choose people like Osibanjo and all the rest to run things. But you can't have that at the same time be a micromanager at the same time.
No, you
Micromanager
can't.
controls everything.
No, you can't.
No, no.
You
Now,
can't.
at this level of leadership, by the way, no matter how much you want to micromanage, you can't do it. It's just impossible. Okay, you can only do it within a certain extent, with certain core positions or fields that you identify. Okay, because it's too much of a big country to micromanage. Maybe it did it in Lagos somewhat, but it gets to a point you can't do that anymore.
You can't even do it
Okay,
in yourself.
huh?
So let's even try to tackle answer to Niger question. You raised an issue which is not necessarily so, that if you are able to choose good people, you cannot micromanage at the same time. If you are able to choose good people and you micromanage, it simply means that you are micromanaging good people. That's all. The point is that if you try to micromanage good people, you are going to meet a lot of problems, because people that are very good and know their worth, they will push back. And that's what Tinubu also experiences. Do you know how many times Fashola tried to resign as chief of staff? And Tinubu knows how to manage such pushbacks. You understand? At the end of the day, if you have good people and you micromanage and they push back and you push at them, you eventually come up with fantastic ideas than saying, I've chosen good people, I leave you, like that my Baba used to do. And things go this way. I'm just wondering how he opened his eyes and he didn't know, and he watched Emefiele commit that kind of
Of course he
damage.
knew. Of course he knew. How can you just say he doesn't
No, I
know?
think something is actually the man must have been very, very sick.
Buhari
Yeah.
genuinely didn't know.
He didn't
Honestly
know.
speaking,
How
he
can
did
you
not
people
know.
argue that? How can you?
I
You see
think
the
since
kind of
that
excuse you
time,
Because
make.
Buhari was never into the details.
Buhari is not
Never.
the only man in his. Buhari is not one man.
I
You
think
know,
since
he has his chief of staff. He has
wait
people
now,
around him.
chairman Duro, they can
Stop
address them now.
shouting.
I'm
They
not
can address
shouting. He's
them.
not one man. You
Let's address
create
it.
false narrative that is impossible.
Let's address
He
it.
genuinely didn't know. They hid a
didn't
lot
know.
of stuff from him.
Exactly.
It's impossible.
Let's
How
tell
can
you
you say
how
that?
now. Hold on. You see, if you remember, immediately after that sickness, and then Abba came in, things when it took you, Abba took control. Things were still manageable then, but when Abba died, everything just collapsed. I think that sickness damaged him more than we were thinking. If he had been,
No,
if he had been a good
okay,
leader,
Patoske.
if he had been a good leader, I think he would have resigned after that, after falling sick.
Patrick is spot on though, but Tom
No.
Daddy, go ahead.
I was gonna say, see, I think my younger brother was one of those people. Initially, before Buhari came to power, they were championing his ability to curb or fight corruption. Right, that was one of the main reasons a lot of Nigerians voted for him. Okay, fine, but you know, and I always use this term when an institution decays, be that of an individual or an actual institution. Buhari was a classic case of that. People fail to recognize Buhari in his younger age, okay, and when he became older, wanting to become a civilian president. This guy was quite clear that Buhari has deteriorated in so many ways, and he's been disconnected to the reality of Nigerians, if you ask me. So by the time he became president, okay, this guy, apart from being sick, this man was done and out. This guy had no, to me, he had no um, administrative knowledge. His acumen about economy or how to run a country was not there. This guy was an empty suit or empty agbada, to put it that way. Really, Buhari was not, by the time Buhari came to power, it was nothing. He had nothing to offer Nigerians, and people don't want to accept that. Making excuses about laissez-faire, it's a style of management. No, this guy, he had no clue what was going on. He does not have the ability to synthesize information given to him by experts. See, at the end of the day, they say, right, if you run a business, just an owner, and you have experts in there, you still have to make the final decision regardless of the expertise. Okay? Why? I don't think he had that. Even when it came to him and presented to, okay, God, why want you to, I don't know, do a new currency, introduce new currency. And he said, okay. But did he, what expertise does he have to probe further and actually trying to gain understanding from this so-called expert to have a broader picture of the country, how it's going to impact the common Nigerian? This guy didn't have it. We should quit lying to ourselves. Brian was done and out.
Let's try to be objective here. One, so far, if we are looking at the first 2 years of Buhari versus the first 2 years of this government, Buhari has done better. And if you look at Buhari's time in office, his income, the income he was getting from crude oil, plummeted. And you can't tie somebody's hand behind their back and expect them to perform the way the other person that their hand is not tied behind their back is performing. And we have to try to be fair here.
Tonight, you continue. Hold on, but it's nice to throw things out. Bryce's 2 years is better than Tinubu's 2 years. Give us a real comparison.
If you look at the GDP numbers versus that of Tinubu, terrible. If you look at the Naira currency value depreciation versus that of Tinubu, terrible. Petrol prices, terrible. Just name it. Almost everything, and most of the things.
Okay, I would say numbers don't lie, but they don't say the old truth. The old truth, right? So you saying this thing is not an equal comparison in any way. Are you telling me during Buhari's time there was no getting of subsidy? There was no dual currency exchange rate. I mean, are you saying they had the same policy in place?
No, even with those things, it is still less damaging than what has happened in the last 2 years. That is the point. The facts are out there. Inflation, everything.
Trump Daddy, let's try and let you know what this to Nigeria was saying. You see, during Buhari's time, we are not saying that Tinubu's subsequent time will not be better, but we are saying if we appraise their early times, the Buhari seemed to have taken off better than Tinubu.
Well,
Why?
that's why I said
We'll
numbers
tell you
don't
why
lie.
now. We are trying to explain why to you. When Buhari came in, the state could not even pay salary. They were borrowing to pay salary. And Buhari came and met crude price at maybe $30 or $40 per barrel. With that, Buhari was still able to bail out the states.
And where did the money come from?
Enable them to pay salary. From what he had, he didn't start borrowing immediately. In
Where
short,
did the money come from?
he blocked some loopholes now. He was able to block some loopholes. Buhari didn't start borrowing immediately. The initial borrowings of Buhari were directed towards infrastructure. Initial borrowing was direct to infrastructure. That's why. So Tinubu,
Give an example of a loophole.
Buhari got fewer money. Buhari got lesser money than Tinubu, and was able to ensure that things were better. Despite that, they were still paying subsidy. They didn't start borrowing to pay subsidy immediately under Buhari.
Say,
It was later that they started borrowing.
give an example. Give an example of a loophole that he blocked.
I'll give you an
that gave a
example.
bunch of money.
He appointed. He appointed Colonel Kilo Command. This man that went to custom. Colin. He appointed a military man, one colonel, to custom. Ahmad Ali. Yeah. Colonel Ali blocked all those major loopholes in customs because custom was leaking everywhere. Do you know that just when that man go to custom and did some of the changes that he went to do, that improved revenue that was coming through custom drastically. People that know that.
Okay, hold on. That's a good data point. That's a good data point. And now, in comparison, tell us. So, are you saying now the custom revenue generation or collection is terrible under Tinubu? Is that what you're saying?
What we are saying is this: that the question you asked was, where did he get the money? And I said, by blocking some loopholes. And these are the loopholes that he blocked. But what we are saying is that even without fewer money, he was still able to have more impact in general life than Tinubu. Tinubu is making some strategic impact, which in the long run might be better. But in terms of welfare, he was able to still do better. And he has so far, between that time and
I hear you. You are a Buhari and apologist. It's quite clear. Okay, that's what you are.
It's factual. Okay, let him dispute it. Give him a chance, Patoski. Let him give us the numbers that means that. Because let's be fair. Let's be fair to him now. Let's give us the reason why you think Tinubu's numbers are better than that of Buhari's first 2 years.
Well, at least that's why I said numbers don't lie, but they don't say the whole truth. I'm not disputing based on pure numbers. Just look at numbers on a sheet of paper. I'm not disputing that Buhari's numbers are far better or superior than Tinubu. That's not the argument. But making an argument in a vacuum is almost a lazy way of approaching the matter.
Since the numbers, you can't argue with the numbers. Make your own argument that you think merits this in consideration. I mean.
Well, I said it earlier. Like getting rid of subsidy, for example, the dual currency exchange, and many other policy implementation that Tinubu is embarking on. Those things were non-existent
The benefit of that will come. That's what I first said. Getting all those dual exchange, the benefit will come. But
I know, but I hate the fact that you're trying to give. Hold on, you're trying to give credit to Buhari as being a better administrator than Tinubu, and I don't want to agree to that.
No, I said,
but he is though. By the numbers, he has proven to be so far.
I'm not saying he's a better administrator. I'm simply saying that his first 2 years, in terms of welfare, impact on the people, his first 2 years is better. The Tinubu's first 2 years might not be better because maybe towards the end of Buhari's government, there were some damages that put Tinubu in a bad state. So I'm making the argument. But the first 2 years was better for Buhari. One of the things they told Buhari to do was to try to devalue the currency. And as unlettered as he was, he said they have not convinced him the benefit to the average man on the street. He said, yeah, they have economic argument that looks very good. That time they say it's mumu, but the man said they've not really been able to tell him how the masses are going to benefit directly from it. But if they are able to show him that, I will not even think twice before he supports it.
Because it's a wrong policy. Everybody knows it's a
Because
wrong
it doesn't have a positive
No,
impact
say I think
immediately.
you guys
It doesn't
you
have
guys
immediate.
are
It doesn't
you
have
make
immediate guy,
very
please
sound
now.
like
It doesn't have immediate
no,
positive impact on the masses.
but Patuski,
But
I
in the
believe
long
that your
run, it
submission,
might.
I believe your submission is really based on your own uh
Let
experience
me juggle his
and
memory, Prince
expertise.
Daddy. Let me juggle his memory. A couple of times during Buhari's 8 years, they couldn't share fact. Some months, no
They
fact
didn't
at
share
all
fact.
for anybody. That is
Which time
one.
was that? F1
Check. I can't remember, but there are at least. Okay. I will find out. I'm surprised. I'm surprised you are denying it. Wait now. I'm talking now. You are not allowing me to talk. I know for a fact, and I'll find out. I'll get the periods for you. He didn't pay no money to share, and at a point, we were spending 94% of our national intake of money to service debt, and we are borrowing to pay salaries.
You are speaking later. You are speaking outside the first 2 years.
No, but do you hear what
Was it not
Patuski said
Buhari's
earlier?
time?
We are talking of the
He
first
said
2 years.
they were able, all the money they get from the port. That's what Buhari used to pay all the debt
We are
or
talking of the
whatever it
first
did.
2 years.
Yeah, but we still haven't heard the argument that Prince Daddy is trying to make, that there's something special about what and Buhari didn't even have Dangote refinery to count on. No, nothing like that.
Are we currently benefiting from Dangote's refinery? Are we? Maybe
Yeah.
I'm missing the point. Okay.
Where do you think your foreign reserves and the increase and all those things is coming from? Please go ahead. Explain to us, because I need to understand the reasoning why you think this current government has a better, solid policy. Because that foreign exchange one that you're talking about.
Well, see, Patoski even agreed to that in the sense that.
Let me ask you one direct question. Let me ask you one direct question. The cost to the Nigerian economy, when you take into inflation, this in the capital flight, job losses, business closures, and everything based on the foreign exchange, this thing, the naira devaluation, the cost to the Nigerian economy versus the cost that they use to service the defending naira, which one is higher?
Well, you don't want to make a comparison. You should show the numbers. I don't know the numbers, but Tinubu came to the presidency.
The cost of the Nigerian economy is a lot higher than defending it. That's why I don't want to say it.
Tinubu came into the presidency with the global economy. The economic situation in Nigeria is not unique in the sense that are you denying that there's global economic downturn?
Let me give you this. You see,
in America, we have about 30% inflation in some.
Leave America. Leave America first. Let's talk of ordinary people in Nigeria that wants to eat, who already has very damaged purchasing power, and then you are devaluing. The point is that I'm sure there are some policies that you do, and it misfires, and because you have thrived on it and boasted yourself on it, you don't want to go back. In short, if it had been an easy policy to reverse, I'm sure by now Tinubu would have reversed it.
It's okay. I'm somewhat surprised because, and Sunaja, hold on, I'm surprised because, listen, you know very well that some certain policies, if not most of them, they take a long time to materialize. That means to have the benefit of those policies.
How long do you think this is going to take?
So we're talking about, I mean, less than 2 years, a year and a half of
No,
the policy be in place, and you guess what? I keep saying it. You guess what? Magic to happen. It won't magic to happen.
Before the Nigerian economy will start gaining from devaluing the naira, is when we start doing exports. You can argue that maybe Dangote might start doing that, but it hasn't cranked up to the point where we can say, okay, this is going to rescue the Nigerian economy. And you
The
see, that is where
benefit
the
of
problem is.
devaluation is to make your export cheap. We are not really exporting anything.
We are not exporting. Why would you
Well,
devalue your
nah,
currency?
Patoski, that's a textbook response. Stop that. That's a classic textbook response.
Did you just say that's a textbook response? You know that was a common sense response.
So are you telling me textbooks are lying too?
Oh my God!
No,
we are flipping reality.
My point is that if hold on. If my point is that what you just said in a classical economic term, yes, it's true and it applies.
Okay, so what's the
but
benefit?
hold on, but we all know very well. Hold on, we all know very well. Huh?
Okay, let's leave the textbook benefit. So what's your own definition? If that one that I give as the benefit of devaluation is textbook, tell me the benefit of devaluing your currency that is not mentioned in textbook.
See, in the case of Nigeria, right?
What's the benefit?
If you devalue your currency and you have a strong exporting or manufacturing base, that is great for your economy. The weaker your currency, the more the people with stronger purchasing power will patronize your economy or your goods and services.
Not what
Fine.
I've just said.
But that's my
your
point.
Exports become attractive.
I know what you said. That's why I say it's textbook. Me too. I give you a textbook response because you asked me a question.
Give me a response that is not in textbook now.
My point here is that where's Kulata? My point here is that our problem is
Kulata is not going to pay you. Give me the benefit of devaluing your currency.
God, the way we are circling around.
That's not mentioned in textbook. Give me your own. The one that you create. The one that you created your own. If you are Adam Smith now, give me the one that is not inside textbook. That you know. I mean, go and stop that.
You know what I like this? He's the logical person. If it was Kolata will keep diving down that road. He doesn't care. Kolata will be diving headlong. He won't care whether he's wrong or right. But
that's the major benefit. If not, there's really nothing. Because if you do that, assuming your people are really producing, you understand, and people you devalue your currency, people start patronizing them, even though it's devalued, your people will have money. The man that you have devalued his currency, he's selling more now. So he has more money. Even though it's devalued, he has more money, and so he can afford a lot of things, even without devalued currency, because he has a lot of money. But in this case, your people are not producing. You have devalued their currency. Their money stays the same.
Yeah.
Their money stays the same. Even your worker that are now shouting that, we are not producing.
Hold on. See, I'm trying to get you to address the Nigerian factor here. Who's the CBN guy? See, they talked about at least about 30%, 25-30% of the foreign exchange settlements that they had to do were all based on fictitious transactions that never occurred. They just put those things on the books, and those were just fake numbers. We all know about rent seeking. We all know about all this corruption that goes on at the central bank. The point here is that real economic activities were not going on with this foreign exchange money.
I agree with you. I understand.
Exactly to the point.
What you are now supposed to do is this, because the cost you are supposed to weigh it. What you are supposed to do is look at, okay, who are those that are making this thing happen? Even at that level of the kind of round trip they are doing, why can't you stop supplying them dollars? Stop funding them now. Stop funding the breed change. If you think that the breed change is the one creating the problem, stop giving them.
I say I'm surprised sometimes when people like you talk about Nigeria and Nigerians. Like it's that easy? Is it that easy, really?
So it's
maybe
easy to
I'm naive. Maybe I'm naive.
It's easy to deal with poor masses, but it's not easy to deal with these people.
Of course.
Oh, okay. So the poor masses
Do you know how
for them to
entrenched?
suffer.
Do you know how entrenched the corruption in Nigeria?
So
Sometimes I
the
laugh.
poor masses
Let
should
me
be the
just don't
one to
know.
suffer. Poor masses should be the one to suffer. That's what you are saying.
See,
I think he has already admitted that this government didn't perform as well as even Buhari. That we like to say even Buhari.
In the first thing, but we still have time.
No,
We
see,
still have time.
tonight, in terms of what you're talking about, sometimes if a new CEO takes over a company, the company may continue to do it for the next couple of years, not because of the leadership or the expertise of the new CEO. Sometimes the institution has what you call tacit knowledge or built-in memory, for success, that it kind of does well gradually until you start to see the crack in the wall. So that was the case of Buhari taking over. And you need to quit saying that Buhari's 2 years was like great, that like he did something extraordinary. He didn't do anything.
Hold on. What Buhari did in terms of having Dangote refinery come online now is
now you give credit to Buhari. Great.
No.
Good.
Let me just say this is the one single strategic thing Nigeria has changed since 40 years ago or more. Nigeria has not done anything. We've just basically standing still until that happened. A lot of refineries are closing around the world. Nigeria is going to gain influence just because of that, because many African countries will have to buy from this in Nigeria, and many European countries and other parts of the world will have to buy from. That is influence. But I don't even know whether this government wants to capitalize on it or whether it wants to kill it. I'm not even sure because the way they are treating it. But clearly, Buhari was invested in making sure this works, and Nigeria would have had 20% share in it. What did this government do? Divest from it to 7.something%. It's like, where is the economic sense there?
Can you say the question? That your last statement.
It wasn't this
Can
government.
you repeat it again? I didn't get that.
Nigeria had a 20% stake in Dangote refinery, but this government divested from it so that now we have about 7.something% stake in
That's
Dangote
not
refinery.
true. That is not true.
Okay. What is
Let
the
me
truth
explain
about
the
it?
facts to you.
Okay.
All we had before this government came to power, we all parroted. We said we have 4 billion, which is 20% invested in that refinery. NMPC, for the first time in a couple of years, they brought out their audited account in 2023 and claimed through ghost accounting, creative accounting, puts the 4 billion there. When Dangote started operating and no show with NNPC, no cooperation, he came out to tell the nation that that 4 billion is not there. That's only 7%, which is about 1 point something billion invested, 7%. NNPC took about a month and a half before they came online now to tell us that that is Dangote was making a statement of fact that actually they were supposed to supply him crude oil to cover the cash of 1 point something they put up front. It was the supply of the crude oil that was supposed to fill up the 2.7 gap, which they are not doing. So they said the 7% is sufficient for them because they don't have crude oil to supply. That's the truth of the matter.
So what is the difference between that? They divested. That's what it means. Because you didn't provide crude oil, that's what happened. That's what exactly they divested.
It's not divestment. You can't call that divestment.
So that
It's
is
an arrangement that went awry. Awry, rather, or that went awry.
Baba, they borrowed 6 billion to pay for subsidies that they claim to have removed. They borrowed 2 billion to defend the currency that they said they are not going to defend anymore. And that is the minimum I've found so far. So what is the point of all that? When you could have
they know that they
still
have
had
no
20% of a massive refinery, 20%, which means every profit Dangote made, Nigeria would have made 20% of it. And you remove Nigeria from that equation.
You know what happened? For that 6 billion owed to marketers, it is the same. I don't call it corruption because when we say corruption, it's like we are painting black white, pure theft. That's 6 billion owed to marketers by NMPC, pure theft. I wouldn't say they did not owe marketers or they are not owing marketers, but it's nowhere near 2 billion. How much talk less? 6 billion. Yes, the presidency told them, like NNPC, please, I'm leaving you to your devices. I don't want the fuel to be sold more than this. I just came into power. Just do
Are you
whatever
saying they were not
you can
owing?
do.
They were not
Let
owing
me
6
finish.
something
So
billion?
this
Then?
is what happened. The pump price was at a certain stage. Price, the landing cost was this. So they have to sell below the landing cost. So the differential will be between the landing cost and the pump price for just about 10 months. And they brought a bill of $6 billion being owed to marketers.
This is displacing.
Thievery, pure
This is
thievery, because
displacing
in a
of the
nation where we
country.
don't even know how many liters we consume locally, because
Yeah.
during that period, it rose from 50 to 65 million liters every
So that was
day.
why they divested from Dangote. Is that what you are saying?
That's not divestment.
But that's the original question now.
That was not that. You can't call that divestment. You earn an investment banker yourself. Is that
Oh
what you
my God! Yeah,
classified
that is
as
what they call
divestment?
divestment.
Yeah,
Jesus.
you withdrew your
You withdraw
commitment
your
to
stake.
now.
It's
You
not
withdrew
divestment.
your
Wait, let's
okay, you withdrew your
define
commitment.
divestment.
Okay,
Let's
sorry, you
devise.
withdrew your commitment
Can
to.
I?
Let's
You are
use
not.
grammar.
You are heckling
Okay,
me
it's not
when you don't
divestment.
allow me. You ask question. You are
Agree.
answering the question yourself. That is
So why did
heckling.
they withdraw? Is that the reason why they withdrew their commitment to have a stake there?
What we call divestment, I know. I'm not an
Okay, what
investment
is
banker, but
divestment by
I
your
mean,
definition? What is
I
divestment by your
quit.
definition? No, I want to know your definition so that we
let
are
me.
on the
Oh
same
yeah,
page,
Baba,
so that we don't argue with each other. What is divestment by your definition then? Baba, you are saying you are arguing that it's not divestment. I want to know what you mean so that we don't just keep disagreeing with you for no reason.
It's actually not. Is concern. Is actually correct about the grammar. You understand?
Let me read the definition of divestment.
They are not.
Divestment is the
They
act
didn't have
of
that
reducing.
investment already.
Let me read it. Let me just read the definition now that I see here. It says divestment is the act of reducing or selling assets for financial, ethical, or political reasons. That's what divestment is.
That means you already have an asset in that company. But what we had was a commitment to invest. You understand? And we are modifying. What we did was modified our commitment. So Baba was right,
which is what it is.
It's just a grammar thing. We are simply saying, why are we not taking up this stake? Why don't we have?
Yeah, because we already have that space. That
Because
space
we have that.
for
Yeah,
us.
we have the right of first refusal. We are the one that would have.
Okay, you two are talking. See, Baba highlighted the corruption in the NNPC and what goes on there. The same
Is that why
reason.
we should just take the
Hold on.
stake?
Huh?
Fire the people now. Let's take the stake. Put the right people in
But
place.
yeah, that's. Sometimes you guys talk so naively. Is that how easy it is to do?
Okay, I
I mean,
thought
if it
Tinubu
was that
know how to
easy,
hire good people. Why is
I
Tinubu
don't
not
know why
good
people are
people
having
now?
difficulties today. Maybe because Pastor Kulata is not around to back them up. They're having difficulties defending Tinubu today. What is this now? Hey, you are
no,
not
no,
doing a
no.
very
See,
good job.
I'm not. See, I
NNPC
supported
is one of
Tinubu.
the
I'm not a
cash cow.
defender of Tinubu. I'm not a defender of bad policies or when things don't work. But I'm trying to explain. See, yeah, I think I'm a fair person in things that I do, and I'm just trying to explain to you rather than you to Nigeria and Patoski demonize Tinubu as being a hopeless leader. I'm rather trying to explain to you the reason why the economy may not be as sound as that of Buhari in terms of numbers. But you guys are making it sound like Buhari is a genius economist
No, we have
or
even left that.
administrator.
Tinubu,
We have
do you know
left that.
one lady said to me last year or 2 years ago before Tinubu became president, said when Buhari is gone and Tinubu wins the election, he's going to make Buhari look like a genius, and that's what it seems to be happening. You know what? When she said that, I said it's impossible. Tinubu is well educated, and most of his people are well educated people. But look at the way they have drawn the economy so far. The only thing that will rescue this economy, right? And the only thing is the oil refineries. Anything else, no, it's not going to work. There's no time. There's no
Jackie
there's no
Baba,
time.
let's hear from Baba.
Yeah,
Baba,
AI hasn't
Why
said anything.
don't they
AI came in
just
here.
shut it down?
Yeah,
Baba, we
welcome.
agree with you,
Hmm?
but we are saying that
Baba is
he
not
has.
here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, stepped out.
Yeah, let AI say something. She was saying something.
I thought you
Welcome.
people were discussing about NNPC.
Why we lost? Why we didn't make? Why we didn't take up the full stake in Dangote refinery?
You people are talking about divestment in NNPC.
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
divestment. Yeah, divestment from
No, we are
from the
looking
Nigerian
at
government.
we're supposed to have like some stake in Dangote, and then the country didn't take the full stake again that they committed to. We're wondering why that happened.
You see, when a country is so corrupt, so looted, the best answer to it is government should hands off everything. That is the only way Nigeria will survive. Let the government hands off everything. If you think selling NNPC will go to the wrong hand or they will sell it to their friends and blah, 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 why don't you just shut it down? What is wrong in government shutting down all those things and let private individuals, just like we did our communication sector? You just have a department in the government that blow the grammar and tell them, look, you got to do it this way, you got to, just like that. But business will be on. That's the only way a struggling economy can survive. But if you people think these looters and these vultures and these hawks can do something good for Nigeria, I don't know where you people think that is good. Whenever I hear Nigerians say the government should, government is not a businessman. How will I say this? They are administrators. We should stop them from stealing our money. They should hands off everything. When I mean everything. In fact, Aso Rock says there should be a contractor handling Aso Rock. It shouldn't be government. There should be a security contractor, well trusted, that will handle that place. Just like Lockheed and other ones in other countries and the ones here. Just let these idiots
Oh no.
hands
So
off our
what do you mean
money.
contracted to undo Aso Rock? What does that mean?
No, I just want her to finish so that I can ask
You
some
don't know what that
questions.
means?
No, it said contractors. I mean, you see, are you saying contractors should
Yeah,
be
the
making the
security.
policies or
Yes, the security, just like they do it in
the
the
security?
US.
Okay.
Yes, just like they do in the US.
US is
Yes.
not private security control.
No. You don't understand what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
When the government hands off everything, for everything, look, government can only do something they can't find anybody to do. That is the best way to do it. Say it. And I am sure there is nothing you cannot find anybody to do except the government. They should hands off everything. What is that hard to do? These people are not managers. They are ordinary politicians. Why would we allow them to manage our resources? It's ridiculous. Because when it goes in the hands of, I remember when I always use telecommunication because that is the one that is clear to everybody. I don't want to go into how countries run their security apparatus. Let me go to telecommunication, the one Nigerians saw and is happening. When the communication sector in Nigeria was sold, it was like hell at the beginning. I remember MTN said their SIM card for 25,000 naira. Then
Some people bought. But when few people bought it, when they started losing money, they know they did pay as you go. When you buy 1,500 recharge card, before you say hello, it's gone. When Glow came, the other one came, another one came. It became a competition. Everybody started matching break here and there to make gains, to get more customers for their overhead. So why can't Nigerian government do the Actually, let me say this. I don't like Atiku. I don't like him. And I don't wish him to be the president of Nigeria, president of any country, even a governor, a local government chairman. But there is something he's consistent on. Maybe because he did it before and knew how easy it was. He handled that aspect in Nigerian government. He's consistent in privatization. That's one thing I am sure he's consistent in. Yes. The important thing is that even if they diversify it, they sell it to their friend. But the important thing is that that sector has been privatized. So any other individual can get a license to start that kind of business in Nigeria and give them run for their money. It's as simple as ABC. All this one, people are saying, hey, the masses will suffer, the masses will suffer. Government, if it's with government, is free. If it's the government, is useless. Because definitely they're suffering now. They tell you to pay for electricity. You pay for electricity, you don't get to see the light. At the end of the month, the money is gone. You pay for another one, otherwise they come and take your light. If it is with private sector, they won't try it. You sue them. So what is it difficult for Nigerians in diaspora to keep telling anybody that come to their platform that this is what they want? How difficult it is for them to say that? An ordinary politician will sit, we take control of billions of dollars, our money. And everybody is keeping quiet. All we are saying, let them do it this way. They should have done it. Hey, look at the people are suffering. Hey, this is who told you that person is a manager, a businessman? Because he won election, automatically he become a businessman? I don't really get this, but you know, I say a lot of nonsense. But look, unless Nigeria privatize at least 70% of the parastatals in Nigeria, there is no amount of grammar you guys will speak that will change anything.
Can I add to my own perception of what Nigeria's situation is? I heard your initial comment, which was about corruption in Nigeria, but you can argue the other way around. The Nigerian state is very, very small in terms of the manpower that is involved in it compared to other nations. Like the UK now has got 2-point-something million working for the government. I think in terms of federal workers.
Hold on a little. The reason why I asked for privatization is not because of corruption. Even in private sectors, they are corrupt. The reason why I asked for privatization is management. Because as long as something is being managed, people will be employed, people will go to work, people will earn a living, people will have at least standard living in a country. That's what I'm saying. Money cannot follow everywhere in the world. They do stay money. It's not corruption. It's not unless you will eat. But if it's a private company, you cannot eat to the extent that the company will crash. So it's not corruption. It's the ability to manage something. Keep it running. That way, everywhere will be good.
But if you are managing something, let's say you are supposed to service, let's say you run a restaurant and you have 100 people coming in and you have only 2 staff, and that 2 staff because they are not performing very well, you start seeing behaviors that shouldn't exist in such a system. The result of that should not be, oh, let's cut these two staffs out and give it to two private sector workers again, because the private sector will come with 15 or 20 and you pay them more to do the same job, while in reality it would have cost less.
What do you mean you pay them more? I don't
because
understand.
if they still have the same job to do, they are not miracle workers.
What you are saying and what I said is two different things.
You are saying they don't have any business
I just started
managing
listening.
the economy.
How can you make that kind of stupid comparison? You're comparing
Okay,
a bureaucracy.
it's stupid. Then tell me how you can.
Let me.
Okay,
I
go ahead,
said
explain
somebody should hands off something totally. You are saying that the person employed two people and the two people are not capable, and then you say because those two people are not capable, the two people should go and let a private sector come and employ 15 people. Don't you think that the 15 people will cost more? I don't really.
That is what your own recommendation is going to imply.
No, that's not what I recommended.
It has to do that, otherwise you won't be able to do the job.
That's not what I recommended.
So you are comparing a bureaucracy to private for profit efficiency. Like how do you twist this upside down? How do you twist
how it works is that
I'm talking.
Okay, finish what you are saying then.
So I mean, a private sector is built for, first of all, you have to report publicly. There's the reporting there. So because you're going to be audited, and then there's the profit motivation there. So it's going to be efficient. You will make use of every single resource. A private sector will never hire more than a government bureaucracy. So just making this kind of
that is not the discussion.
Excuse me. Just making this kind of dumb analogy.
That is a more fine-tuned argument, but that is not where we are. We are talking about the fundamentals.
Can you excuse me? Can you excuse me first?
Okay.
So making this kind of like dumb analogy, like it's kind of like making it upside down. Like government will use to private sector will now hire more. Like in what world does that exist? And when we're even talking about Nigeria, look at even it's not even fully 100% private, but compare LNNG, compare that to NNPC. Zita, can you explain that?
No, you see that now he wants to pass it on so that they don't
cast it. What did you ask?
Don't take it.
Even in the Nigerian context,
can't just
Tunaja, shut up now.
Jogging here. See, this guy,
keep quiet.
You don't even respect the mask you are wearing. Just act civil, please. You don't even respect the mask you are wearing.
Hold on. Using. Kulata, ask your question.
Compare LNNG.
No. You are not going to do circle
jerking
here.
LNNG.
You cannot get away with it and create your own narrative. That's not going to happen.
One of them has more private sector input compared to NNPC that's kind of like government run. Have you ever heard LNNG have any issues before?
Okay, you see now you're just doing slippery, sidestepping. Hold on,
it's not fully 100% private.
Let me deal with Kulata. Let me deal with.
You're not doing anything. You're
don't want
nonsense.
To misinform people out there. We don't want to misinform people out there. The debate we were having or discussion we were having was about the fundamentals, whether government should even handle anything like that versus government should not. Not about efficiency savings. What I'm saying is that the government.
Why should government run a business?
I'm talking, Kulata.
I think.
Let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying, please. Let me finish what I'm saying. Can I finish what I'm saying? I've not even spoken for 1 minute.
They are not answering our question. No.
Let me finish what I'm saying, please. So the UK, the NHS alone employs 2.2 million workers. That's a government institution, just one institution. And the country is made up of about 66 million people. In Nigeria, the entire federal worker is about 700,000, and they have to service 220 million people. You have to understand the scales we are talking about here, and what you have to know what the true issue is before you start saying, "Oh, let's just cut the government workers out of the way." Then that's going to solve the problem.
Let me ask the question, Madam. Let me bring
please,
you back.
Let me address
you were not answering our question. You were just talking.
No, he said something. Let me address it. You said federal workers are 700, right? Or 700,000.
Around 750,000 in Nigeria.
Okay. I will want you, next time you come here, you find out how many Nigerian government employed in NITEL, because that was the only communication parastatal Nigeria had there. And then you compare the number of workers then to the number of workers today, that they have MTN, they have Glo, they have Airtel, and some little sub something here like Go TV, blah, Starlink, blah, blah, blah. You compare it to the number of workers they have now. Then you come back, we have a discussion. Because I don't really know where this argument is going to.
That's why.
Because if you
That's why I
think,
think let's look at the
if
question.
you think, hold on. One thing I want to say is that the government actually employ frivolities. Most government workers, I don't even know why government still employ people in Nigeria. Most government workers actually do nothing.
No, Zita.
They go to
let's
the
not.
office.
You are really misdiagnosing the problem that doesn't even bear resemblance to reality. I just gave you another government has 2 million in just healthcare, and you're ignoring that information. You see what our people do?
What does
You
that
ignore
have to
the
do with
information.
Please,
let me say something now to address. You are not.
And still go headlong in the wrong direction.
Can you calm down? I have
the question
to make
was,
this
why did
fundamental
Nigeria not take up the
statement.
total stake in Dangote?
I have to make
You are not
this
addressing that.
No, that's a different question, and I can answer you, Patrick.
That was the question, but look at the argument. None of you have spoken to that.
You want me to address that?
I brought this argument.
Nigerian state is too
No,
small,
the
and the argument
question
is
that you came to respond to, the question you came to respond to was, why didn't Nigeria take up its full commitment of stake in Dangote?
I wasn't interested in
Patrick,
that.
that's a different conversation, but I can
that's
answer
a
you.
different
that
topic.
question. Then let someone else answer it.
Nigeria
You have
doing,
researched the
I don't want
question
to
for
discuss
yourself.
it.
Which kind of student is that?
No, that's not what I was.
Zita, let me answer him in 5 seconds. A very quick.
Question
It's a very
now.
quick.
No,
It's a
I'm
very
not
quick
interested
answer.
It's like you enter exam and you see
no,
question.
I'm not interested
Patrick,
in that. My
Patrick,
argument is government should not even take up anything. That's my
wait,
argument.
Zita, let me answer him, and then you guys can continue. Let me answer him. You guys can continue. Patrick, we were going to pay. NNPC was going to pay with crude oil, but we didn't have those crude oil because all of them had been borrowed. I mean, used to borrow money and all that stuff. So there was no crude oil available to pay Dangote. That's the long and short. But you guys continue.
Was that what they were going to use to
yes,
fund their
that was
stake in
that was
Dangote?
the structure of the deal, and there was no crude oil, so it fell out.
So that was a straight one now. So it has nothing to do with government.
No, Zita just
I
raised a
brought
valid.
the argument.
She
It's not
brought
what
the
you are
issue.
discussing that I wanted to
So
discuss.
you didn't answer our question.
I
Just
had
the question. Answer it.
divestment, and whenever I heard divestment, the thing that comes to my mind is NNPC.
Okay.
Because I want Nigerian government to shut down that thing called NNPC. If no government has the balls to shut down that NNPC, Nigeria will never function. I know why I'm saying this. I was in oil and gas for 21 years, and I am still in oil and gas. Until Nigeria shut down NNPC, I don't know the heck what that thing is. But if any government in Nigeria wants to do something for Nigerians, when Atiku came, he said, I'm going to sell NNPC. Nigerians attacked them. They made a politics out of it.
No, the problem is he said I'm going to send it to my friends.
What of
is
course,
that friend
of course, as a president, if you are
said his enemy.
But you shouldn't say that now.
He could have said it for that way, but I mean, he's still going to say to the people that
he says he's going to make his friend rich. Come on, man.
No problem. But sometimes when somebody says something, I actually pick something that is important in what he said and leave the rest that can be used as a propaganda. I don't mind other things he said that can be used as a propaganda against him. I don't care. But what is important to me is that thing has to go. I don't care how he takes it, because the moment it gets off government hands, that means it has been privatized. Any other person can start up something somewhere without being bulldozed by those people. But for me, if I have any advice to give to any administrator in Nigeria, I will tell him, shut it down.
The Nigerian government tried to give it up to foreign companies. They refused to take it.
You can't take it now. Who can take that?
You should ask yourself, well, you see, why do we think like this? You should ask yourself, why did they refuse to take it?
Listen, before I started my
Why would they refuse to take it if they are the ones running it?
Let me say this. Is it Babati? When I speak sometimes, I like people to pick the important things I say. Before I start saying article, I made a statement. I said I was in oil and gas for 21 years, and I am still in oil and gas. And I said one thing he said that was important was that doing away with NNPC. That's what I picked. The rest can be used as a propaganda. I don't care. Now, and you made a comment. They wanted a foreign company. Then I said, because I know what is going on there, and I said, who go take him? I ask you, who in his right senses, even Atiku sell it to somebody, is going to sell it to somebody for just to get it off the government. Not actually that person can do anything with it. Because if there is a jumbo, humbo, yahoo, brakatabra in Nigeria, it's in NNPC. For a country that depends so much on one of their natural resources, which is oil and gas. That's what Nigeria depends on. That is the noise. For them to have something like NNPC, that is a disaster. That place should be shut. If, honestly, sincerely speaking, if I become the president of Nigeria today, the moment I take out of office that day at the Eagle Square, I will say NNPC shut down. No activity. I don't mind losing money. I will say, no, even if I'm going to lose $100 billion for shutting it down, I don't mind. But it got to go. I'll pick my pieces.
Zita, hold on. NNPC will eventually still go head to the market. Eventually, I think that's where they're going. But the pace that they're going is crawling pace, because that company, to even sell it, you probably have to pieces it, because there are many assets that it's just wasted assets in it that NNPC has. I think they valued it up to over $50 billion in assets that are not doing anything. An asset that is not like driving is idle asset. It's not driving your revenue. It's not driving
anything. Kulata, you will not understand though.
I have an inkling, but I'm not in that industry.
You will feel me.
I have an inkling of the rot there.
You see your thinking. This is give up mentality. Let's surrender. Like the person that you are going to handle.
I'm talking about
it's form of surrender, because the person you are giving it to.
Somebody be
assuming. Sorry, let me finish now. Let me say my piece now.
No, it's not Babati. Doesn't sound like this. This is not Babati.
Let me talk now. You can't only have the say. You are literally saying anything Nigerian own should be just torn upside down.
Like, I didn't say turn it upside down.
No, you throw it away. No, Nigeria should not control anything.
Turn it upside down. Don't say
throw
what
it
I
away.
Did not say.
Nigeria should not control anything. You literally said
the Nigerian
$100 billion.
Come on, man.
Let me. You don't want me to address your point. Can't just be making categorical statements like that, and nobody should address.
Listen, you can argue with me. I don't care. You will not believe me. I don't care. You will not even agree with what I said. I don't care.
Yes, that's not the point. But let me have my say.
Hold on.
Tunaja, respect the woman, please.
See,
I respect the woman, but she should let me also talk.
Babati, is it Babati?
It's not Babati. It's Tunaja. Babati.
Tunaja.
I'm respecting her. She's not respecting me.
Wait. to Niger.
Why
Listen,
will
I don't know what you mean by disrespect you, because I've
Because you
never
should let
said
me
it.
talk to just as much as you
I
talk.
will never, I'm not, it's not even in my character to start abusing
Zita,
somebody
don't
because
mind him. He
we
talks
are
for a
having
living.
an
Continue,
argument. I
John.
don't do that. And I don't disrespect people because we are having a debate or an argument.
I know you don't, but you
That's
should
not
also
part
let
of
me
me.
talk.
But let me say this. If you want to repeat after me, please.
Yes.
I didn't say Nigeria, they should turn it upside down. I never said that.
Give it up.
Let me repeat myself once again.
Okay.
And quote me the way I said it.
Okay.
Nigerian government should hands off everything. Let me say it in a better way so that even the secondary school children in Nigeria will understand what I'm saying. I say there should be an administrator, clerk. You know what to be clerk for office. Then they should not be doing business. So they shouldn't be our businessman. They shouldn't be an enterprise.
Should they outsource the military too?
The
police?
Which
is
it not English language that I spoke?
No, I just want to be clear on what you are saying.
I
Yes, they should
said
outsource everything.
everything. Which other way do you want to go? Where you? I said everything. Then you are picking out something and asking me, including this one.
Okay, so
I've
I
already
just
said
want to be clear
now.
so that if I say everything, then I start going into it. You don't get triggered.
Everything. So quote me, repeat after me. I didn't say turn it upside down or shovel it.
Everything.
That's not what I said. I said they should not manage it. Chicken. That's all I said.
Okay.
They should be administrators, not businessmen.
Okay, good. So you are saying the Nigerian state to outsource everything, when in reality there is no nation that does that. Not one nation. Give me one simple
I didn't
nation.
say outsource. So which kind of wahala be this?
Privatize now. Is it not the same thing?
No, privatize is not outsourcing.
Okay, the Nigerian government should privatize everything. Can you give me one government that privatized everything? One.
United States. Here, why I did.
They didn't privatize everything. The military is under the United States. The security service is under the military.
That is
so many things. Even the healthcare system is under the military.
That is what you think.
Under the government, I mean.
That is what you think. Listen.
Okay.
When I speak, I like people to understand me. I make a reference here. And I said, I didn't want to talk about the military. And let me add again, something like the health. Because if I say that one, some people like you or some people I know will start arguing with me on what they are not sure of. So I wanted to give a typical example of the ones everybody know, which is the communication department. Let me use that word. Federal Ministry of Communication in Nigeria. What do you call it? NIC, what? NCC or whatever. I can't remember. It was privatized.
Okay.
Does it mean there is no NCC again? Of course there is. But what are they now? They are administrators.
Regulators.
They are not doing the business.
So regulators.
Now, to Niger, I hope you understand me now.
But US is also trying to privatize an aspect of their military to Niger.
They've already privatized it.
What is Elon Musk doing?
Oh, goodness.
What is Elon Musk doing currently?
Hold on. The 4 biggest security company in the world, they manage the United States military. If you don't want to believe me, that's okay. And their security, that's okay.
What
but if you don't want to believe me, that's okay. That does not mean, hold on, that does not mean United States do not have defense, what do they call it? Defense Council or whatever. I have given you a typical example of communication in Nigeria. They are now administrators. They are not doing the business.
And let me join now.
I
Is
hope
US
it's clear now.
FBI privatized? Is US FBI privatized?
Oh, okay. Can I speak? You guys
Let's
have
go
been
to
talking.
La La Land
You
here.
see this
Since we
thing
are
you
doing
ask
all this
now.
now, let's go
You
to
see
La La
this
Land.
thing you ask
Hold on,
now.
hold on, guys.
Okay,
Let
okay,
me
let me
inject
give
my
you
own
example.
Yes.
opinion
Since you
before I
said
speak.
it is not privatized.
Yes.
Zita, let me
Is,
speak.
No,
is
no, no. Let me
USCIA
answer him.
privatized?
I want to give you an
USCIA
example.
privatized.
Let me give you an example because I actually do not like going around and round with people like this. But let me clear this. When Hunter Biden, they spoke about his laptop, they came out and said, why am I saying this? It's because they used it in their presidential debate between Joe Biden and Trump. They said that, is it 150 or 50 FBI staff signed that there was nothing like Hunter Biden. When FBI came out, what did they say? They said those people were their contractors. The people that do their job, they're not the administrators. It's those administrators, if they have signed that thing, it would have made a lot of meaning. It's just like NCC in Nigeria signing something, approving something, because they are the administrators. I hope you will understand, but I'm sure you will still not understand.
But that is what you are saying. That is how most institutions run anyway. Do you think everything the Nigerian military uses is manufactured by the Nigerian military? They get it from the private sector. I don't know how this is confusing. Most of any institution that government runs, most of their components that they use is from the private sector. It's
All
not
right,
manufactured by
that's
the
enough.
public sector.
Let me say my own. I'm not as extreme as Zita, but the only thing I'll say is government has no business running business. The government is not built for a business is not charity. A business is built for profit, efficiency, service delivery, and all whatnot. Government, anytime they deep hands into all those things, they ruin it. But there's some sectors that government needs some control over to some certain extent. Primary education to a certain extent, but they shouldn't make it exclusively government. Tertiary, I don't think government should be involved in tertiary. Some primary health care to some extent, but also doesn't mean private sector shouldn't operate. But defense, largely should be run by the government military, but there's also private security that works hand in hand with the government, the way you have it in the United States. There's a boatload
The
of
U.S.
private
government
security.
even has many things that make
Wait,
profit that they run.
wait,
We don't understand the nature of states, and we just
excuse me. So the for government to be running businesses is one of the dumbest things that we've discovered in the 19th century. I mean, the 21st century and 20th century. The
actually that is.
government
Oh
should
my God!
have
I can't believe
no
how you guys buy into this
government should
nonsense.
have
Government should
zero
not do
business running any
business.
business.
Period.
Period.
See,
That's my take.
if you
Government
like
should
in the
not
US
do
now, hold
business.
on now. Let me
Period.
give you facts before
They
we start
should be.
just making brainwash statement here,
That
because
means you
this
are
is
not. You
people that
don't
just buy into
understand the
narrative without
dynamics. You are
actually looking
mixing
into
up
details.
administration and doing the business
But that
itself.
is the nature of almost all administration. If you want to look at it from that point of view, if
So,
you are saying that, okay, let me just go to it
which
anyway.
part of this argument are you not understanding, sir?
The part of the argument that you are not understanding
No,
is
no,
that
it's
you are saying
you.
that the Nigerian government
Because I
should
have
become
given you example of
administrators.
the NCC.
You are not
You are
you are
still
not listening
arguing.
to me. You're not listening to me. I hear what you said about NMPC, and I told you that that is the nature of all
No,
organizations.
no,
Even
no.
the
I
Nigerian
said
military
I
doesn't
gave you
manufacture their thing; they
example.
get from the private sector.
Excuse me. I said I gave you a typical example of NCC in Nigeria. And I told you that parastatal is still there. But the important thing is that they are no longer doing business. So which argument are you still arguing? Is that the Nigerian government don't have people working in a Kulati, is it NCC is called? I don't know what they call.
NCC is the what's it called? The
Nigerian
regulation,
Communication.
Nigerian Communication Telecommunication Commission. They
The
regulate.
department is it not still there? The
Is there?
Ministry
Is
of
still there? Is there?
don't they still have their ministry? Of course,
They
they do
have
have their
they
ministry.
have it now, but they're playing their normal
So
role, which
what
is
is
to
this
regulate.
argument? It's still there. People, federal government workers are still there. In the state, they are still working. But the important thing is they do no longer do business. How else do you want me to
No, I hear what
explain
you are
it to
saying.
you?
That example, I hear that example. In
So
some
why are you
areas,
arguing?
I'm not arguing that point, that one. But you are saying all, remember? You are saying all.
Of course.
And I'm telling you that
so,
there is no nation that does that.
Yeah.
Am I wrong? There is no
So
nation that
wahala.
does that. What you are recommending.
Okay, let them continue doing business for you people now. It's so bad.
Even the US government runs businesses that make profits. They run businesses,
You know,
US government.
can I chip in something too? You see, we have a tendency to take a mantra that is being bandied around and accept it as universal truth. It was in recent time when commercialization and privatization became very popular that slogan came. Government has no business in business. That's not necessarily universally true. We have seen, if you go to some countries, we have seen places where government manage things and they do very well with it. You understand?
Not when you have a
Saudi
corrupt,
oil company.
not when you have a
is
corrupt
just
country like Nigeria.
Saudi Aramco, is it not managed by
Patrick,
No.
contextual reference. We're not Saudi Arabia, we're
We
Nigeria.
are not Saudi Arabia.
That's the
What
point.
works
When
for
you
Nigeria?
have people who cannot manage things and they are crooks, you use
so
this
we'll
what
say
I'm
in
saying.
Nigeria,
It's not the management that is a problem. Is some of these institutions are starved of resources. I don't know why we are blaming the system. Let cut. You see, you know what? Go to those countries. Cut their public sector to the size of Nigeria. Let's see what happens in those countries.
See, government can do business, but not enterprise business like we are talking about, right? Because when you're a regulator and you jump into that business, it's not good. It's just like government of Nigeria now start running a commercial bank. How do you have a fair playground there? And our peculiarity too, that we are likely to abuse things, we are likely to tribalize, we are likely to be so
just Nigeria.
Even advanced countries.
Right.
So even advanced countries where they used to run their business before, like United Kingdom, when they even ran their businesses over time, they realized that this thing was not even delivering anything like commercial value. They have to privatize everything. So the best thing for government to do to have look at what NNPC now.
Wasn't British Airways owned by the government before? All that stuff.
Exactly. British Communication, this is telecom too. They gave it to private people to run for them. So MMAX is supposed to be my city power agency, but it's run by the private individual. So the thing is, anything that government runs, it has been proven beyond even Nigeria. Apart from, maybe if you're in China, whereby all those local government they run business, that's another model entirely. We know how it is. But if you run businesses in most countries, including the Western countries, the government is likely to run that business down because they will play politics with that business to the point that the business will not be as effective. But when you give it to private people, they are likely to make the best out of it.
You people don't know how bad I want an NPC to go. I want that place shut down like yesterday.
They are the major headaches
I don't know why you are so keen on NNPC going instead of worrying about getting rid of. Why do people
Go
do this in Nigeria alone? The moment we have a problem, let's tear that thing up, not get rid of the problem inside the system.
Get what up now?
Get the people that are corrupt, corrupt elements in the system out.
Let me say something. There was a time I came to this platform and they were talking about getting things up and getting things done. And people talk very nicely of past government, how they did nicely and how the thing started crumbling. And I said, I know how old I was. I can make references for you to know my age bracket. I was a year or 2 years ahead of P Square in the university. Ameshi's wife was a year ahead of me. This guy? Wike's wife was 2 years ahead of me. We were in the same bracket in the university. Now, I ask a question. Please, can any of you tell me when there was 24 hours of power supply in Nigeria? And nobody could tell me that. Even the people who claim they know the history of Nigeria, they were there, they know everything about Nigeria. And I said, I need to know. Because since I was born in Nigeria, I have never heard that or seen electricity working. And never.
I'm one of the few exceptions that experienced 24 hours electricity.
Because
You
we're
don't
living on
understand what I
campus
mean.
now.
You don't
Yeah.
understand what I mean. When I
I'm an
mean tell you,
exception, so I'm not. I'm
You
not the
know,
rule.
if a student will go and scatter
let me
everywhere.
tell you what I mean by
So that
electricity
will not be
working.
anything.
Let me tell you, like where you are, and if you have gone to some African countries, you stay for 3 months, 4 months, the electricity is not gone. That's the question I ask. Can anybody tell me when the person experienced that kind of a thing in Nigeria? Now, back to what we are saying.
See that might not work because a person like me, you know, I said it before, I used to stay on 33 kV feeder.
Let me go back to what I'm saying. I don't know.
No, I'm just telling you, maybe you want to say generally in the country. If you are talking about those people that enjoy electricity in that country, I enjoy electricity well. I will tell you that.
Where was that? In what year?
Wait now. Initially, I was staying at Agbado side.
At where?
The back of Yanomero.
So what you were telling me is, from year to year, your electricity never went.
Wait now. See, you can't compare me to average Nigerians because that time when I was at Agbado, I can tell you that if you have 1,000 hours in a year for electricity, let's assume any supply, I will
because
tell
we're
you
working NEPA now.
No, not because of that. I was simply on the feeder that supply industrial area, Papa Land. And that feeder, you know, it's like a transmission line. It's like a sub-transmission line, right? I was having...
My father was in feeder.
There was even...
My dad was in feeder in Nigeria, and it wasn't like 1 month, no blackout. So I don't know where you got that.
I work in the bar for Segun 6 years.
My dad paid to be in that feeder.
I don't know the other.
Still, it goes off.
Wait.
So I don't know what you...
But I will tell you...
The argument is...
I'm telling you
Okay, hold on.
So you were telling me of your father. I'm telling you of myself.
Okay, let me get this right. Let me get this right. So you are in a country where the electricity is not working, known not to felt by the citizens, known to the world, and now you are in a global platform saying that there is a way you connected your electricity while in Nigeria and you were 24 hours of power supply. Is that what you are telling everybody?
Wait now.
You are blackmailing him.
There was a time, no, but wait, there was a time that engineer Okeke, anybody that knows Alausa very well, was our district manager at Alausa. So he was living at Adini in Jones. His own feeder. If his own feeder trip off.
I don't understand this argument.
No, I'm telling you.
I am not getting it because
referring to
the question I asked.
Ola, what you're saying is not the norm. That's kind of like, it's like my own case.
I don't get
it's like it's an exception.
Understand this kind of argument, honestly.
No. What I'm saying is that Madam Sita should just use the thing across the board.
Okay,
in general, she's right. But some of us, especially in the early 80s to the late 80s, we enjoyed electricity, like
it's just like
electricity.
Somebody who tapped current from the NEPA
we didn't
Hold on, let me finish. I want to give you people an example of what you're saying.
Zita, don't mind Ola. Ola is just talking about a section. What are you talking this morning, Ola?
Let me narrate what he's saying.
You know that what you are saying is not right now. Why are you using this example to prove what you're saying?
Let someone tell me.
Hold on, let me answer.
I beg you, don't disrupt the something. Why are you acting like a devil?
Let me answer him. You know they have a way of making you lose your thought. But let me answer him. Let me answer him. Before I go back, I'm not going to lose my thought. Let me answer him first. What you and Kulata is saying, can you listen, please? You have said something. You've made your point.
That one person, I made my point.
You've made your point. Okay, let me respond. Let me say this.
The one that
What you and
Otunba
Kulata is saying is just like somebody who went to NEPA power. There's a way they used to tap current and they put into their house and they never pay bill. And then they come to a global platform and say, in Nigeria, we don't pay electric bill.
I'm still correcting this
That's
one.
exactly
That's
what you just said.
what I'm saying now.
Okay, let me go
No,
back.
These are my own. I lived in the
what I'm
campus
saying,
that generated its own electricity. So forget me. We had electricity. We didn't have any issues.
I was not even generating my own electricity.
I mean, we had power electricity, and because the campus environment, it's just like saying shell quarters has electricity. Of course, it will have.
See, all the undertaking that I was that time, we had some feeders. You know, we had some feeders that it is, some we even stay for good 10, 15 days. That is only when it rains that they will keep up. And
okay, at least you accepted that it trips up.
This is what I'm trying to correct. I corrected. It's not as if people be backfeeding when they say the tax line. This is not a matter of backfeeding. It's a matter of a stable feeder. This copper line of feeder that I was using that time was the one supplying this cement manufacturing, and it used to be on 247. If the thing trip off, it's either maybe it was ready or there was a fault along the line, and I guarantee you, under 1 hour it will be restored.
Okay, I finish. Let me continue with what I'm saying. So, talking about things working, since I was born in Nigeria, I never saw the electricity sector working. I'm not saying that Nigeria is total darkness, but it has been a big problem that they have never sorted out up till now. Getting to the point now, they've decided to privatize it. And they're still privatizing it down the line. Very soon, it will be like somebody will have contract to, not even to power a small town, but some few houses. It will get to that. And I am glad it's getting to that. Now, back to the question of, can they make NNPC work? When is the same person, they used to say, when you are using your left is not working, you try right. So when it is the same group of, the same parastatal, like Nigerian administrators trying to get it working, it's been there. I said I was in oil and gas for 21 years and I'm still in oil and gas. So it's been them before I get in. It's been them up till now. So they should hands off. That's my answer to that question. They should no longer try to get it up. They're wasting our money. They should hands off. So they should no longer bother. Let other people try to get it up.
I don't have any problem with this in privatizing.
I want that parastatal or whatever you people,
but not everything. Like you are putting, not everything.
Scrapped.
Yours is extreme. You are putting in an extreme position where nobody has ever done that before.
You've
not even recommended that they should put our public sector. All you care about is just this is spewing out the propaganda from the West. You don't even care about actually looking at data that they have bigger public sector than Nigeria. Okay, have you ever bothered to ask yourself? Have you ever hold on now, madam? Have you ever bothered to ask yourself what the size of the public sector in those countries are that are so efficient?
No.
Don't bother to ask yourself that. You just say cut.
And then BC should be scrapped.
See, Tunaja, this is what you are saying. You've been trying something since you were 2 years of age. You tried for 30 years. It's not working for you. You are not progressing. And you say you want to stay by that thing.
No, that's not what I'm saying. We've not tried it. You just created a narrative that I didn't even say. We've not tried it. That's my problem. We have a very small state.
NNPC, they wasted money for several years, billions. And they are not
bros, they are not wasting money. If you say they're wasting money, that's an understatement.
Okay.
NNPC
I don't think you guys have an idea what goes on in NNPC.
You know when you say West, Kulata, hold on a little, please. When you say West, it's like they bring the money, they use it, but instead of using it properly, they mismanage the funds somewhere, it's wasted. That is not my worry. NNPC is burying dollars in Nigeria, and that's not their money. Those individuals working there, that money is not theirs. That place should be scrapped. If I have a demonstration, a riot to do in Nigeria, it will be NNPC must be scrapped.
Honestly, if I say what I know about NNPC,
I wonder how they sleep.
Oh my God, that NNPC.
I can't be working
Jesus.
that kind of
It should be
Don't do that thing to
scrapped. When
Nigerian
I mean
politicians.
scrapped,
If I tell you what I know,
you
the
know,
whole world is
Jesus cannot save
tell us what you
NNPC.
know.
I'm not lying. Jesus cannot save NNPC.
I said it should be.
Our problem with
look,
our country, madam, hold on now. Our problem with our country is that instead of you to diagnose a problem, the same thing happened with this round tripping. Oh, the solution to the round tripping is floating the currency. The solution to people that are stealing oil and sending to neighboring countries is remove subsidies, because you can't administer anything. Let's face it, if you cannot administer anything, no matter what you do, no matter how you privatize, you just create more problems, because you still got even administer this private sector. The things will even get worse.
At least they've done some and it's working.
You have no
so
idea.
Why would I say this?
To Niger, let me tell you, even countries that you didn't expect them to do that, they are doing it. Earlier on, I think Patrick was saying that Saudi Aramco is government. Saudi Aramco is not government too. Even let me even tell you, even what you don't even expect them to privatize, they are privatizing it. They are already privatizing the health sector. They are privatizing everything in Saudi Arabia, so forget about it too.
They didn't privatize it; you just exaggerate stuff. Those are the government.
You are living in Saudi Arabia now, so you can you know what is
happening. Aramco listed? Aramco is listed now.
It's listed now, yes, now. It's listed on stock
The
exchange.
government owns the company. But why? My God.
It is privately managed. Don't you know the meaning of listing? The government will run a listed company. What are you talking about?
Let me read what it says. Yes, Saudi government owns Saudi Aramco. It is the world's largest oil company and one of the most valuable companies globally. Here is a breakdown. Ownership. Founding 1933. Aramco was originally founded as American Oil Venture.
Stop reading Wikipedia. It's listed it's not managed by Saudi government.
Let me go down.
They're talking to people that went to school.
Let me go down.
Reading Wikipedia nonsense.
Let me go down.
Who's currently managing?
See, if you guys, you have to be a little bit more self-impulse control, because this is information I'm providing so that we'll actually be factual in our conversations.
So let me
read what is sold. Hold on now. Let me read what is sold. They sold shares of about 1.5% of the company. That's what is sold in 2019. So Saudi government stake approximately 90%.
Who runs it?
I hope knowledge is important to you too.
Who runs the company?
Oh my God. Let me see.
They own 90%.
They own 90% of the company.
Who runs the business?
Who runs the business now?
Let me find out who runs Saudi Aramco. They own 90% to who runs it. They are in control of whoever runs it. That is at the core of it. If you know anything about businesses like this, the person that owns the highest share runs it. Saudi.
Who owns Nigerian communication in Nigeria? NCC.
Okay, let me see. The board of director, chairman.
Who owns NCC in Nigeria?
NCC. I don't know what NCC
so is. Let's see who runs Saudi Aramco. Yeah, continue.
Okay, let me read it. Director of Saudi Aramco, chairman Yasser Al Rumanian. He is also the governor of Saudi Arabia Public Investment.
Chairman is ceremonial. Go to the
okay. Other board members include Saudi government officials, industry experts, and international business leaders, balancing technical, financial, and policy expertise. So you can go through the names. Let me go
That's
through
what's allowed. Mention the name and the role.
Let me read the name
now. So,
executive management team, president and CEO Amin Hassa, appointed in 2015
NASA has been with Aramco for decades and has played a critical role in the company's global expansion, including its historic IPO in 2019.
Is he a government employee?
Let me read now. Key
I'm asking you a question now.
They
Is he a
didn't
government
state.
employee?
They didn't state that. Let me read
No, but
so that we can understand.
Kulata.
Key
Saudi
executive
Aramco is
include.
like NNPC. That's what it means. So.
It's not
I
like
don't know.
NMPC.
It's
It's
like
more
NNPC.
like
Oh
it's
my
more
God.
like it's more like LNNG.
Oh my God.
Thank
Because
you.
it's not. It's more like LNNG. It's not
No,
like
what the
NMPC.
structure? No, really, this
Kulata,
structure.
thank you
Hold
for
on.
saying
No,
that.
let's answer Kulata.
It's more like LLNG,
No,
not
no, it's not. It's
NNPC.
not. It's not. It's not. Let me tell you why. LLNG is a jointly owned venture.
What did he read now?
It's not. It's barely a joint because if you own 90%, it's barely
what
jointly.
did you read
It's
now?
barely jointly owned.
As LLNG
It's
is a
90%
jointly
stake that they
owned.
control.
Patrick, don't look at it. Look at the way it is ran. Like
No,
we get the.
It's not like LLNG. It's not like.
Oh God.
It's more like NNPC.
Okay, NNPC is
push back at your
100%
point
owned
now.
by the
Let's
federal
push back at
ministry.
your
Hold
point.
on,
Let's
hold on.
push back.
Let me make my clarification so you can push back. The current NNPC is owned by 100% Federal Ministry of Finance Incorporated, which is basically Nigerian government. This and it's not listed anywhere. They're not subject to any sort of public financing, whatever. Public accounting stuff. This one is owned by both Saudi and some investors, and
What
the operation
percentage is owned by Saudi?
I need to go check that, but the operations
90. How many percent did you call it now?
Nobody me read them now. Let me check. Saudi Aramco breakdown. Ownership
it's more like
structure.
NNPC than
No.
LNG.
The way it's operating, I don't.
Sorry, can I read the difference between both of them? Let me just read the difference. Say, ownership of Saudi Aramco, fully government owned with public investment elements after its IPO. This in NLNG, public-private partnership with foreign
they did an
oil
IPO.
oil majors, providing technical expertise and investment capital. So there's a big difference between both.
Patrick, they did a public offering. What does that tell you? Even if it's Saudi government that bought the shares, but they did a public offering.
That is 2019.
So, wait now.
It means that they are ready to subject their books.
Exactly, to public. It's going to be running like a private company. That's exactly what we're telling you.
Yeah,
they
but
did an
that
IPO.
is 2019. After
Not
that was
like NNPC. That's like a ministry in a
their
government.
book is like
their book is opaque.
See, your problem is that you are mixing two things.
Your problem is too Nigeria. You're not that educated.
I don't know whether this is deliberate. I don't know why this is
Stop muting me. You're not that educated in this conversation.
Let me talk because you talk.
Because you are saying nonsense.
Let me
You're
talk.
talking.
You cannot stop me from talking because I've said nonsense.
You're talking like a thought.
No, wait.
Okay, let me put you backstage. You're not going to behave like an adult.
Hold on for Kulata. Tunaja, suggest how you think government should manage an NPC. Suggest.
What if you have a problem in a company?
Don't try that nonsense with me again, Tunaja. Otherwise, I'll go grab the gavel too. So shut the fuck up. Don't be doing nonsense.
If you don't want,
you can't argue. You don't, and then you
shut up. I don't know why you don't want to grow up. You sit here just make noise because people let you get away with murder. You just say whatever you like and miseducate people. You don't want to be challenged.
Tell us how you think they should manage an NPC.
If there is corrupt practices going on, which reflects the nature of the nation, clearly some people are for corruption. Look at the way they talk. You go after the problem instead of jettisoning the entire thing. If you want to, I support privatizing.
Why did you remove Kulata? Why did you remove
because
him?
he's not letting me talk.
No, he can't be doing that now.
So you want to support him to be interrupting me?
Doing that.
Oh, because
you can't be doing that. That is hypocrisy. What are you doing here?
If he was one man, he's not going to do that to one man.
So you want to be talking to yourself?
No, I'm answering a question. If he was talking to one man,
add him back. If you see that the background, add him back.
Don't do that now.
No. Because you respect him, he has a right to be disrespectful to people. Is that it?
He didn't disrespect you now. You are just having a conversation. What is going about this? Is it a do or die affair? We are just having conversation
So
now.
if
So
you
why
are
are you turning
arguing
to
with
fight?
somebody on the
Being
platform, you
enablers,
listen to the
stop
person
being
now.
enablers of bad behavior. He's literally insulting me and telling me that I'm talking nonsense, and he won't let me talk. He said, "Why should I talk? Because I'm talking nonsense." He won't even let me have my own opinion. What kind of person is that? You can't even debate him.
That's you don't abuse power actually.
No, he's the one abusing his own panel position. He won't even let me talk.
Okay, talk, but restore him.
I will restore him as long as he allows me to talk.
You are the most insecure punk in this platform. You don't even know
Allow me
shit.
to talk. You see that you won't let me
Kulata
talk. This is, we have to be civil here. We are here to discuss serious matters, and he won't even let me talk.
Restore him and let him. He will let you talk now.
Okay, let's see how he's going to behave now.
Put me back and let me abuse you again.
He won't let me take. He won't let.
Calm
down.
What is he going to say? It's going to reach ChatGPT.
Yeah. See, you see, the thing is, if you have a problem in your nation, you go after the source of the problem instead of trying to just throw everything out and destroy the entire nation itself, even further. Like the way they
What
just
do you mean by destroy? What do you mean by destroy? The people
like
that
now,
are privatizing their district, are they destroying it?
Yes. Let me give you the. Let me give
Is British Airways destroyed?
Hold on now. You see.
Even it's not only here with self. Even their railway is privatized.
I need to play something for you guys so that you see something.
Like this now.
Let me
You guys
play
don't
something.
make dumb comments.
You guys, you see that is there insulting people constantly? You know you are dishonoring that mask.
Is your comment I'm dumb?
Kulata, Chefuni 2-3 minutes. Let's just catch a to person.
So I want to share something here so that we understand the nature of our problem. Maybe this goes at the very core of it. A lady made this comment yesterday while we are on a live stream so that you can understand the nature of things. And because in Nigeria, whenever we have a problem, we just come out. Somebody, I don't know where this narrative comes from. Somebody comes and paints a narrative and say, let's go this direction and that's going to solve the problem. But it doesn't solve the problem. The problem still remains because we don't know that the problem is somewhere else. Let me just share this.
We are going to be tested as Black people. We need to continue to strengthen our communities. We need to continue to bring our people together, continue to be excellent. Everyone cannot slack. That means whatever you do, you have to get up every day and do it better every single day, not just yesterday, but tomorrow also, even when you don't feel like it. I think one of the things that holds us back as African people, whether in the diaspora or here, is that a lot of us are mediocre. That's the truth. The truth is a lot of us are not as great as we think we are. We have a lot of work to do. I mean, if we are competing against the Chinese, then we are going to fail. I'm not assessing us against any white man. I'm not assessing us against Americans. I'm assessing us against the next up. And when I think about how steadfast Chinese people are, and when I think about how steadfast and intelligent and brilliant that many Asian people are, I really feel like as much as we complain about the states and the changing of the guard, do we have what it takes to compete? Are we competitive as Africans? As I sit in Nigeria, I just drove back home. I would dare to say that we're not that competitive.
What's the point of this now?
Anywhere.
I don't understand though.
If you don't know,
no, let him finish now.
If you're not the best reader, get better. If you're not good at math, learn. That's what I have to say. I just think that there is enough excuse making amongst us as African people. And I think that is really where we're at. We have to develop ourselves before we think about developing any country, whether it's called Jamaica, whether it's called Barbados, whether it's called Cape Verde, whether it's called Nigeria. All these places need work, and it's because we need work. And that's my submission tonight. Otherwise,
all these places need work because we too are a problem.
You played video. Can we now talk about the video now? I'm glad she said. I'm glad she said we shouldn't be mediocre. So people that have no knowledge of accounting or finance that are coming to read ChatGPT, they should keep their mouth shut. When people that understand this are talking, you should shut up and stop trying to.
You see what he's doing? He asked now.
Why did you mute me again? I'm commenting on what the woman is saying.
No, you are just insulting people.
I'm not insulting people. I'm saying facts.
Smarter than ChatGPT.
You are insulting now.
I'm not
Are
insulting.
you smarter than ChatGPT? They just
You
told him.
don't understand what you read in
Now, I
ChatGPT.
want to ask you a straight question. Are you smarter than ChatGPT? Let's compare your knowledge with ChatGPT.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
now I can
No,
ask you a
yes.
question now. You
I
cannot
have
answer.
answered the
Okay,
question. I said
then
yes.
you ask me. Okay, ask a question that ChatGPT should answer, and then I will ask you a question that ChatGPT can answer.
You see,
Let's see whether you know it.
Okay,
You see,
hold
this
on.
kind of like primary school, this kind of primary school argument.
Okay, good.
Can I answer you?
Yes.
Clearly, and I hope you will
You are smarter than
understand.
ChatGPT. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I'm into IT. That's what I do for a living. You are smarter than ChatGPT. You know why? Because you give him what he says.
Oh boy. So if I ask the best
That's why.
student in Nigeria,
Can I
I'm smarter than that
now?
best
Oh
student.
boy, bros, learn now. Haba. Agree. When
Go
you
ahead.
finish, you go and make your research. You come back and argue.
I thought you say you're smart. I wanted you to challenge each other now.
This session has been very rousing.
You can't just say you're smarter when you cannot empirically prove it.
That's why I'm trying to prove now.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on. You see, if you write anything with ChatGPT, you are like 95% plagiarized. You know why? I have an information I put in the web that might relate to what you want to know. All these things you type in ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT didn't fall from heaven. It's people's knowledge and their opinions that is littered, because what is the difference? The difference is that it's fast. It's so fast that it can scan through 200 to 200,000 words in seconds and give you the answer. So it's what people have already in the web that the thing is searching to give to you. So it's not smarter than humans. Okay? It's not. And if you are using ChatGPT to write your exams and write your questions, guy, you cannot make an A with a ChatGPT. Trust me. I'm saying this in a global platform.
Hold on. Let me challenge what she just said. Most of the stuff you know is based on the knowledge of others. So ChatGPT being able to gather all the knowledge in the world as much as it can access means that it has more information than you. And if you want to prove it,
that's why when I speak,
then challenge it then.
Hold on. First of all, ChatGPT is as smart as the person prompting ChatGPT.
Just 5 seconds, please.
Okay, now let me tell ChatGPT that the sky is down.
To Niger, when I speak, I like people to pick what I said. I said, you are smarter than ChatGPT. The only difference is that it's faster than you. It's so fast.
It depends on how you want to look at it. Those are context based in terms of coming up with new concepts and ideas. Yeah.
You see this guy.
Nobody wants to. You see, our people, what they do is when their knowledge gets challenged and they cannot.
The conversation was about privatization of NNPC and Saudi Aramco being a public company.
You said ChatGPT is not smarter than you, and in other words,
ChatGPT is not smarter than you, but it's faster than you.
Okay, let's say it's faster than you, and it can provide information faster than most of us here. And somebody uses
how many times have you corrected ChatGPT that you tell it that you're going to tell it that this is wrong?
This is what I do.
See, I have done that too. See, if somebody is correct 90% of the time and wrong 10% of the time, you cannot just dismiss that person has got more than an A.
Question to ChatGPT, please. That's not the discussion now.
That's not the discussion.
Because if you continue on this one now, you will be on this one for another 1 hour.
The reason why I went that direction, because Kolata and some other groups have what they call anti-intellectual approach to arguments. They will tell you not to use intellectual tools to seek information. And these people use Google, they use Google Map, they use all these things. All the other, as a matter of fact, they're using technology to appear here. And they will still make anti-intellectual that kind of stuff. You can't.
Let me rescue you there. Unfortunately,
okay, guys,
I have
I'm out. Enjoy your day.
Patrick, come and hold your guy now.
Man, Patoski, without
The guy that
Patoski,
doesn't know public
almost
listening.
finished Prince Daddy today, man. Prince Daddy was begging.
Tunaja, can you hear me?
Tunaja,
Can you hear me? Tunaja, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
So let me rescue you. See, sometimes it's good to put something in context. And I listened to Madam Zita. Unfortunately, we antagonize Madam Zita and some people here today. See, you can never be smarter than ChatGPT.
Let's cut this crappy argument about smarter than ChatGPT. This is bullshit. This is bullshit argument.
Wait.
We're talking about real stuff now. We're talking about
real stuff now. Can you challenge ChatGPT? If you are bold enough, let's challenge it now. You are smarter than
You don't even know how to use the ChatGPT. What's the implication of Saudi Aramco being publicly listed?
Ask ChatGPT something, then I
you have to put it in context.
You don't know what to prompt.
The same ChatGPT you are talking
about is as good as your prompting ability.
I've used ChatGPT to build more than 6 applications just within a week. And I can tell you that in those days, when we used to write everything from A to Z,
hallelujah, praise God. ChatGPT is smarter than human brain. Hallelujah.
You can't use ChatGPT more than myself because I'm using the pro version. No, don't even go there. Don't even go there. See, the thing is this. The thing is this. You put things in context when we are saying this thing. And I know the problem that Tunaja is facing there is because you are not accepting other people's opinion, even when they are right. And they counter you too. When others are wrong too, they want to prove it, they are right. So the ChatGPT you are talking about, me as a developer, you can't tell me that ChatGPT is not smarter than me when it's come to app development. I can tell you.
Ola, calm down. Let me ask you one. Let me ask you one basic question.
Challenge you to letter. If you like,
you can't. You are not.
In fact, if you like, develop.
Wait. AI. Let me ask Ola a question. AI. Let me ask Ola a question.
You are not going to win me on that.
It can never be
AI.
smarter than human brain.
AI. Wait for me.
Wait. So why are you developing it?
You have to put it in a context.
That's what I'm saying.
Wait. AI. Wait. Ola, you want to ask a question about the implications of gap accounting. You have no idea what gap accounting is. You have no clue. You just Google who owns Saudi Aramco. And then it gives you this. And then you read it and you start shouting. And then people that understand how these things operate tell you it's a publicly listed company, meaning the government bought shares, but it's privately run because they have to open up their books according to GAAP standards or whatever standards they're using in Saudi Arabia, and so on and so on. So you now shout, no, ChatGPT told me this is that. So how do you wait? Let me land my point. You don't even have the human brain. You don't even have the fundamental knowledge to know what to ask for. That's the problem.
This guy is slow. If you are any slower, you'll be going backward, Kulata.
Let me address Kulata. You see what we are saying now. When I say you have to put something in context, your context is very clear. It's not a broad context. You said you have a basic knowledge of what you are doing, then the ChatGPT now becomes tools for you. Because once you have the basic knowledge, ChatGPT is going to carry you beyond the information at hand. In that case, because you cannot know everything, but you know
not all the time. ChatGPT brings out a lot of inaccurate correction. You have to train it. I don't want to talk about the work I do, but don't rely on AI.
No, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He talks like he knows about AI. He doesn't.
Listen,
when we talk of ChatGPT at times, they're just talking of one of the AI models. There are many of them that's Gemini.
For the model you use, it works for you. For us that do a lot of stuff, we can't handle it.
What I'm arguing against, I don't want us to condemn something blankly.
When they
said because
it is smarter than human brain.
Wait,
that's
AI,
when the argument ends.
It's not yet faster than human brain, apparently.
That's not. See,
it is not. Go and check it.
Don't make this thing sentimental. Put in a context. You will define your.
It's not even up to 5.
Okay, let's put
it
this
way.
Not even up to 4.
Madam AI.
Madam AI.
Hold on. Let me ask a question. Let me put it in context the way this guy is saying. Let me put it in context. Do you have more knowledge? And this is not intelligence now. This is not wisdom. This is not anything. Do you have more knowledge than ChatGPT?
It's impossible.
Exactly.
You can't have more knowledge than a public database.
And the
now.
information we need is not about
the,
intelligence, it's about knowledge. And if
no,
ChatGPT gives you
when
knowledge,
we're talking
how to
about a
accept it.
specific subject area,
Very soon
especially
they go even they sue the thing self.
when
Because
we're talking
human
about a
knowledge in the
specific
tech
knowledge,
talk.
is a subject area. When you want to search for it, you have to go deep down. Otherwise, you just search for surface stuff. It gives you surface answer. Then you bring it here and you start shouting at the top of your
I
voice.
searched
And we
it
that are
based on the
knowledgeable in
very
it, we're
statement.
telling you.
You are doing exactly what Nigerians do.
We're
They just
telling you,
invent
you
their
don't know
own
how to
knowledge.
prompt. You don't even know how to prompt the
Yes.
thing properly for the particular subject you're talking about.
Let me give you more information. You see, this ChatGPT you are talking about and other AI model, it has become a serious problem at the institution of learning. Even when the like of school at Princeton and Stanford said they develop an application to catch students of computer science that writes the solution.
Oh, we know that now. That's normal.
Wait now, many of those things is creating a serious legal implication now because something that you say when I ask ChatGPT to build an application for me, I swear I can go and make it proprietary and I would register it because it's going to prepare that thing based on what I ask. It's not going to go and steal your code from online. That's why I say it's always good to be specific in whatever you are saying. Me in application
Ola, what you are talking about is you know enough to prompt ChatGPT to give you what you want. It's about prompting. The skill is in the prompting. So why are you talking like, oh no, I mean, you don't have a clue about code, and then you tell ChatGPT to write you code, and you think you're going to get what you want.
But you have to have an idea of what you are asking for. If you don't know how to ask, you're not going to get it.
No,
you have to be quite detailed in what you're asking about.
If you don't know gap,
I don't know why somebody is arguing on something you can control to produce what he wants. It's not smarter than you.
Exactly. It's not like it thinks for itself.
ChatGPT can be smarter than human being. Put it in a context. Yes.
It has more knowledge than you. If it has more knowledge and you ask for that information, it provides it and you say it's dumb.
Sought for the knowledge.
No, AI. See,
if you too.
Okay, can you give me the formula for rising? Can you give me the rising formula? You don't have a clue. But if I ask ChatGPT right now, it's going to produce it.
And me, that I'm at the very basic level of it. Because I have knowledge, I pray that
faster.
So AI,
if you want something, AI faster in giving it to you. Not that you as a human being. If you go to search for the knowledge, you will not get it.
Professor, if an authority,
so it's faster.
If an authority,
is that not the whole point of information? If you go and write the exam, one person comes first and the other person comes last. One person can produce information that moment.
No, let me address this issue.
So where did he get the information from?
If Olesonga put his job.
Hold on, can I ask you, where did he get the information from?
Write his article.
Why are we even arguing this point?
Where did he get the information from?
Oh my God, I can't believe we're even arguing this point.
Where did he get the information from?
He got the information from the data that it was fed. That's how artificial intelligence. Where do you get your information from? Do you get it from heaven?
God of
no, AI. Where do you get your information from? Do you get it from heaven?
Niger,
you get information from people too.
Hold on. To Niger, hold on. Somebody said he's a developer. Could you please answer the question? Where did the ChatGPT get the information from?
Okay, now listen to me now. If you have 10 professors of mathematics and 10 professors of computer science, these are what they do in their life. And I'm in the very basic rudiments. I'm not even at maybe 2 out of the 200 years of combined experience. They develop a model that, okay, this is how they should address things. And me, that I basically know the basic, and I use ChatGPT now to develop something that is complex than more than what I can build. Then at that point, ChatGPT is smarter than me because it's referencing the model of those people that are pure authority in the field. That is what ChatGPT is. Many things I tell you today.
Please,
let me learn. This is the point. It's not. See, I'm a human being and I use ChatGPT as well. I've been in IT since 2003. And what I could not do for 20 years, I'm easily doing it with ChatGPT within a week.
Ola, because you are tapping into the language model.
I mean,
that you are saying you are better than
Kulata. Bwala, please
Jesus
let him
Christ.
answer my question in simple terms. Where did the ChatGPT get its information?
But it's not me. It's from another human being that is more knowledgeable than me.
Thank you.
So
That's
what
why I
is
say
the
when you
problem
put
with
it in
that?
context, so ChatGPT is smarter than me because
Ola,
it's using some people's knowledge.
Ola, hold on. ChatGPT is not a self-thinking and whatever level. It's a searching. It's a fast searching to collate data using neural networks and depending. I mean,
Simple. I'm
it
even
gathers many
surprised you that you
language
are
level.
not
It's
in the
not kind of
IT
like a. It's not a.
struggling to
What's
explain it
I'm
to
trying
them.
to remember the word that it can think for itself and do that. No, it's a very good searching collation tool based on
General
neural
intelligence AI.
based on general intelligence AI.
Let
So
me
the
tell
main
you.
hold on, let me land the main thing for ChatGPT, especially for us professionals, you are warned, don't ever use it for like you have like a client deliverable or whatever, because a lot of information is not accurate. On the surface, you can get some things, but except you go to deep prompting, which you two have a very good handle of the subject matter,
Let
before you
me
can
ask
get
another
some
question.
utilization from
But that
ChatGPT.
is still, you see,
We
if you
learn
look at it,
every
if you
day.
look at it from the
Let me ask
surface,
another
that is
question.
still the nature of things in
Ola,
any subject. It's just that
Ola,
ChatGPT seems more like
I can't
a
count the
kind of
number of times
casting of
I've
spell.
corrected ChatGPT. I can't even
I
There
count
is
them.
have
something I
too,
want to
but
ask
it's
Ola.
more correct than wrong.
Let me see if he has noticed it. Ola, you say you use chat. I just want to talk about ChatGPT because
in front of me now, as I'm even speaking to you.
Hold on. Calm down. Be calming down.
Okay.
You said ChatGPT because I think that's the one you use because
No. It's just like when you go to toothpaste back clean.
Okay,
We have video
there are
models. We
thousands
have
of them there. Let
Gemini.
me
We
ask you
have
a
different
question.
models.
Let me see if you have
OpenAI, all this stuff.
experienced this thing before with all those AI apps. Have you ever asked us, use them to search for something? The first time, they give you a wrong answer. You try it again, it give you a wrong answer, and you reply it and tell it, these answers you are giving me is so, I don't know how you have, whether you have a personal relationship with them, because I work with them a lot. So I create a personal relationship with them as if I'm talking to a human being. And then you say, how could you be giving me this kind of answers? It's so wrong. What do you notice when you tell it that? Since you use ChatGPT.
Correct yourself sometimes.
Will you let me answer?
It will give you the disclaimer and then go look for it.
He said he uses it a lot.
So will you let me answer?
Go ahead.
You know why I'm responding to you. Why I responded to you initially was that you said most of those things that ChatGPT will give you are plagiarized, which you may not be wrong, but I said you should put in a context. And I said, me as a developer, if I use ChatGPT, I can go and make proprietary, I can register it and make that my intellectual property, because ChatGPT is designed in such a way that it's going to respond to my specific need when I, as a developer. Take it to Google, take it to all this eternity, you find it difficult to trace them. Okay. When you even trace them, can even lead to serious legal issue. Wait, now when you say you ask them questions that's wrong at the first time, the same way to you ask human being during the exam question and human being can give you a wrong answer. That is why in the business we say it depends. In a typical MBI response, we say it depends on the scenario. Now, how are you prompting your ChatGPT? Because some of us over time, we've been able to know how to prompt a ChatGPT to give us exactly what you want. Now, if you go write complex sentence for ChatGPT, sometimes you are already abusing the language model of that ChatGPT. Because some people think, though, you can just write about 50 words and give ChatGPT. No, it might not listen to you. But if you break the same 50 long words to, like, say, 60 sometimes, you'll be shocked at what ChatGPT will give you. So sometimes our error prompts ChatGPT to give you us error. The same way you can
Use
ask
of
human being
language
question, a human being
misinterpretation.
can get you,
No,
can
no,
get your
that's
question wrong.
not true. It depends
That's
on
not the question I
that's
asked,
not
but let me
true
answer.
actually.
ChatGPT can misunderstand your language,
Ola,
the English language you are using. It
Ola,
might misunderstand it.
Ola,
No, yeah, it can misunderstand it. Yeah, sure.
Ola, that's
Yeah.
not the question I asked. Because you said you are a developer. I thought you see the back end. I see the back end. Okay. When
I don't know the type of developer
I
you
see
do.
back end.
When I call myself developer,
That's what I do for
core
you. Don't worry.
developer.
So
Let
what
me
back
answer
end?
the
What
question.
when you say you see the back end,
Application,
what back end
core
do you
work.
Don't
actually
worry
see?
about that. I will not go
Yeah,
into
because
that.
if you can't just be making claims without any clear proof, what
I'm
is
talking
the
to
proof of
Ola, I'm
your
not
back end
talking to you.
access?
So
You
let
can't
me
just be
let
making
me
I can even give you access to my GitHub immediately.
hold on. Let me finish. I asked you a question.
Let me market myself.
I said when it keep giving you wrong information, because if you use AI a lot, most times a particular one will be giving you wrong information. When you want to use it for something, it will give you a wrong information. And you reply maybe once or twice, and you reply, I'm repeating the question again and say, why are you giving me, or you say these questions are wrong? Why are you giving me false information? This thing is not working. You are giving me wrong information. What it automatically do that time, it updates. What happens at the back end when it's updating? Some of the sources, because it goes like 200,000, that's where he looks for his information immediately. Some of the sources, it will delete it. It will try as much as possible to delete maybe one of the sources where it got that information that it gave to you, you are complaining that it's wrong, it will delete it. And for some time, it will start being accurate. That's just what I want to ask you.
And that's the
you
training
can try
now.
it.
Once you get AI, the language, you have to build a language model. You have to train it to specific.
For those who don't see the
specific
in front of the screen,
Madam Zita,
let me finish. For those who do not see the back end, in front of your screen, you will see what he said. It will just close eye and write update and stop. But what it does at the back end is that it delete wherever it got that information from you that you are complaining that is wrong, it will delete it from its search engine. For that moment.
Madam Zita, I've explained myself. I will see explain and explain again. We said in this before. I said the only thing that I've never touched in IT in my life is IT security. Remember we said it? AI you are talking about, machine learning. Wait, let me respond to Madam Zita.
I use it for security in my office.
Yeah, I did that.
But the use case you are talking about, which is building coding, is easy for AI to be able to do that.
It's easy now.
It has all the programming.
That is exactly what I'm saying.
Hold on. Point of the access to knowledge.
Let me talk. It has all this. It has. Because writing a language like, I don't know, Python or whatever, it knows all the syntax, it knows all the code and the logic and all that stuff. So you can easily use it for that use case. If I take you to maybe solution architecture, it's going to fail massively. Say,
no,
okay,
sir.
I'm telling you.
I think tell us what is required and we'll see what I argue.
You're the one that I'm a business person and I also sell IT work.
I said, no, when it comes to that,
let me tell you, hold on. When it comes
I'm sure
let me land. I have a lot of people that work for me and do all this stuff. And when I'm telling you all this stuff, when it comes to that, please, you cannot take what he's telling you. You have to go and check, because in over 60% of the time, the information is inaccurate.
Can we test it out now?
I'm talking about specific solution architecture.
Yeah, let's do that now. Let's test it now. Let's test it out now. Let's test it now.
Over 60% of the time is inaccurate.
You can test it now. 60% of the time it should be wrong. Let's try to test it now.
When you use it to do calculus, that's when you will know what Kulata is talking about.
You don't know. You are using for your simple
talking about
case.
calculus?
I'm talking about enterprise level stuff. You cannot rely on it yet.
Wow. We
Unless
cannot
unless
stop.
you
We
train
want
it and train it and keep training it into the specific use
Kulata,
case.
in as much as you are saying you cannot rely on it, it's still more efficient
exactly.
than women. When it's come to
How is that
artificial
I'm
even a
not no.
partial
Body
point?
is saying that it's not good.
It's
That's not the
fast.
argument.
Olata is
Yeah,
saying that it's
you
not
see
good
what
and
I'm
use
saying
it
is
all the
this.
time.
No, what I'm telling you,
It's not that
Tunaja,
it's
for
not
you,
good, it's good, but
you
saying
don't know
is
enough to prompt it properly. That's
it's
what
not
I'm telling you.
smarter than
Olata is
you.
calling people that use the tool
This
prove
is
him
my
wrong.
point of
You
argument.
Naija,
I know
understand what
you
I'm
are
saying.
going
I
against
am not
Nigeria because it's
saying
using
that it's not
ChatGPT.
good.
No, I'm
Can I
not
And
going
because of
against
that,
Tunaja. My
that
case
is
with
one.
Tunaja is different.
Two, I am not
Tunaja doesn't
saying
understand the
that
subject
it's
matter I
not
queries it for.
smart.
Wow.
It is
I
smart.
agree on that. Kulata,
I
I'm
agree
not
on that. What
moving
I'm
away from
saying
that
is
point.
that it is not more.
What do
It's
you
not
mean you agree
more
on the fact that
intelligent than you are.
hold on. Are you
It's not
saying
more than. It's
Ola, are
not
you
more
saying that
intelligent
Kolata
than
is
a
correct that
human
I don't
being.
know how to prompt ChatGPT?
Yes.
No. That's not what I'm saying, Kulata.
Okay.
That's not what I'm
I just wanted
saying
to
now.
clarify that.
Nobody
If you are
said
not
that.
accountant, now, and they are asking you about the principle of developing financial accounting reports, and you see an accountant now talking to you about financial accounting, and you are now using ChatGPT now to challenge the accountants, that's a misuse of ChatGPT, because you can never use ChatGPT to challenge a professional. It's just like you say civil engineer.
Why
No,
not?
you can't.
You are arguing
Why
against
would
yourself
you?
now.
Why can you?
You're arguing against yourself now.
Okay, look at what I'm telling Zita now. I'm a developer, it's a IT security. I cannot challenge Zita when it's IT security. But if it crosses my path, when I'm developing an application,
Hold on. You see,
I
I
will
think this
fight
is a
here.
very, very
I don't go
important learnable, teachable moment. You see, the thing about knowledge is that nobody is an arbiter of knowledge or storage of information that is perfect. People make mistakes, even professionals. And if a professional comes to you and tells you the sky is blue, and the sky is brown and the earth is blue, and you know that doesn't sound right, and you go and ask something like ChatGPT, and ChatGPT tells you that the sky is actually blue and the earth is actually brown, then you can challenge that professional based on the knowledge that is not yours. Remember,
Okay,
the
when you
knowledge is not
finish
yours.
the statement.
Sorry. The knowledge is not yours because you can
No, I said
borrow
when you
knowledge.
finish.
Yeah, thank you. You can borrow knowledge from somebody that knows better than you. It's not you challenging them. It's not you using your own opinion. You are using a superior opinion.
To Niger, there's no way you are going to know wind factor more than a civil engineer. You are developing sky.
No, it's not me. Don't you get that? It's not me. It's something that if one engineer gives you,
you talk.
hold
Let
on
me
now,
let me
let
let me
me
say
get him to
something.
understand what I'm saying. If one engineer gives you an opinion and you go and seek opinion from a senior engineer, and the engineer gives you a different opinion, what will you do? You will tell that other engineer that senior engineer tells me that
let me
this
land
is not
now.
correct.
ChatGPT is the biggest confirmation bias platform that exists. I can confirm any fucking opinion.
Right.
No, you
100%
can't actually.
right.
I've challenged ChatGPT before. I couldn't.
Any fucking opinion that I throw to it that I want to validate myself, I will get that answer. You bring your opinion, you validate it.
You want to do that?
Wait. So unless you have a particular subject matter expertise in that part you're querying, then don't come up with me and go and confirm something, because I can go and confirm the exact opposite.
Okay. If you are correct,
that's
in what
just
you are saying,
so that's
let's
just how
test it out.
so
If
that's
you are
just how
correct in
that
what you are
goes.
saying, no, because you can't just be saying so. If you are correct in what you are saying, now let's challenge ChatGPT now to say,
biggest
hold on
confirmation
now.
bias platform.
Okay, hold on. If you are
Naija.
correct, challenge ChatGPT to say that Yoruba people originated
Let me
from
make this
Ijaw,
thing
and
very
you see whether
easy for
you
you.
will succeed.
To
You will not
Naija.
succeed.
You said it's we learn every day. Let me make it easy for you. Whenever you ask ChatGPT something, could you please ask it to give you reference where you got it from?
Yes, it can. I've done that before.
Good.
That's a good thing, yeah.
So you cannot agree with me that it's not more intelligent than you are.
It's more. It has more information.
Hold on. He's smarter, is faster. He uses all information from the beginning of the internet that is thrown there. Very soon they will start getting laws.
And it does not discriminate.
And it doesn't discriminate. But if you want to narrow it down for you not to get into trouble, if you are using it, even if you are using it like Bwala said, is using it to help develop an app, he can carefully ask him from what book.
No, Madam Zita, I've known that. Look, let's get this thing right. Let me tell you, we discussed this thing before. Maybe you forgot it. Apart from using ChatGPT, I have detailed, deep knowledge of machine learning and artificial intelligence. So it's not that maybe I just jump at ChatGPT.
Now, no, why are we
wait,
here?
AI, wait. You see, in the compiler theory, when you have your model and you link it with your natural language model, AI that is behind that ChatGPT or maybe Meta AI, or whether you want to talk of Gemini and all those ones you want to talk, they know the basic principle. They don't need to reference any textbook. We can do a session today. I'll give you a code to write it, and you ask ChatGPT to go and put the book. It will tell you that it dictated this thing to your prompt, and this thing is not plagiarized or copied from somewhere. It responded based on the model. And go use your Trinity, go use your Grammarly and all those anti-plagiarism solutions you have. Find it there. You will never see pieces.
Let me tell you.
No. I'm talking of coding now. But
no,
there's a difference between
let me tell
when you go and wait now. Wale Soyinka write a book on a project. Kulata wrote a book on a project, and you do your own project. You not ask a question. Yeah, ChatGPT can be a Google too. It's basically doing the job of a Google there. The only difference is that instead of you typing yourself to the Google prompt, you are asking ChatGPT. Exactly. You now go back to Google and
it does not discriminate.
Ola is actually displaying quite in-depth.
It's not gonna weigh Soyinka's works over Kulata's work.
Ola, in my office, one of our contractors developed AI dictator for people like you. Because most of them, when they give them job to do, they end up with this thing we are talking about. So the company has to call I won't call the name of the company anyway, who is our contractor. They developed an app, an AI dictator. The moment you write that thing in any way with that AI, some of them have been fired. Because we are talking about security.
AI.
Hold on.
I know exactly what you are talking about. We
are talking about securing our
people.
Wait now.
With MIT, with Stanford University, and Princeton. Even when they accuse students, there are so many legal cases of accusing students wrongly. Because this thing is just a model. They will look at, there's a pattern.
Okay. Now you are going back to my point again that is not more intelligent than human.
There are a lot of legal issues now. There are some people who were illegally accused of plagiarism. Whereas they did. Go to read it and go and see all those universities this in there. It's a serious issue.
In some areas,
I want to mention something that is happening. There's what we call
not every area, of course.
I don't want to mention the name of that school. Just go. It's a popular course. Go to Reddit and regard it. Half of the class today now, they are dealing with the university because they are saying they were called for plagiarism. Whereas these people are saying, let them prove it. Let them prove the model. And they go and point to one nationality. See, computer science is just like you have a various way of thinking, but you have a limited approach. It's just like mathematics. In some cases, when I say 1 + 1 is equal to 2.
Cybersecurity for life.
Madam, I did this IT. I don't this in 2003. So I know this cybersecurity, but I tell you what I do. For that one, no, I go buy the defending it.
We done this in the 90s ago.
You don't do IT since 90s. You know, I was in NEPA before I did IT for 2000.
Okay, you did NEPA before. Okay.
So that's why I told you. So now only 2003 I joined NEPA. I joined IT. And 2003,
Allah, if you keep telling me you worked in Nepal, I'll get you arrested, honestly.
Okay.
God, if you work in Nepal, he's no longer any of. He's no longer welcome here. Actually, he's no. All those people that give us half current. No.
Let me give you the
that
name
is
of those
not
people
allowed.
you go and arrest you. I can give you the name of those people you need to arrest, not me. I'll be small boy now.
Did you live through that half current period where you get that red light?
You seem not to know the havoc you people committed in Nigeria. For you to be bold enough mentioning that.
No, AI.
You worked in Nepal.
They harassed us with.
Ola, did you say you worked in Nepal?
97 to 2003. Yes.
Okay, I'm no longer your friend. It's just a period. Enough.
No problem.
I can't accept this. This is just unacceptable. So you are the ones giving us that half current.
They are very free.
Yeah, you are just one of our enemies. That clearly is obvious.
No. You see, to Nigeria, unfortunately, they suggested the solution to solving Nepal problem today, but it's not accepted. The best way is not to allow government to run the enterprise. Telecommunication and our broadcasting institution, they've shown clearly to us. Even NNNG that we are talking about, they've proven it to you that when you see NNNG and NNPC, you will see that government should not run business. When you see Nigerian Airways, government should not run a business. So, so that's the point. Even when the British people are even moving away from allowing government to run business, they are giving to private people. So that is where I support Pulata and AI on that.
Even China.
The only place I fight because
even China, government
allows there's a balance. It's not everything government runs.
No, not every. I mean, we talk about defense. Government should own defense. Primary education.
No,
government should run some part of
it. They should manage it, but not do the business.
Nigerian government is okay. Yeah, NNPC is doing the business. Maybe that's the difference. But Nigerian government doesn't have to get involved in the actual business aspect, but they can administer it. But my concern is that
anything that makes money, government shouldn't do anything that makes money.
Do the business.
They should just regulate. Anything
and even our regulation is not good enough. We don't administer, we don't regulate, we don't have even enough manpower in those systems. In all this Western system that is so-called private,
they do.
They have the manpower. No, where do you get the manpower? You only have 707,000.
No, they have the manpower. All those undergraduates looking for jobs, they should employ them.
But they are not employing them now. That's the thing. They're not employing them. They are not employing them. That's the problem. Nobody's giving them.
Look at that real line from Lagos to Ibadan. Look at the low underutilization. They don't even ticketing. They're paying cash. It's because it's government run. If it was Kulata Enterprises that run that,
they will do it electronics one time because they want their money.
I want my money back.
You see, what kind of government goes about running a train line with only cash payment?
I don't understand. That's what Nigerians want now. You people want it to be cheap, where you can walk to the door and tell the train operator. I don't have
but that is the core of the problem. It's not the user. Other governments do it right.
Becomes your brother. And make sure that every day you go to work and come back without paying for train fare. That's what Nigerians want. And then we still come out and complain that everywhere is not working, everything is not. But they want the government to run it so that we have half of it. Government will spend so much money building that thing, and they will not generate the revenue. And at the end of the day, the system will collapse. I'm sick and tired of Nigerian politicians, and they don't even say Nigerian. Let me call them politicians.
Look at refinery. Government has been running it since. They've been paying salary. There's nobody there. Look at the Ajakuta Steel. They've been promoting people, paying people salary. What are you promoting? What work is being done?
Port Harcourt refinery for how many years now? People are there. They're not refining.
They're not refining.
They're earning salary for over 30 years now. So what is all this now?
That problem is not only a problem of that refinery, it's a problem of all the Nigerian system itself. Even the so-called private sector we talk about, they barely are functional. Even the telecommunication and all the rest, they are barely functional anyway.
Okay. You see the way
Dangote call Nigeria is like calling it a black hole.
You see the way Dangote has built his own refinery. He's screaming everywhere.
He wants to make the least penny out of it. So let them. Oh God!
I have an account with SpectraNet.
They should shut down the
let me give you one example of a private sector this institution that I'm dealing with. SpectraNet is supposed to be an internet service company. I have an account with them. 5 years ago, 10, even 7 years ago, I'm able to top up my SpectraNet account online. Today, I can't even do that. I have to now even get their bank account details, send it to their account, send email before they stop it off. This is private, and this is taking money. I want to pay them money. I have to go through trouble to give them the money. That is private. So maybe something is wrong with Nigerians, not necessarily only the government. Because you can see that in the rot. Do you know how many times you send money? Do you know how many times you send money from one bank to another and it doesn't get there for days in Nigeria?
No, Nigerian banking is good, though. I don't think
it's good, but I believe in me, I've had a lot of problems lately. Where sometimes if I want to send money using this thing, it's like Russian roulette. You'll be begging it, please let it go to this time. Let it go this time.
Are you in Netherlands? If you're in Netherlands, you will know that one thing Nigeria got right is their banking system.
That banking is
I don't know. This one where we are saying when I want to send money here in the UK, boom, next minute is already there. Nigeria, I will be like, do you know how many times I watch and I will be watching the thing swell? Hey, I hope it goes through. It says something went wrong. You have to try it again. And sometimes I will send 2 to 3 transactions. Yesterday, somebody had to send money back to me.
Tomorrow, I go see that tomorrow. Let's continue with this agreement.
It takes minutes when I send money from the
That is private sector. Well, we keep arguing like private sector is from heaven. Look at the way they are running their business already. You know what I think? Because the expertise has left Nigeria, the useless ones are the ones.
No. At some point in time, the banks had their IT shortage. Many people jackpot. Wasn't that after COVID? I know the bank, they had the IT crisis. Maybe
it's a big problem. Nigeria has gotten worse in terms of almost everything. Like now, when I used to ship something to Nigeria, before, if you ship something to Nigeria with cargo agents, it gets there the very next week. Sometimes you ship on Friday, it gets there on Wednesday, the next week. Now, 2 weeks, I'm struggling. It's like, what is going on?
No, if it's air freight, it depends on if the airline is willing to take or whatever. Because I just ship some stuff too.
Yeah, but before it was better. Now it's a nightmare.
I know, because there's traffic. Especially now that everybody.
There was traffic before. Even COVID-19, there was traffic
for Christmas. My stuff is gonna get there like next week. Even though I've given the guy, finally got some space. So that one, it depends on the traffic. But in general,
it's not. I'm telling you that it's not
private sector. Private sector.
I don't know about traffic. I've been shipping for years. I've been shipping for years. It's not about traffic.
You can't compare private sector to. How long did we have Nitel? We had that Nitel line, 4 digits, tap for decades. We didn't go past that. When Nitel eventually tried to bring,
but the same thing happened in the West, though. There was a transformation period for most nations during that period. It's not only Nigeria.
When they stood up, when they gave them license, Spectrum, because I was in Nigeria then. Nitel never took off, even though they got the license.
See. I think we have to be careful. We use this Nitel as a way of saying, privatization solved everything. When I was in Nigeria, there was none of this privatization. Yeah, no, I agree with you to a point. My point is that when I was in Nigeria, the change was already happening. By the time I left Nigeria, I think that they were just transitioning to civilian regime. When I left Nigeria, the change was already happening. They have internet cafes, they have all those things. We go and play PlayStation in Ikeja and all those computer colleges. Yeah, I was there when that transformation was happening. When it started,
you don't hold for that. When did you leave Nigeria?
Oh, look at this one.
Nah, from what he's describing, it's early 2000s. He left Nigeria.
Yeah, by 2000. By 2000, and that's when I just
2000s.
So again, you are not qualified to talk about Nigeria.
Look at this one. I've been to Nigeria since then. Just in case you didn't know.
To Nigeria, we implemented some of those.
Look at this one that was giving us half current. How dare you talk here?
Did you hear me? I said I joined IT 2019. Do you know what? We implement some of those things you are announcing that we want just.
You joined IT to maybe that's why the thing is having cricket problem. Every time I call Nigeria, it's like it's like I'm making the call in the tunnel all the time. I have to be. If you call, my goodness, man, the last time I called this, even with Skype, it's a nightmare. Jesus Christ! But recently, just cleared.
No. To Nigeria, let me tell you something about payment system in Nigeria. Nigeria still has one of the best payment system in the world today. Yeah, there can be some kind of other infrastructural challenges like link, all those stuff. Yeah, but then when you are talking, see when they start this Max project that time, National Automated Clearing System, many people condemn, it was going to fail. It was going, that started during Absalom Abubakar period, and they got it right, even ahead of some Western countries. Now,
you're right there.
So
about that period, things were already changing.
Interbanking transaction when the like of InterSwitch, Transact, when they came on board, oh boy, people were saying, oh, they were not going to succeed. Trust this guy in here. Trust all these InterSwitch guys. Those guys, they are very brutal in bringing innovations. They didn't even stop at interbanking. They started pushing all those innovations to our institutions. Before, now, Bossa, they use hand to collect money. They push the banks and all those, they push that you just have to pay through portal today. So some of us, we managed to get involved in some of those projects. When we're doing ship and pin, I tell you, America was not doing ship and pin. Canada was not doing ship and pin. But because of the peculiarity of fraud on Max
see, all those things you are saying may be true some time ago. Like here in the UK now, I've never sent one transaction that has happened in error. Do you know that the Nigerian bank sent almost more than $1 million into my account without even knowing it? So you can see that they make mistakes like all over the place. No. I can't even count how many mistakes I've seen during the period I've been banking in Nigeria.
They collect money from people's accounts in Canada. Yeah. You think it's only Nigeria?
Yeah, but I've never had that in the UK now.
Wait, the only problem because they are insured. By the time they cover up track here very well. They cover out because in Nigeria, if one naira is missing your account, the bureaucracy is humongous. That you have to fill form, you have to wait for another day. But if you call here, maybe 30 minutes, they don't refund your money, they no one wahala. And the level of that fraud there is another thing entirely. But it doesn't mean the system is necessarily more secure than us. No.
Okay, how about here? You don't have to call anybody. Your account is just functional. You send money, it gets to where it needs to get to. They send money to you, it gets to you just fine.
No,
so by and
yeah,
large,
of course, it happens like that in
Nigeria. Have they fixed the IT jackpot problem with Nigerian banks? That was prevalent.
Can they ever fix that?
It's still there. It's still there. The company, the banks are being run by useless people that don't know what they are doing.
Let me tell you what.
I even have one experience where the girl admitted that she didn't know what she was doing. It was later on I called some other person that solved the problem for me. I spent weeks trying to access my banking app.
Wait now. Do you know how they are solving that problem now? Okay, this is how Nigerian situation works. You say me, I can't work for you. You say, okay, as an IT person, you are going to pay me 10 million in a year, right? And one American company is saying it's going to pay me $50,000. As a Nigerian, which one do you think I will pick? Now, I will still work for you, but you are saying you want to be seeing me in your office every day. I say, oh my goodness, BS that. Someone is even calling me from America. I'm working from home.
Exactly. You can't compete. And this is the mistake the Nigerian government is making.
Take the one and stay at home for 50K. And we
open our businesses to the wall. We open Nigeria too much to the wall, and it's sapping Nigeria up his brains.
So
and
that is the best way to compete is to go and pay what they are paying, or you allow those guys to work from home. So what some smart banks allow you to do now is that
even when you work from home, you can't even compete. Even when they can work from home, you can't compete.
No.
Because the Western company pay way higher.
If you ask Nigeria IT to work from home, they work from home. See, let me tell you something. You know what thing they happen for office? You see, when you go to office for 10 hours a day, it's like that the number of hours you used to work now just 2 hours. The remaining time
you spend all the time in traffic now.
Exactly. So the remaining you used to gist. So if I stay at home, if I'm going to attend to your work for 2 hours in a day,
oh my God, this guy just reminds me of those bad government workers. You see, the remaining he used to gist. All those gist in his work gave us this half current. I'm not going to forget this half current business. When I see you now,
that's how the thing be.
The many hours you used to gist. What kind of workers was that?
That's how the thing be. That's how the thing be.
Goodness.
Let me give you a joke. When I went for a program, it's on development, people were saying, okay, post me to where I be developing application. So they gave me a place where it's a low code. Low code simply means that the code will not be too much. I took that. people were now saying, why you take this one? I laughed at some people. I said, I have experience in this field that this high code level area you are going to, you find out that most of those things you want to go and support, they're already in production. You may not even code a line for 3 months. You may not even code a line for 3 months. So what I'm saying is this: some of those jobs you see sometimes, you don't go and stay there, except you are working in the warehouse or you are working as a cashier. You go to the office and you work from the beginning, from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. No, except you're a project manager that you have to be talking to people every time. You have to be on bridge and be talking to people. But you say you are a technical support person and you say you are going to work from 8 to 4. It can happen. Maybe you are going from customer to customer to be repairing PC, to be repairing computer, or maybe you are going from side to side to install a network equipment. That I understand. But you stay in the office, you are supporting application. Baba, if you tell me say you work from 8 a.m. to 4 a.m.
What are you supporting when it comes to code? Except is maybe tickets. Except you're maybe supporting.
Exactly. Maybe this thing is not working. You quickly. It is when they are developing application you really work. Because that after you do application after you are
but right now, the way my guys build application now is insane. Before I used to be worried about application building, but now it's one of the list of my worries. No matter how complex, as long as you can think it, those guys they'll just
no, Kulata, you know how it works. The significant part of application development is when you are developing your use case. You ask people, this is what you want, this is what you want. Okay, I get back to you. The person that will code this thing for you, they will not tell you because they are not going to be in your presence. Once you can give me the step by step. One for me.
No, I mean, before back then, I mean, when you think about how far one is coming from, right? Back in the day, you have use case, you'll be worried if they can do it. Now, I mean,
because they have ChatGPT now to help them with the coding.
Between 2003 and 2015, if you give me web application to develop for you, you may not get it in 2 months, depending on how complex.
But this guy, you just sound like one of the
problems. No, I know. I'm just telling you the truth. You may not get it in 2 months, but the same thing you can get it from me in a day or 2 days now, because I just want to know when I code that thing. I will now ask ChatGPT to give me some test cases. You understand? I will integrate it.
But you're not in Nigeria now, so you don't have to go through.
Even if I'm in Nigeria, I will still do the same thing. IT is global
now. I guess so.
It's not this place that gave me that idea. See, look at where the problem started. Now, some guy, there's a site called Fiverr. When we they do freelancing this job, you will be seeing the application that those days you'll be charging people $2,000, $3,000. This guy will be building this application for you for $120, $150. You will now be saying, what? You know, you started wondering what's happening.
There's something I want to highlight. I have people that I know in Nigeria where you give them a task to do, like they will be struggling with the simplest things for 1 month. It's like unbelievable. And they have access to ChatGPT, and they will still be struggling. And part of it is what that revealed is that when people might know software, but whenever it's tied to hardware, it becomes a big problem. They don't have a clue, especially in the context of Nigeria.
If you are going for pro version of the one I use, is $200 a month.
Pro version,
yeah.
ChatGPT.
There's another one of $30. Wait now, I'm coming. The one there's a $200 for pro, and there's another one for $30, $20 a month. So it depends on what you are using. Like, when you are looking at all those models, they have different models and they have their level of advance. You can get a O1 mini, you can get a GPT 4.0, just a lot. You understand? And you have the complex.
I've never seen anyone. Which one is more than this in the normal? This is subscription one. I don't know of any other higher level one.
No, there is a limit. That's what I'm saying. There's a limit that I will use this thing before that. It's okay. If we ask you that you have 25 more prompts or 10 more prompts, and this thing will reset on so date.
I'm not sure. I think that is for when you're using free package now. Not when you're paying.
That's what I'm telling you now. Is that not what I'm telling you? So I'm telling you there is a plus. There is a GPT plus of $20 a month. There is a pro of $200 a month.
I've not seen that one. Why is it not? Why can't I see it? I don't know.
What are
Is
you?
it for development now? Is people
What
that
are,
actually do
yes, what are
development?
you using it for? Do you develop
Okay.
it? So,
No, I'm not
so
using it for development. To be fair, I do my own outside.
if you are using your ChatGPT to
It's to be
write
arguing on
maybe
internet. It needs the free version.
You got you see that you see this one wants to start again now. He wants to start to
no, why
are we
you
not
fight
done with
Kulata
this
now?
don't
You know
mind
the
him, he wants to
Kulata was
start
just
now.
whining you now. Why you dey fight Kulata the other
Bulata
time?
is a troublemaker. He just likes to support nonsense.
Just whining you now, but you can't take him to
I have to put him down because he likes to support nonsense all the time. Kulata is supposed to be an intellectual, but sometimes
no, do that.
he doesn't want to
You can do
uphold
for any other
intellectual
person.
integrity.
You know,
He doesn't want to
say we
uphold
Kulata gang with plenty here. We know Bwala. You know, do that. It's just like they do it to you too.
Kulata gang, man.
Yes, if they do it to you too, we are going to fight them.
I you know what I ask you? Don't protect a king that is not capable. If he's not capable, let him fall and let some other person rise.
Kulata is not taking it against you the way you are looking at it. You understand? It was just winding you up. But
Kulata is like that now. I know.
But you are supposed
no matter how much you beat him, tomorrow he will come back for more. So it's all right.
Another person we know go talk.
I wanted to share this stuff because this type of conversation has been going on in Nigeria, and I'm beginning to wonder, how do we really reprimand people that behave like this, or whether we should even bother reprimanding them at all, or because I'm watching a Cameroonian so furious with a Nigerian that he believes was lambasting Nigeria and making Nigeria look bad. Let me just share this.
To leave behind for your country. That is the reputation you want to give your country after the country has made you who you are. I don't understand why you Nigerians continue to tolerate and accept this kind of people. See, Nigeria is the only country where people, they abuse freedom of speech. The Nigerians abuse freedom of speech so much. This is the height of it. You cannot tell me that your family will feed you, take care of you, raise you to the point where you are now okay, you cannot stand on your ground. You will not turn back and tell the whole world with your millions of subscribers. You are not telling them to avoid Nigeria. You are not telling them you cannot stay in Nigeria and be happy. You are not telling the whole world you cannot stay in Nigeria and be peaceful after Nigeria has raised you. It's not fair now. Let's be honest. If you think that what Ajim is saying doesn't make sense, Kunkuma say it that it doesn't make sense. Because for me, I don't understand. This is the height of it for me. Just imagine now, tomorrow, Namidis, they talk about Nigeria every day. Namidis, they blow Nigeria. By the time Nigerians go, don't give me 100,000 subscribers. By the time Nigerians go, don't give me 1 million subscribers. Make me successful, give me money now. I can't stand back. Come and sit down in front of camera and tell the whole world, I need to move from Nigeria and go to a better country where I can have peace of mind, where I can enjoy life. That is, just imagine just imagine. By the time you people give me 1 million or 10 million subscribers or even 100,000, I now sit down because I now have opportunity to have access to other countries in the world because I'm now going global. I now sit down, cross my leg and start narrating. Nigeria did this to me. I was depressed in Nigeria. I wasn't happy in Nigeria. Nigeria. Just imagine, because that's exactly what Tayo Aina is doing right now. Why can't you just relocate? Tayo Aina, are you bigger than Wodemaya? Is Ghana better than Nigeria? Are you bigger than Wodemaya? And is Ghana better than Nigeria? When did you see Wodemaya come and place camera and in front of the whole world and say, this Ghana is depressing? Ghana is creating a lot of issues. I lack opportunities in Ghana. Are you telling me Wodemaya haven't faced challenges traveling with Ghana passport? Do you know how many times Wodemaya shared challenge of traveling with Ghana passport in this African country? In this our continent of Africa, Wodemaya faced challenge. He came and posted it, traveling with his Ghana passport.
I think the point has been made. See, there's this phenomenon going on. You saw it with Kemi Badenoch, and you see Davido. There's a trend, and I think the Nigerians are getting fed up with this now. Like there's a need that it's like there needs to be a pushback somewhere because Nigerians, there's something about us that seems to not value anything Nigeria represents for us. As if Nigeria is the only country that has had problems. There are nations in the world that has dished out suffering after suffering to their people. Look at the Palestinians. They are basically dying today. Ukrainians are dying. Russia's lost 20 million in the Second World War. You don't see them acting the way Nigerians behave. But Nigerians, this man, according to this guy, Tayo got his subscribers.
Most of the subscribers were Nigerians that backed him. The video was the one that got him to blow up. All this is then when the moment they become successful, let's kill Nigeria. Nigeria is useless. Let's what is this thing? Is there any way we can tackle this thing without censoring people's freedom of speech?
To Nigeria, it's unfortunate that for now, I don't know of the future that we cannot do anything about that. First of all, these people we are talking about, they are content makers. They are opportunists. Now, they pick their market. Some people, negativity is what.
But Badenoch is not one. Badenoch is not the content maker. He does the same thing. Even our leaders do the same thing too. They go out there and they badmouth Nigerians. What kind of people are these?
They have something. Some of those people you talk about, they have something to gain from whatever they are saying. And point of correction, some Canadians do that. Some Americans, they do that. Now, where you enter, everybody just pick his own specialty. Some people, okay, there is a channel on YouTube that I used to watch. They deal with the police department to reveal the situation where police stop people and now they did not handle the situation very well. Then I want to say, although the action of those people are helping the police department in the US to actually improve. But if we say Nigerians are the only one bringing Nigeria, I think it is human thing. It is human. People here too can do anything for money. They do it for money. Go to TikTok. You will hear a lot. As I speak to you today now, some people now, if you mention Trudeau, oh my goodness, Buhari received more prayers than Trudeau. As I speak to you. As I speak to you too, if you go to the Western Canada, there's a group there. If you go and pretend that you are from Alberta and go and join that group, if you go and look at what they are talking about Canada generally there, you want to say, am I in Canada or what is it that I'm reading? So the thing is, I think the social media over time in the future we have is so. I think the society will evolve to the point of having some legislation.
But though, see, the issue is that all those people you describe, they are not bad-mouthing the entire nation. Like Nigeria, there's something about Nigerians that come out and badmouth the entire nation. That man is not a Nigerian, he's a Cameroonian that is irate with Nigerians, the way we behave. That we keep attacking the country. It's like Nigerians attack their nation. And it goes back to that video that I played earlier on that lady said, if we don't build ourselves individually, why would the nation be good? It's like the way the people don't build ourselves like the way other people do. They build themselves to understand what truly is valuable to them. And they value their land. These people die for their land. But Nigerians, the land, one of the things they go out to say, what has Nigeria ever done for me? What has Nigeria ever done? It's like constant. What is this that Nigerians do? And
I think we are just spoiled. To Nigeria, I think we are just spoiled, especially this generation. We are spoiled. In the previous generation, when they were under the military, we fought for military. We fought for democracy because we value the country. We didn't run. We stood there. We fought. Some students were shot, But this generation, everything is free for them. And I think it's a matter of upbringing. Most of them, what have they been able to do for themselves? If you look at it, look at the areas where the current generation, where they are excelling, only few. The areas they excel is just entertainment and they say it's creativity. Very few are excelling in IT and all those other areas. Anything that will make them apply themselves, they don't want it. They just want easy things. That's just the truth. They want easy things.
Okay, it's wanting to want
easy
things.
I mean, you even mention some people.
I blame the government for it because the government give them too much access to Western way of doing things. Because if you are from a poor background and your parents take you to the lifestyle of a rich person, you are going to want your parent to provide that immediately without knowing that the poor person is not at the same level as a rich person. Nigerian government allow their people to have access to the internet, TikTok and everything and see that lifestyle. They think that it should be available in Nigeria by right. And they don't know what it takes to build those things. Those countries, people shed blood. Yeah, they shed a whole load of blood to build those nations. What has Nigeria done for their nation?
Even this internet that they are talking about, do you know how long it took us fighting Abacha before we have mobile phone in Nigeria? Abacha,
Imagine
they
all
were
that.
not going to allow mobile phone because of security, because they said they could use it to overthrow government. Togo, Ghana, all those countries were already using mobile phones. We didn't have mobile phone in Nigeria. Benin was already using mobile phones. We didn't have mobile phone in Nigeria. This generation, they just got everything on a platter of gold. They
So
can
is
go
it
to
only
private
them
school,
though?
they can do anything.
Kemi Badenoch is not this generation.
He got everything on a platter of gold. Now his parents took him to US. Her parents took her to America, and she just
UK. She's in the UK.
now to UK. So
To Niger,
that's the thing
you see
now.
the example. If you look at the example that guy gave of Wadimaya, you know that guy has like ×2 of the subscriber that Tayo Aina has. I
Yeah.
don't even know what came over that Tayo Aina. Why is he saying that rubbish? He relocated to Portugal. So what?
It's not only him that's the problem. Many Nigerians do this. It's like it's not only him that is doing it. Go online, you go and see Nigerian YouTubers. They are telling people how to leave Nigeria. Telling you, it's like they keep encouraging Nigeria to leave Nigeria. It's like a big
It's
thing
because
for
they
them.
don't regulate it now. It's because they don't regulate it. One man should tell it has to be regulated. You cannot have a platform where nothing will be regulated now. That's why this Pharaoh Timi case, they should handle it properly.
Yeah, the Nigerian government, if they don't regulate the country, if they don't regulate the excesses, the way people are living the country, that country there will be a shell left because we will just suck all the best brains
there will
out
be shell.
and
There will
expect
be
it just
shell.
out.
There will be shell. Now they go suffer. They come here, let them come and have the same attitude here now. Most of them that ran to UK now, they copy.
Oh, they will behave themselves in the UK now. If you don't
No,
behave
they
yourself,
can't.
you
If
suffer.
they are lazy-minded people, they will not survive. That's what we are saying. Or behave call. You can't have what you can't give. Some of us, as professional as we are, as whatever as we are, that we came here, some of us, my own first job was to work in the warehouse. I was an executive in the company where I was coming. I had to work in the warehouse the first few months to stabilize. When I finished that, I started, Ola knows me, we started a cleaning company, we do all those kind of things. They are lazy, they won't do that. If they go to UK and think that they will survive by complaining, then in no time
You
they
are
will be
high
out.
class, so that's your killing business you just did now. Some people they've been struggling with it for more than 3 years. They don't even have your breakthrough. You know, you now baba for marketing now. Some people they've been
No,
trying
but
that
what I'm saying is, it's because of this. If they have the wrong attitude, they carry that same complaint mentality to UK. They will suffer. That's why.
I've never seen a marketer like you among Nigerians.
How do you mean?
Bank local marketing, where they will give you target like mad.
See, to Nigeria, this thing that Patosik is saying, you understand? We had one family friend like that. He's been trying that thing since 2000. Was even 2019, before COVID. If I told you, she hasn't had a breakthrough like, when you were narrating this thing, I was just like, is this the same business that someone has been struggling with? No, the thing is this, sometimes it's your strategy. I know it's grace. You understand? But one thing about we humans sometimes is this: God has given us that.
And God will give person grace, if you know.
So, but it's not everybody that knows how to use his own grace. Like Simba now, he's using his own grace now, and that's why I be telling everybody that
somebody be doctor is doing farming, he's doing everything.
He's doing farming, he's doing everything, jack of all trades. So,
that's to tell you.
But it's serious though. This man has got millions of subscribers. This man has got millions of subscribers. That those millions of subscribers, some of them could have come to Nigeria, or at least a million subscribers also.
Who is that person?
This Tayo guy, I don't know whether you know him. Tayo is a YouTuber, Nigerian YouTuber. Tayo Ena, you don't know him. He's a Nigerian YouTuber. He's got a lot of followers, and he's there telling people not to go to Nigeria, and he's leaving Nigeria.
Where is he?
He's looking to go to Portugal now. He's from Lagos. He wants to go to Portugal. And this is somebody that made his name in Nigeria when he was in Nigeria.
He's using Nigeria passport to go to Portugal.
Oh no! You know what? Before that, you know what he did? He went and applied for citizenship in one of these this in Caribbean islands.
Okay, I think I
So
know that
that,
guy that people were
exactly.
contributing. That people were contributing money
Imagine
for.
that. This is
No,
what
that useless.
Nigerians
That
do.
guy is not good. That guy, I used to respect him. Oh.
This is what Nigerians
Because
do. And
he used
Wodemaya
to
is part of
do
the people that help him blow up. Oh. And Wodemaya doesn't behave like that. Look at what he's doing.
who helped him to blow up? That Ghana guy.
The Ghana guy helped him. Davido helped him to blow up. And look, none of them behave the way he's behaving. At least the Ghana guy is not doing that. The Ghana
I
guy
know
never
that short
did.
guy. That short Ghana guy is even encouraging Africa and doing all those things.
Yeah. Instead, he is now encouraging people to leave the country. It's like, why do Nigerians keep doing this? You know,
No,
and it's not only him.
To Nigeria, you are not getting it. Negativity sells faster in Nigeria. It's being
You already have platform now.
So because the thing is this.
He didn't used to sell negative stuff before he blew up. He didn't sell negative things. He said positive about Nigeria. That's what blew him up. He didn't sell negative to blow up.
Tell me one channel about Nigeria that is not mainstream media that says something positive in Nigeria about Nigeria that people patronize. Even some of what
is one of them. Tayo is one of them. He did promote Nigeria in quite a lot of his videos. He did. Only for him to end up like this. That's the problem. He did.
That's why I just know because like I said, when
when he was trying to get that his passport, Nigerians contributed money.
Exactly. Now, what do you expect? Nigerians support their own now.
Because Aisha Yusufu and Co today. What made them?
Because they're always criticizing now.
Look at the kind of videos. Look at the top videos. Look at the videos he's put on the top of his.
Okay, this one he does stories.
Look at that. Yeah. Nigeria is hell. This one says Nigeria is hell. The other one, leaving Nigeria. It's like he's like denigrating on this kind of demarketing the country constantly. What kind of people are these? And it's not only him.
Anyway, to Nigeria, do you know one thing about those investors and risk takers? They don't listen to the type of statement we talk about.
They know now. They know.
Now, if you tell me bad about a particular place, if an investor, trust me, I won't even depend on what you are saying because the training as an investor has taught me to go and look into certain area to get information. So these guys, they are just casting calls. But as we speak today, the Chinese, the Indians, the Lebanese, they are going to Nigeria. Not only that they are going to Nigeria, they are becoming Nigerian citizens. While Nigerians are running. What does that tell you? Everybody has his own capacity. Like I was talking about Patoski here now. The same business that someone has struggled with since 2019. He picked the same business under 3 months, different results. So people that will say, okay, because they cannot succeed in Nigeria, they are Japan, you understand? It doesn't mean that if they carry the same attitude, enter that area, they Japan, they go. That street then go end up for. Because see, you can work here for 5 years, save money. If you don't have job for 2 months, it's another story. If your wife don't throw you out,
you are out on the street now. To Nigeria, is it not the same in UK? You are out on the street.
So the thing is, it's all about attitude. If you don't have the right attitude, if you come to a Japa area, it go even worse for you. You understand? The same attitude that is not making you to be successful in Nigeria is the same attitude that will not make you progress anywhere you go to. Even if they carry the person go paradise, where you don't have to do anything. You know? So it's all about
if you look at this video, if you look at this video here, this one, that's the one Davido did for him. That was 4 years ago. If you look at it, that's a Nigerian situation where he went to Davido's home. They got promoted, and it's one of his highest rated video. That's where he started blowing Davido again 1 year ago. But what did he do? Okay, let's Jackpa this thing. That's the video now. That is the latest one. It's about Jackpa.
This thing they are doing, it used to be a couple that used to do that in Nigeria before on mainstream. You remember? Goge Africa, one couple like that.
I don't know about that one.
Goge Africa. They used to go to different African countries. The guy's name is even Patrick now. I've forgotten his name. But, yeah, him and the wife. Very popular.
That's true. But that time now on TV, then they do
on TV, yeah. Goge Africa.
You have to play TV madly just to. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but is there anything that there's nothing we can do? We just leave people to just be bad in the country.
Things about Africa, you know.
No, to Nigeria, the thing you can do is that a person like you can start a platform and you start saying something positive. It's not about police running after those people, because how many people police will even chase? It's just like here now. If I'm not, this is what happens here. I'm not saying people should go and they don't quote me, but let me tell you what happened there. If someone goes to, like, say, Home Depot now, then go carry something that is less than $500. If you call police, they no go come. They say go and call your loss prevention. Even God still say, they will even say, if you see someone that stole something, don't run after the person, though, because you don't know whether the person they carry. So the thing, so
you don't want to
now,
get stabbed for no reason.
so all those people now, then they do something, then they go get away with it because police don't go even answer you when it is 500. There was a day that even someone hit my Kevenko. I go do report for police. Police say if it is not up to 1,500, that there's nothing they can do. Patoski there for job, we there for work.
Even now, and if it's not violence involved, they don't tend to take it too seriously.
So until the police officer checked my car, I saw, he said, "Oh, definitely this is more than 1,500." That was only the time he attended to me. You understand?
Yeah, they will just ask you to just send a report, and they will give you a police number.
So all these negative people, there are too many. The only thing you can do is to start your own forum to counter them.
I guess that's what this Cameroonian is doing, because this Cameroonian spent a lot of capital defending Nigeria against South Africans. Maybe what's annoying him is that to watch Nigerians attacking Nigeria too. It's like, what is that? I'm defending Nigeria against South Africans and Ghanaians, and you, Nigerian, one of the top YouTubers in Nigeria, to be attacking your country like this. It's like, what is that? You know,
you see one thing like this. I said that story here before. Me and one Nigerian lady, we there for work. Little thing. I'm not in Nigeria. That person, he never get passport to. Now still PR, where you never know whether they will even give a citizenship or not. To. That's what ban Nigeria. That's what is. I called that lady that one day. I say, look, you are not demarketing Nigeria. All this thing you are saying, you are demarketing yourself because. I said, do you know what to attend to these people, that these are the kind of people that come out of Nigeria, and it means you.
Ola, I think you have described them correctly. They are just opportunists, Loton. You can imagine if that platform is not there, these people probably, some of them won't be able to do anything for themselves.
They won't be able to now. Nigerians that raise them up now. Nigerians are very helpful to their own.
See that guy waiting for UK now, where they talk about this thing every day, where they talk. The time that guy started, maybe in a bicycle, the guy they ride, they go school. I hear seen a Range Rover, the guy.
Which guy?
Range. I don't want to mention the name. I can type it.
He used to talk about what?
He used to talk. Let me type it. I don't want to give the guy popularity. Otherwise,
what does he used to talk about?
See what I type. See what I type for the private forum. He used to talk about Nigeria now. It's everybody. The good news of Nigeria, you know, go hear from that guy's mouth. When you want to balance situation, you go talk to him.
Oh, okay. Where in there now?
He did Scotland, he did UK now. Now Scotland in there. Now before, now bicycle he carried. Now it's the type of car. The guy, because they give the guy money because if they talk way people want to hear. Okay, to Nigeria, you see one thing now. As we there now.
That guy usually I know now.
As we there now. What some Nigeria want to hear now, say, people wait there, they don't deport them, go Nigeria. I tell you, this forum tomorrow, you go see more than 2,000 viewers. Because they just want that bad news. Yes, we don't tell them. They go there, they go, they make much. Then anything negative. That's what they want to hear.
But do you think that maybe some of all these things that these people are doing, bad mouthing Nigeria, may actually prompt our politicians and leaders to start feeling a little bit responsible for this and want to do better? Because, like, to show them, like, you know what, you are saying we are bad, you will see whether you are not the one going to come back begging us. You know, do you think that might encourage them?
Some of those people, they see politics in Nigeria as like but it's all is in Amazon or Bill Gates is in Microsoft. So politics to them is their investment. They don't care about some of those things, except for those people that want to make name among themselves, among them. So some of those politicians, they don't care. They just want to add that one to their profile. and see Nigeria as part of their business empire. They don't care.
Yeah, but maybe okay. Let's say many of them don't care. But if 3 more or 5 more feel
Politician here too, then
by
they
this,
jolly you. Here too, politician too. Then they not only Nigerian politician they corrupt too. At the end, you too.
no, I'm not talking about corruption. I'm talking about Abike Dabiri the other day. She was the one saying that Badenoch didn't want to interact with Nigerians. They tried to reach out to her. She wouldn't do that. And you see Tayo doing the same thing. And you see quite a lot of you. We know a lot of people overseas that are doing bad matter in Nigeria. Could you think it might, shame Nigerian politicians to do better?
See, the idea that Kemi doesn't want to talk to Nigeria, we are talking about. Sometimes I'll be avoiding that because I don't have the detail. There's something that you want to talk to Nigeria in what capacity? Talk to the government or from people who want to abuse the situation because, our person is there now, it's our turn. If people like that are the one talking, just like, okay, there was a time we have a minister of justice in Abata here that happened to be in Nigeria from a particular tribe. Before you know, the people from the tribe they started protecting that it's our person. Mine, even other Nigerians, they were even trying to fence them out. Now wanted to use that opportunity of that place to instead of they are saying differently, they were saying that it's our turn style.
Yeah, but the thing is that is not what is happening. What they did was just to try to reach out to her. And besides, that is not even where she stopped. She, during her campaign, was bad-mouthing Nigeria constantly. She was using Nigeria as a contrast to why she wants to be British. She wants to defend the British values. That Nigeria is terrible and all the rest. And she grew up in a middle-class home in Nigeria. So Nigerians are feeling like, you know what? Rishi Sunak was a president in the UK, a prime minister in the UK. He didn't badmouth India, even if India has a lot of poverty and caste issues. Many like Obama, he didn't
was
badmouth
in Africa, not only Nigeria.
Yeah, she went beyond that. Exactly, she didn't just go only in Nigeria. She also went Africa and badmouthed any struggle that black people are fighting for, like reparation for colonization, and she was just badmouthing everything. It's like, why is it that Nigerians do this?
It speaks volume about her. Wise people will be able to.
It's not just her, it's Nigerians.
No, what I'm saying is this. Hold on. This is what I'm saying. You see, when you are bad-mouthing people, the people you are talking to, they will look at you like, really? He's speaking about them. He's speaking about her that, so you are this bad? Your country is this bad?
Exactly. She thinks that she's bad-mouthing.
She's thinking she's bad-mouthing. She's also bad-mouthing herself in a way.
But that is the problem. Look at one of the things she said to even top what she just
said before. I said this one before too. If this person happened to be a very elderly person, but it's a friend, elderly. So the man is like he's about 70 now. So now he was speaking innocently, but me himself, I can't even say it be like say I reacted somehow. He said, "Have you read the book 419?
Have you read the book?"
He said, "Have you read the book 419? As I heard that 419 already, my antenna just raised immediately. I already switched into defensive mode. And this happened to be a friend, though. He was just innocent, trying to say something. The next thing, I said, okay, Americans are the one aiding Nigeria to commit fraud. He now asked me how. I said, okay. I said in 2007, we switched to ship and pay. That it became very hard for people to commit card fraud in Nigeria. But when those people now realize that they could not commit, they now switch to American system that happen to be more vulnerable because they know that insurance will pay, and the people in America, they were complaining about investment in new system. You know what I did? I shifted everything immediately because you were looking at me as 419. That's where I see because I'm from Nigeria. And now push back immediately. Look at that you are even the one encouraging 419.
Of course, all the money that is.
That's what I did there.
Where are they bringing them? They are bringing the money to the West now.
Exactly. No. I was even saying we made our own system very tight for people to just go defraud us. But they were coming to you. That's why they want to love for Igbo. They want to do this. They be collecting money from you. You understand? That is that. I said you made your system porous for people to get into. in defensive mode, just to tell them that no, in my country, we don't take that rubbish, but you are the one taking that rubbish. Later, I say, like this innocent, didn't I eat this man too much? You know, this is the man that will put me, that will take me to hockey, that will pay for me, all those stuff. But immediately he said that my antenna just switched immediately. No, I won't allow this one to get away.
Yeah, I'm glad you were able to defend yourself on that one because
I don't
no,
like
because I see that you want to mess me up.
we don't. I think they said that almost $1 trillion or more dollars are lost every year due to fraud. If Nigeria was so good at fraud, if we got just 10% of that, Nigerian economy would be very good. 10% of 1 trillion is a lot of money. Our national budget is not even up to that.
Baba, do you know those people? Do you know those people that do that thing? I won't mention their name, but they are even one of those people that they believe they are the best in IT today, which I keep saying is a lie. It's only that because they have the population, they are not necessarily better than other people, but they have that population.
Oh, you're talking about the Indians.
I don't want to mention their name.
Why? Because they are afraid. They are going to
because I'm I don't want any legal suit.
They keep calling.
They're not going to sue you. Why would they sue you? Because you call them.
All the calls I'm getting. How are you? This is Patrick. Do you have a trading? You have a trading account? You have a trading account?
I'm telling you.
I don't have trading account. Leave me alone. You have your money. You have money with us. I don't have money with you.
I think they almost got me about a few weeks ago. But they didn't get the final result. They were asking me very close questions that I felt like, okay, no, you can't ask me that. That is a little bit off. I may need to call the bank back myself. So, and I think they got some of my information where they were able to change my password or something. Then I was able to restore the password to my own this thing again. It's like if you make a mistake by giving people any detail that is too close, man, you have to watch out. They almost got me, and they've never been able to get me for a very long time because
let me give you my experience now. I got a contract with supporting,
Ola, sorry.
Yeah.
Ola, let me even ask Tunaija. The country, I think, is it not Dominican Republic that I bought the passport from?
Dominican now.
Yeah, one of those. I'm not sure.
So why did you not relocate to countries that are not the Dominican Republic?
Because they are tied to the passport allows him to go anywhere.
Dominican, I think, is a Portuguese colony.
No, what I'm saying is that if you want to relocate, why can't you relocate to Dominican Republic instead of Portugal?
Because I think they are linked now. It's like having a passport for a French this thing.
I don't even know what somebody is saying. I can take a Canadian passport now to some area.
No, he prefers Europe. He prefers Europe to Caribbean.
That's what I'm saying. Economic viability. You go to So with my Canadian passport now, it is easier for me to work in the Arab world if I get a job than people do that a lot. So it's not to me. It's not a big deal. So I was even about to answer more questions the other time. I don't forget.
The guy is a very.
This trend that is going on with Nigerians, I think personally, I would say there needs to be a kind of discourage. We have to discourage that behavior.
No,
even if some of them still have a right to do it.
First and foremost, we need to regulate social media. We are just shying away from it.
We
regulated. It needs to.
Patoski, there will be tyrants. But no, the thing is this: we don't need to regulate.
Hello, guys.
There need to be consequences.
Anybody hear me?
We need to control access to social media.
Hello.
Not access.
Yeah, we can hear you.
There need to be consequences to it.
Exactly.
Consequences to
I have
abuse.
a question for all of you guys, though.
Who is this?
If I'm intelligent enough to answer it,
who do you think? Who do you think?
Is it Kamala Harris?
No, it's Donald J. Trump. Patoski, I will sue you for defamation.
Is it Kamala?
This came about enough of a thing, kind of government thinking, and I've been actually I wasn't it wasn't her. She wasn't the center of my thought, but it got me thinking about migration, integration, and acceptability. Now, or adaptability, or whatever you can call it. Now, if you look at Nigeria, we have Indian community that have been in Nigeria for decades, dates back to even pre-independent. We have Lebanese, we have Chinese, right? And we also have other minor nationals that are not as big as those countries that are pronounced. How come they will not be able to integrate to that society to the point that we can start seeing their kids in our society, maybe apart from banking, because we've seen a couple of them in banking, but mostly they were, at the executive level or some sort of. But I haven't seen them integrating into our system, into
Like
our
politics
society.
and all those stuff.
Yeah, into our politics, to our, police, all strata of life in Nigeria. I haven't seen them. What do you guys think is the
They are
issue?
not
Is the problem?
interested. Most of
or
them they
or
come for
or or,
business.
or our culture doesn't really or prevent them from integrating into our system, because whether we like it or not, we are still identified with our tribe and all those minor stuff that makes us who we are. We still identify with. So you can imagine somebody, an Indian man, coming to, let's say, Ogun State or Ekiti State or any of those states, or even up to the north, and say, "Oh, we want to join your civil service force," and I wonder what kind of story they would tell them to dissuade them from doing so. I've been thinking about it. How come we're able to integrate to any society that we find ourselves, but we've not allowed, or should I say, I don't want to use allow, but I haven't seen it in our society. How come?
Let me explain. You see, an Indian man that comes to Nigeria will not go to civil service. He doesn't want to work as level 7 officer and be earning 80,000 minimum wage when he can work and run a store and make 1 million, 2 million, 3 million and grow a big business. Those roles are not attractive to them. Hello?
I can hear you. I can hear
And
you.
those roles are not attractive to them. That's why.
How
If
do you
tomorrow,
how do you how do you how do
Indians,
you
let me give
know?
you an example. In the past, Indians used to teach now because that time it was good money for them. When I was young, I had Indian teachers. My VP was Indian. His wife was Indian. My PK teacher was from Ireland. I have two Irish priests, but I have Indian teachers. We had Ghanaians because the money was attractive to them. But now, how much do you pay teacher that an Indian will leave India and come and teach in Nigeria?
Patoski, being a teacher in a foreign land, I wouldn't consider that as part of integration.
No,
One,
it's part
the
of
reason,
integration
no, no,
into
the
you
reason,
can
no,
teach
no,
in
no.
public. It was a
You
public
see,
school now that
in
they were
these
teaching.
days,
It
in
was
these
a
days, and
principal, vice principal. That's a civil servant
hold
position
on now,
now.
hold on, Patoski. In these days and age, we've seen international school contracting those positions out to foreigners, and they sign a contract that has to do with time. And once they are done with their contract, they will leave and go. But I'm talking about immersing themselves in our way of life. For example, somebody, an Indian person, who is actually like in that kind of civil service that I mentioned earlier, right? Apart from all the school banking, those things are, those are sector of,
Government
that,
school now. And so the principal, she call it DPS, the Ministry of Education.
yeah, but we haven't seen them.
So attractive, ni money. It's not attractive. It's not
But
attractive to
the
them.
big question is, I haven't seen them integrating the way they're supposed to, or the way we do when we go another country.
Yeah, I think that question goes into part of the reasons why you hear Nigerians saying this stuff they say about their nation, because like a video I played earlier on, we have not built ourselves enough to truly understand the importance of these things. Like you said something about tribal affiliations that people have. You see, we struggle with identity too, because our national identity, we don't know when to operate at our national identity level versus when we should operate on our tribal level. Like
It's all
when
of
we are dealing with
Africa.
national issues now, especially when it deals with foreign aspect or the overall nation, you will see people still talking about their tribal stuff when they should be talking about the national stuff, as if when you talk about the national stuff, the tribal stuff disappears. It doesn't disappear. It remains there. But you are not talking about, if you are in Nigeria, you're talking about things, sharing things in Nigeria. You can talk about things from that point on the tribal level. But when it's concerning the nation, you should not operate on the national level and defend your nation because you are part of the nation. But our people struggle with that. They still remain on the tribal level. They get stuck there. And they forget that if you don't defend the nation, it's also affecting your tribal this in outcomes too. Because look at what Kamala, what's her name? Kemi did. Kemi Badenoch attacked Nigeria.
I think you are deviating from what Adewale said.
This is 15 points. This is 15 seconds. Kemi Badenoch attacked Nigeria, forgetting that while saying that she is proud of her Yoruba heritage, but she forgot that 40 million Yoruba people are in Nigeria, at least, that she's attacking. This is a sense that we tend to lose when we talk about tribal stuff. We affect our nation, our own tribe, negatively without even knowing it because we are not operating on a higher level.
No, I think you are deviating from what Adewale
Who
said.
is cooking?
I don't think I have enough experience to say it. But look, Adewale, the thing I can say is this. It depends on where we are because some of those foreigners, whenever they arrive in Nigeria, they don't normally live where we live in Againg, Abule, Egba, and Co. So they have area that normally, if Nigeria is functioning the way it's supposed to be, that average middle class should be living, like your normal Surubere, Ikeja, Lekki, and Oko. So because people now, they're falling from the class, they no longer live there. But what I can tell you today is this. There are many Nigerians that immediately they get to Nigeria, within 1 year, they speak broken language. As a matter of fact, I don't go to one area in Port Harcourt before. So as I see that Oyibo man there, he said, he looked at me. And it was at that period when they carried them anyhow. You understand? He said, why do they look like me like that? You think say you don't see Oyibo, Abi? You never see Oyibo, your eye they deceive you. Now Naija proper they say me, he say I be Naija more than you. Now Oyibo they tell me you. He say all my picking that for Naija I born them. He can't tell me the story when all those Asari Dokumbora go there. He said they carry and go IC. He said, you know, Google talk. He said, I did there. He said, they lift us to midnight to, they come and say, waiting we go shop. I said, me, I the shop about now, not crow. And they look at that man. People just laugh. You know? He said, when these people come collect machine gram money, now for him mouth, for the first time I hear say something they call machine gram money for Port Harcourt. Say, they come here, they come collect machine gram money. He said, he got to say they don't know, say part of them, say they know, even they trouble me again. So, what am I saying is this? Even though the guys they pay them machine gram money, he knows everything about that environment. You know, I was just opportune to know. There are many Indians in Nigeria today that if you think say you want to speak Yoruba to abuse, then go reply you immediately. Then go reply you go shock. So I don't know whether that is exactly what Adewale is talking about or something.
Yeah, but Indians have been known not to fully assimilate to any nation. Even they barely even assimilate to US or
That's
UK.
because they
So
practice that their communal.
They don't lose their identity, but they still manage
have a very,
to
very.
assimilate to the
I think
point of
that's
what
the
they
point he's asking, that we tend to be more susceptible to being assimilated into other people's narratives, when in reality we are actually different, and there is some truth there.
Yeah, you know, we said that thing before. You understand that I said that in here that Africans we are suffering from lack of confidence. Maybe it's not even good to even say it openly. I prefer saying things like this behind the door. So behind the close. The only thing is this. That is where you find out people arriving here. Among those people that normally land from Nigeria, go and look at the family that quickly have problem. They are Africans. Immediately they get to this place, you see the woman already, they start remembering. Even if the husband did the 99% good for them, they immediately got to this place. They wanted to leave the husband. They started quoting one bad thing. Even the man that is coming say, you don't forget, say, na Africa in B. Before you ask him before, but Bobo, how you did now? He start bringing grammar, pretending as if he has been here for a very long time. So everything about us, once we get to this thing, we just want to change because that foreign thing look like a shiny thing to us is the best. For our own, we don't. So I think is this is a matter of orientation and for us to find our own identity. And not only that, we'll be proud of our identity. You know, we want to speak English better than a Briton or an American. But you want to see Yoruba as vernacular. If you speak Yoruba too much, they will tell you that, you know, if you speak your language very well, they will say, why are you doing incantation? You are too local. You know, they start denigrating you once you start doing something that is African. If you want to play traditional music, they will tell you, oh, old school. Yeah, you know.
And another trend that I've seen too is if they are showing, and somebody said, a lady said that this is also done in Nollywood. If they are trying to show like African people, like women and all those things in Africa that are living in the villages or that are not very rich, they will use the lady will be wearing her natural hair, you know, even if it's they'll plait her hair. The Nigerian woman will be plaiting her hair, but the moment the woman makes any money, she's wearing foreign wig. The moment the woman achieves success. So, in other words, Nigerian women are beginning to associate success to wearing foreign woman's wig in their head. So these are the some of damaging culture that we have that we have not, pushed away or looking light skinned and all the rest.
Could that be attributed to lack of identity or identity crisis, of which we are unsatisfied with, what we are, who we are, and we would like to, copy from, from other European countries, just,
No,
maybe kind of like
sorry,
curiosity.
Adewale, I don't agree with you on that. Good morning, everyone. I think as
Good morning.
a woman, modernity, there is always constant changes to fashion, to culture and everything. So at this generation, what will make a woman beautiful anywhere, because we live in a global village, she will have to copy it to make herself more attractive, more acceptable. So sometimes you cannot blame them for buying attachment to put on their hair to make them look more attractive than ordinary.
Yeah, but
So,
when you found a foreign um look more superior, more attractive than yours, then
but
that's
don't you think this thing also happened to white colored? Because I've been so many countries, I will see them lying or lay on the beach, sun tanning. They want to be brown because it also
Yeah, but
shows
that's
that.
not black now.
no.
Listen.
That has nothing to
Let
do
me
with
let me finish. When this sun
beauty.
turn and their color turn to a little bit brown, it also show a kind of class in their own strata.
No.
I'm
You
telling
see,
you this. It
tanning,
shows
no. Medically, tanning has a benefit.
I know.
When,
Apart from the benefit,
yeah, and
it also shows that this particular woman or lady is of middle class or wealthy type. I'm I'm
I don't
telling
think
them,
so.
telling that is their feeling,
I
because
don't think
sometimes some
so.
of them they don't even have time to go for this holiday, and then when you see somebody as extremely beautiful, well tanned, travel to so many places, you just you well, I ask them, they tell me, because some of here they're even more whiter like a white, okay, because this is Scandinavia, this is the pure white as in. Even their hair, I can tell you here, more than 85% of women here, their hair are blonde, pure blonde, and different kind of blonde I've never seen. Have you ever seen a blonde that the hair will look like the normal white color? I mean, I'm
Yes,
telling you.
why?
Those
What
are
is
the
the point?
people. Those are the people
And what
Trump
I'm
wants
trying
in
to say is
America.
that as we have in our African culture, that we want to copy, maybe have this kind of wig or whatever, they also want to copy your own culture too.
No,
No, actually. No, no, I will say it.
pre independence in Nigeria, our beauty contest pageants, majority of the contestants actually wore African hairstyle,
You're
hair
right.
dresses,
You're
and
right.
at no time did they, you do the what do you call it, the bikini competition or whatever segment.
But when
They
they now started to compete in intercontinental and
Yeah,
going,
because they were compelled to comply with the quote unquote the standard of where they
I
are
don't
trying.
agree that they are.
Yes, because
No.
when those segments were introduced, they had no option than to join and to participate, and that chips away from the culture of where they're coming from. Now you can imagine, so, and it also prevent or alienate some sector of the Africa from competing. You can imagine somebody coming from a religion-based country in Africa. Now you have to expose your body. Now hijab wasn't allowed, so it prevents them from showcasing their beauty and also limits them. So, but when we copy from this European country, we copy them because we want to fit in. In those days, we used to have those what do you call those hairstyles that they will use thread to tie and do the different hairdo with all those I don't know how to describe it, but you use it. There's a thread, like a rubber thread, that they used to tie it. I mean, you know the one I'm talking about, right? They
So
would
yeah,
form
for the
different,
hairdo, I mean
yeah,
African hairdo,
a
thread, the
different
East
shape.
thread, yeah.
Those are the
That's so
things that they
we've
used to
almost lost
do.
that completely.
I think we're losing it was a deliberate attempt to relegate ourselves, our culture, what makes us to the
Yeah.
background, so that they
And
can
and it
project.
actually takes something away from our actual beauty because our
Yeah,
own beauty is unique and different. Well, we take it away
I'm
and copy
telling
some
you.
other person's
Now
one.
our women can't do without makeup anymore.
Okay, let me show the contrast so that Remy gets what we are saying here. You see the
Well, I
Asian women?
understand. You don't need to show me anything. I understand what Adela was talking about. That
Yeah.
a kind of raw
Remy,
man.
okay, let me show it to the viewers since you don't care for it. So what I'm trying to narrate here is that if you look at these ones, they are Chinese women, Asian women, they're not much has changed. If you see them anywhere, this is how they were born, this is how they remain by and large. And their hair, they didn't change it. If you look at Mediterranean, these women, they remain Mediterranean. They tend to get coily hair. Some of them get straight hair. They remain the same. You don't see them trying to wear our Nigerian this in plait hair or whatever. They remain their own way. And if you look at Bollywood, the same thing. The Bollywood ones, they too are somewhat brainwashed to an extent because the darker Indians are barely shown. They show most of the lighter Indians, but yet they are lighter Indians. They are Indians, and they are wearing their hair. They are exactly who they are. They are not changing it that much. They're just showing a section of the population. But look at Nigeria Bollywood.
Do you know that when I was growing up?
Sorry, no, now let me finish my presentation, please. Look at the Nigerian Bollywood. It's full of people that barely look like Nigerians anymore. And it's like they've changed their hair, changed everything. Everything has been stripped. And look at the only one that even tried to do it is this lady here, and she too has changed it. But if you look at Chimamanda, what's her name? Yeah, Chimamanda, Chimamanda, okay, Odoche. So she's able to wear her own African. What is wrong with her now? But if she took this hair off and put wig on, that beauty completely vanishes. It becomes something else.
This lady is beautiful.
Beautiful because she maintained her natural, authentic look. And she's not that different from these ones. It's just that these ones have hidden it. And they don't even know that they're hiding their actual natural beauty. They fill it with other things.
Let me respond to you quickly. Let me tell you something. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. You cannot generalize it here. And I mentioned one thing. I say things continue to evolve and change. Even when we were growing up, Adewale, you are right. I used to see my sister have that straightening comb. They'll put it into the fire and they will straighten their hair, make it longer. The reason why they are using that rubber to tie their hair is to grow their hair very fast. After growing, and they want to make it more beautiful, instead of going to use chemical like palming meat with relaxer or something like that.
Oh, there was a time that palming too was reigning around 1980s to early 90s.
Yeah, that's what I know my sister to be doing. They will go to the salon, permit, and then style it in different something. I totally agree with you that our women have changed.
Some were using caustic soda soap.
Yeah, all those things that will burn their head and make it look like.
I totally agree with you. But remember one thing: our hair is the only one that can metamorphose into different forms. Most of those, I don't know you guys, have you ever dealt with a white woman before or deal with an Asian woman before? If you touch their scalp and touch their hair, you see that the base of their hair is not strong. If you pull it, if you are not careful, you pull everything out immediately.
I don't know who you have been, who you have been hanging around though. Maybe they've got disease.
So what I'm trying to tell you is that the base is not strong. But for most African women, the base of their hair
I'm
is
not sure that is
Remy,
accurate. I'm not sure that's
No,
accurate.
what I'm trying to tell you is that let me quickly, you'll come, Adewale, just give me 1 second. What I'm trying to tell you is that it's only African women that can change their hairstyle anyhow they like. They don't have that luxury to do that. If they do, don't you think they will also do? They don't have the luxury.
Who told you they can? Which one are you saying?
Let me tell you,
Name one, and I will show you people doing it.
Okay, the white women that do braiding like we are now doing now, do you know how many hours it will take them to do it?
Yeah, Nigerians spend 2 days doing that sometimes. So what is the difference?
Okay, but what I'm trying to say now is that you cannot say we live in modern world. You cannot say they should remain as they were so many years ago. If what they are doing is attracting a lot of men to them, it gives them more confidence and more beautiful. Who are you to let them stop it? So you have to look at it, balance
the question we have to ask ourselves is it actually attracting a lot of men to them? Because this goes back to the question that Adewale asked, why people don't assimilate to our own culture, because we don't defend it. We feel like our own is ugly, our own is not meant to, is not less than. So why would anybody embrace what we are?
That one is because of so many factors. So many
factors. But part of it is when you don't even value the way your own ancestors look. You are
Remy.
You're considering something
you say it's
away from other
people. To them, I doubt it.
These things are linked. It's low self-esteem and racial self-esteem. That is part of where all this problem is coming from. And our men, by and large, have jettisoned it. There was a time our men was making Jericho's, which Shamayekpa decided that he wanted to return back to, and started doing Jericho's. So, but we moved away from that. But our women don't seem to have moved away. Even their eyelashes and everything is
tonight, I want to ask you a quick question, and I want you to be honest. This is you can give me a go ahead, maybe from your girlfriend or your sister or people around you. Please tell the truth. When they put on all those long wigs in different color and they put on those eyelashes and they now makeup, do you find them attractive or not?
It's not the long wig that makes them more attractive. It's their beauty that makes them more attractive. It's
the
not that wig.
They have already had eyelashes to it. They now put.
No, that eyelash actually puts me off. It's creepy. Why would you put something that is not you on yourself? And
so you are trying to tell me that the wig they put on does not attract you. It's only their
no.
Attract you.
If anything, it puts me off because I know what is beneath that. What is beneath that is a hair that is sweating, and there is the scalp is sweating, and the hair is going to suffer from alopecia. I know what is beneath that.
No, don't do this. Don't do this. The question I ask is very simple. If
I don't find it attractive. That's the question you're asking. I don't find it attractive at all.
You don't find them attractive. So you don't find them attractive. You don't find it. I know you are.
It depends on how beautiful the woman looks. If the woman is so beautiful that even that hair, even if the hair was not there, she's still going to be very beautiful. I might still be attractive to that person.
Do you compare women very close to you or around you not to wear wig? Do you talk to them that way?
Yeah, I do.
Even
I do. Not that they listen, but I do.
Do they listen to you or they continue to wear it?
The women don't change their mind because of you. They don't generally tend to listen. I think if we want this stuff to change, it has to be a societal realization.
I am a very open-minded person, and I think the perspective you are looking at it, I'm not looking at it that way, because I think we have evolved over so many centuries ago, and things will continue to change. So if it changes and it had more to their value, confidence, and beauty, I think they should just go ahead and do it. But if it's diminishing them,
my argument is that it is diminishing them because there are very few things in life. One is your ability to procreate, and to procreate you have to be desirable. And if you decide to start advertising the aspects of other races that is desirable, the men will go for those people. They will not come for you, really. They are not going to come for black women just because they are wearing that hair, because they will know that other people have that hair. The original ones are there. Why would you go for the fake one when you can go for the real one?
I think tonight, I think you are playing two-faced. I think if your woman in your house is putting on a wig and look very attractive, I don't think you complain.
Remy, what woman does?
I'll complain.
I must say this. What woman does to their body, to their face, to their hair is up to them. And I would not, me personally, would not condemn them for what they chose to do to their body. However, I must say it in a terms that would not offend, ladies, but just to maybe we can educate ourselves the more. We've imbibed Western culture so much into our, to our space that we're gradually losing our identity in a way. I'm guilty of it. My kids growing up in America, they could barely say a word in Yoruba or any other Nigerian language. I mean, they could understand us, the parents, but to say it is very hard. I can understand that in an environment that they don't speak Yoruba, they don't. But the thing is this: when it comes to the thing that we put on just to showcase ourselves, to express ourselves, you and I live in a society where all these things were not part of who we are, and we live and we take pride in our identity. When I go to a beach or swimming pools anywhere around here these days, and I see what ladies wear, and sometimes I have to close my eyes to just like, okay, don't think about it, just look. Especially when you've gone on a ship cruise before, you will understand what I'm trying to say. What ladies calls bikini now. I'm not trying to denigrate. I mean, they're free to wear whatever makes them happy or comfortable in.
Say tongue.
But
You know what you're trying to say?
in fact, the bikini that some of them wear now, when you see it, Remy, if you're not a disciplined person, you will begins to, I don't know, just who likes to, when men like to see, visual things arouse them and make them, happy and stuff like that. But just that's not the way we use in Nigeria today. You can't go to Nigeria beach and see ladies wear bikini. They will always, in fact, they almost put on an overall just to cover themselves up. Now, in terms of using beauty, you know, items like the makeup, yes, they look more beautiful. They enhance their beauty, but when they wipe those things off, because you and I live in an area where people were using palm, Jerry Coy, all the hair, the lotion will be dripping to their shoulder, and
Even at
those
that
things,
time, they also make up too with their
yeah,
Jericho, with the, they
makeup, but
put
their
on
makeup was
powder, they
minimal,
put on
and that
lipstick.
was that was the beginning of this craziness of
I think instead of
foreign,
trying to go
foreign,
against this thing,
foreign,
I think we
foreign.
should also appreciate the effort put in for
See,
an
you see
average.
what I will.
Let me finish.
No,
I think we should
let me. You
appreciate.
have not even let me finish
Okay,
before
finish, finish.
you
After
will
that, go
come
ahead.
in. Look, like I said, I don't condemn them for using it, but the moment you relegate your identity, and let me give you an example. When I first came to United States, something happened
Oh,
one
don't
day.
don't keep
No, 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 no,
letting
no,
it.
no,
Now
no,
people
no,
want
no,
to
no.
talk.
It's no, no, it won't take much time. You know me well, to Nigeria.
Hmm.
One day, my brother sent me on an errand to buy something for him in the store. It was a get together. I think it was towards the December time like this, and I had on my buba and shokoto. As I was about to drive to the store, I was like, God, please, now I'll be the center of attraction. Everybody will be staring at me and looking at me, and I hate that with passion. Then,
Mhm.
but grudgingly, I had no choice. I can't go back home and change to my jeans and and stuff like that. So, and he asked me because he knew who I was. He's like, "Are you sure you come to me?" I said, "No problem. I'll go anyway." After all, then I went to the store. Truly, truly, people were looking at me, and guess what they were saying? Oh, I like the way you dress, even if they don't even like it. But of course, the Americans were always eye service. And then I realized that wait a minute, people were even coming to compliment me. Now these days, I don't even care if the occasion dictates I can wear whatever makes me comfortable. I wear my shokoto and buba, and that's it.
The reason
And
why
I
you
go.
can wear it now is that the population of Nigerians
No,
living
no,
in
no,
Let,
no, no,
listen,
no,
listen.
no, no, no. I
I
beg
will
you.
give you two reasons.
No,
I'll give you two reasons why you can wear it. Apart
yeah.
from the compliment, there is a lot of Nigerians there that they always do like maybe housewarming, naming ceremony.
You don't know me. I don't go to
And
parties.
what I'm trying to tell you now is that they already get used to your culture now, and they love it. They love that Nigerian culture
No,
of the way they.
no. I have a moment. Can call it epiphany. It's like a awakening. That wait a minute.
Exactly.
You want to be wearing jeans. You are an African. You speak like a Nigerian. When you talk, people ask where you're from. So why not fully represent that to the fullest and make yourself, just to showcase
I
yourself?
think you are right, because you live in a
It's
more
not
open.
because I live with
You
Nigeria.
live in a
Let me tell
more
you, I can even do
open.
without even saying Nigeria for a week in this part of the America that I live. Despite that I live in Texas, Houston, that is like you can call it quarter of Nigeria in America. But it's a personal thing. It is personal. It is personal. My family and I will leave after closing from church. We'll go and eat somewhere in a restaurant and we'll wear our regalia. And, we will look so regal, and people will be looking at us because it's the
So
way
I
of
don't know how
showcasing.
many years you have lived there, but if you have lived there for over 2 decades now, maybe more than 20 years, you cannot compare the openness of America 20 years ago to present day. Because in present day situation, especially in these big 5 countries, UK, USA, maybe Canada, Australia, these 4, and I think these are the big 4. So all these 4 countries, there is a huge population of Nigeria that are shaping we brought our culture along, and they have known for this beautiful culture. That one will boost your confidence. But if you are not talking about 2 or 3 decades ago, I don't think it's the same thing like today. So what I'm come here,
let me
come
add
here, come
something to
on,
what you're
come on,
saying, Remy.
Adewale, come here, come on, wear that bubaji.
Remy,
Walk me
I
along
hear what
here.
you're saying, Remy. That
I will.
there
I
are
They
more
think.
will,
people.
they will stare at you to death. Also,
Yeah, but
Hold on now. See, let
this
me
is,
say something. Now you should allow someone to say something. See,
you have been
let me
talking. Are you
share
not
this.
tired?
he has been
see,
talking. He
see,
has
my,
been.
my
He has
you
been
see all these
talking
people.
around the bush.
You
It's
cannot
okay.
talk forever now. One person at a time. See, you see that image that we saw there. There's nothing wrong with those women. And if you want to wear wig, why not just wear the one that is of your people? You can wear wig for African, that is African. There are wigs that are for African. But if you wear wig that makes you look like you have an African face, but your hair is a Vietnamese wig, it's just weird.
The Vietnamese doesn't have.
Where do you think they get all these wig from? They go to all
Most
those
of them
countries
are
now.
Indian now.
No,
Not
they go to
Vietnamese.
No,
Vietnam. They go to Vietnam
mostly
and
the
Vietnamese doesn't have long hair. It's
China,
mostly.
there is
No,
synthetic
I
of it
think
now, not
We
Taiwan
don't
is
even
one of
have
them.
in
No,
China.
not Taiwan.
India,
Thailand is one
South
of them that they
Asia
go
in
to.
general.
Vietnam,
Yes.
Cambodia.
Yeah, those are the ones that
Yeah.
Because
So and
I don't even
they
think
go and cut their hair,
Vietnamese have
so,
long hair.
and it's also very expensive. You see, other women in the world are very, very low maintenance when it comes to their hair compared to African women. African women, especially the successful one, they spend, from what I gather, 6 times more on their hair than other groups. And part of it is because of, most of it is part of this wig culture. There's no other group that has this massive wig culture of wearing other people's looks than our women.
To me, I still believe that a woman can change her look as she pleases her. So you cannot come here.
You can't. You see, but
no. Let me finish.
Hold on. But why would you say that?
Hold on. Don't let us. You cannot tell us here that okay because they look beautiful here. Fine, I like it. Maybe this is their natural outlook, or maybe they wear wig. I don't know.
And a lot of people were praising this video because of that. They were praising the video, say Nigeria is African culture.
Play the video.
No, I'm not there, or they will flag it.
Oh, okay.
This is the video, man. I'm not taking chances.
Everybody. Let me
lower
finish.
the volume.
Everybody appreciate beauty.
And I think they might still come after it. I'm not taking chances. I don't want to
Everybody
put one man in
appreciate
trouble.
beauty. If my woman live her natural hair like this, I will love it. And if she also put on wig, I will also love it. If she's going to give me good looks, good vibe, why not?
Look at what this one is saying. Look at what they are saying. Look at what they are saying, so you understand what is going on.
Just for
He
the
says,
moment.
"Oh my God, full African native culture in display. God bless Nigeria." Many of them are blessing them because they are promoting African looks. Not
You don't
they
understand.
barely are talking about the music. They are talking about the look.
I know you study sociology probably when you are in your university. You will discover that men or women, or especially men, if we are spoiled of the moment, something you like today, you might say, why not change your look? And this one will make you look beautiful. They do it for themselves and also do it for their men. You cannot just observe rocking this natural hair every time. So
Yes, you
we live
can.
in
Why do you think other
modern
people are
world.
doing it?
We
Look,
live in
look at
modern world. You cannot expect them to just
Remy,
be
actually
doing
pay attention to what people are saying. But look at them. How many of
what
them
are
praise the
people
music?
saying.
I'm
This is
telling you,
just
calm
it
down,
just
Remy. Now, calm down, calm down, calm down. See, just please look at what they are saying. They are barely talking about the music.
You don't
They are talking
understand
about
the
way the people
video.
look.
Listen. The video you are showing, how many people comment on it compared to over 100 million or over a billion people or 500 million people? What are you talking here?
What do you mean 500 million people? Who are you referring to?
Okay, if you talk about those who that comment on this particular video or photo you put there here, maybe they are not even up to 100 people that comment on it.
What?
It doesn't mean
Have
that the
you checked
general.
the comment section? Hold
No,
on,
it
let
does.
me check. I don't know whether you know how many people watch this video. That's 10,000 comments.
Okay, fine. Now let me ask you a question. This is 10,000 people comment on it. Have you ever go and try to check people that follow Arya Star, Tiwa Savage? How many people comment on their video, comment on their look?
Okay.
Are they not in millions?
That's
So what are you talking here? So sometimes you cannot just justify because of just simple.
But okay, if
you
we go to that, that Tiwa Savage one, you find that the comment is not going to be about her looks.
No, sometimes they also comment their look. They comment everything together. I love.
No, they are not going to be saying great weave. No, they are not going to be telling you the great wig you are wearing, great eyelashes. No, they won't do that. Or say you're showing African culture.
Are you saying all the comments in this particular photo or video here, everybody just comment about their
Oh no, not everybody, of course.
They did not comment about their beautiful. Look at them.
They are commenting about promoting African culture. People from other African countries.
Let me ask you.
Just scroll down a little bit. I want to see the title.
The lady in front.
Ogechi.
Oh, okay.
Ogechi is quite a popular this thing now. 27 million views.
I want to show you something tonight. Go up again.
You see the difference between the original Ogechi and what this one is wearing?
Can you go up
Suddenly
again?
turned to an Indian woman.
Tonight, go up again. Now, see this woman in the front row.
Yes.
Can you see she's putting on an earring?
Yes.
Is that earring, is it the natural one that we used to put in probably in your side or your balance? This is not the normal one.
Earring is woven. It's woven. Yes. It's actually woven. It's not metallic or anything. It's woven with plastic. This is natural fiber.
So whatever you call it, is it made in Africa?
Of course, it's in Africa made.
I can understand.
Natural fiber is in Africa. What are you talking about?
Let me tell you how they dress in Yoruba land. With this bead, she will also put if you want to put an earring, the earring will also be about the bead. Okay, not fiber, nothing like that. The bead will also be the earring.
Hold on.
On top of their head.
I'm not talking about the clothes they are wearing. I'm saying your physical appearance. If you change your physical appearance, let's say I go and paint myself as a Oyibo man and wear Oyibo hair and everything because I want to look like Oyibo, and then my children wake up every day, see me look like Oyibo, I'm imprinting on them that their father prefers this way. This is how their father should be like. When they walk into a room with an Oyibo man, they will see that person as superior.
Whether you study sociology, you are talking about their father. Your children, if they are your daughters, they also have peer group. And that also determined someone in their life. You cannot just say.
Where does the peer group get their own this in beliefs too and impressions? It comes from society. Societal culture has to change.
There is the environment they live.
Yeah, but who sets the pace? And look, Remy, and an Arab man will tell you their wives, oh, you know what? You better dress Arabic, cover your hair, dress modest, get ready to marry up to 4 men. Indian woman will tell their wives, be ready. We are going to organize your marriage for you. This is how it's going to be. This is how it's going to be. This is how it's going to be. Chinese man will like, your wife, you better do your family orientation. You have to focus on your families and all the rest of it. Every culture, they define what they want. They don't just leave their women and their women to define what happens in the culture. That's not how it works.
I think you are wrong. You are totally wrong. Let me tell you.
And the same thing applies to the men. The men are not just allowed to do whatever they like.
Listen, tonight. You see those Chinese women, as we have in Nigeria, we have metropolitan cities, and we also have laid-back cities. If you go to most metropolitan cities in China, you will see an average Chinese girl spending thousands of their renminbi on skin product because they want to look more whiter like the Europeans.
Yes.
So why are they not living? Because actually Chinese skin is yellow. It's not. It's not white. It's not. No. I'm telling you the truth.
Not all of them are bleaching. Some of them are lighter than others.
Do you ask yourself why are they bleaching their skin?
Of course, because some of them want to look like Oyibo person, which
no,
is also
that is not the that is not the only reason. The most
That's
important
one of them.
no, the most important reason is that the more you look more like whiter or lighter like the European, the more you are attractive to Chinese men. And
because that's what they believe.
That's
the narrative they believe.
That is the reason why they spend a lot of money, because Chinese they also have their own the way they put people. The white people are on the top, the black are the lowest. So if you are too dark skinned or yellow dark skin, they don't want you. They want you to be as white as that's European or whatever.
Yes,
so
yet when you look at Chinese people, they remain who they are compared to us. I hear what you are saying, that is true, but it is scale. The scale difference.
The scale is magnitude, my friend. Is a lot.
It's magnitude. See, hold on, calm down.
It's not an eye.
Calm down now. See, I'm saying I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying other cultures, even Indians, try to lighten themselves. Even Indians try to make sure the darker Indians don't show up on their media as much. They all do that because they want to copy Oyibo man's way of doing things. And sometimes Oyibo people too want to darken their skin to come. But the scale in both sides, in all the sides, there is nothing in the scale of the black woman, especially the Nigerian women. There's nothing at that scale. And if you not only in Nigeria, it's also overseas. We spend so much money trying to look like foreigners. There's no group that does that.
I understand what you're trying to say. Of
Exactly.
course you are right. But the problem we have in Africa is that that level of exposure and education, generally is not there. And because of that, they tend to dictate a lot of things to us, one way or the other, because we refuse to grow both in leadership and followership. But at the same time, because we live in a global world, I cannot accuse any black woman that wants to look better, give her more confidence of life in Committee of Nations. Let me ask you a very good question. The last Miss World that was held in Mexico, that Nigeria, Chidima came second. Do you think if that girl is rocking natural hairstyle, do you think she will ever make it to the second position? Please
she
answer.
May have. You see, that's the mistake.
Answer with all honesty.
No, I am telling you with all honesty, she may have and may even have won it.
I don't think so.
Being authentic has its merits. Being authentic has its merits. The world hasn't, the sad tale of it is that the world still haven't seen true African beauty. We keep trying to dilute our own and copy their own. We need to flip the script. We have our own African unique beauty that they should be copying and try to match. We haven't presented it to them.
How many of the contestants that went to that beauty pageant are natural? Even the white, how many of them are natural? Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something that will shock you today.
They may not be natural, but they look like how they are supposed to look.
Let me tell you something that will shock you today. I live here, and there's a lot of blonde hair. Do you know that they also buy black eyelashes to put on their ears, to their lashes?
Yes, they do.
So what
some
are
of them do, but
why
not
are they doing that? Because
not at the same scale.
If they look everything like that, they look more pure. So they want to look more attractive.
You want me to share the images again? I can show you Hollywood actresses. Compare that to Nigerian one, then you see the difference again. The scale is different. Our own is on an epidemic. They make we completely. It's like our women that are in high positions. They transform themselves fully. And let's not make this about women only, because the question was about why is it that other people are not assimilating to our culture. At the core of it is because we are rejecting our culture. I just played a video of a Nigerian abandoning Nigeria. We reject ourselves. And it still goes back to this question. Is there something we can do
to limit this, because it's kind of doing damage to us. It's like self-harm. It's constant. We just keep doing it and doing it and think that we can just get away with it, keep doing that. It's not only the women that are doing it, the men are doing it too, in so many ways. Nigeria never did nothing for me. Nigeria didn't do anything for me. Nigeria gave you life. If you solely that one is something. If your life is not so valuable to you, give it up. Let's see how you enjoy life again. People just keep denigrating their nation. And I like one thing what Pansat said. He said, no, not Pansat, Mascal, it was somebody that was on the panel. He said, if somebody is ill, do you abandon them? Just because Nigeria is sick right now, does that mean that Nigerians should just abandon it? And it's bad behavior. It's like, it's not even just like somebody you know is sick. Your parent is sick and you just abandon it. Your family member is sick, you just abandon them. That is how Nigerians behave. And they don't even know they are doing it. That's even worse. But what can I say? I'm just the one commenting on something that is becoming an epidemic. And I think in a way, I can't even believe I find myself supporting Shetima to an extent. That Nigerians need to be pushing back. Enough of this. We just can't keep going like this. If you go on like this, there will be nothing left. For other people will just come and say, we are busy fighting for small land in Palestine, and these year people are costing their land. Let them give it to us now. We are busy dying for this thing, for Golan Heights, for Gaza, for Ukraine, and this one have a whole lush land here without anything, and they are crying, they are costing the land. What kind of a situation is that? I'm telling you, man, if I was the land itself, Nigeria's costing the land, and I'll be like, maybe I should get rid of these people because they are just abusing me constantly. It's like we don't even deserve the mercy of the land itself because we don't even value it. How many land goes every year barely having earthquakes, tornadoes, all kinds of disasters? Most of the disaster we have is man-made disaster, like that flooding with that dam. We are the ones that cause most of our problems. We are the problem. That lady was right. If we don't fix ourselves, man, that land is not going to be ours for very long. We barely even own it now. Other people control everything. People control our oil sector. They basically choose our governments for us. They tell us what to do, and we all run away to go and serve them, like I'm doing right now. What else is remaining anymore? And you expect Indians to come there and say, let's go and join these losers. Why would they want to go and join losers? Who wants to go and join a loser? That is our situation right now. But we do have, like this music now, the music industry, they are trying. They are trying to portray Nigeria in a good light. Even some of the ladies that are, they dress. I think I was watching Alade on CNN today. She's doing some promotion of Nigeria to an extent. Nollywood, as bad as they are with all those fake wig and all the rest, at least they are trying to put an image of Nigeria out there. What are we ourselves doing other than, though some of us are doing good work, apart from Ola that was giving us a half current and all the rest. But that said, anyway, it's something that is worth thinking about. Nigerians think about what we can do about the way we talk about our nation. Maybe we can learn how to criticize our nation without criticize the government.
Sorry, why this your 360-degree turnaround?
What do you mean?
Because you don't talk this way before now.
How else do I talk?
Because I could remember there was a day on Kaizo, this thing that we were talking. I think it was between Nigeria and South Africa. You came in that day and you are saying, what would they say? Is it not right that Nigeria is full of bad roads? So why this turnaround?
I didn't think I was turned around. See, if I was saying what you are saying, then that is a very, very rare moment where I'm trying to acknowledge some problems that are in Nigeria. You cannot just not say that there's a problem in Nigeria. Or there are problems in Nigeria.
No. The issue is if we want to discuss discussing our problem with foreigner, what are we going to gain from it? I could remember there was a day I was having a discussion with some of my Egyptian colleagues, with one Nigerian colleagues of mine. and he was saying bad things about Nigeria. I said, okay, what do you think saying that Nigeria is this to the Egyptians? What are you going to gain from that? Are they going to help you, or do you think they would sympathize with you, or they will use it to ridicule you?
Yeah.
Because
you know, Simba, the other day I was making an argument that when you demarket your country, you are demarketing yourself. Now,
yes,
because of, listen, a lot of Nigeria do that online. This can be bad, you know. One thing I don't, what she's saying she's saying as a politician, I don't mind. But the problem is that if this particular young lady did not grow up in Nigeria up to 16 years old, fine, she can do whatever she wants. But you grew up in this country, and then there's something that I think, I know she's cutting Yoruba vote in UK because they have huge population of Yoruba there. That is why she's trying to. But at the end of the day, I don't, you know, in my own analysis, I just put myself in the middle, 50-50 support and against, because she needs to do what she has to do to get to this highest position. And
no, she doesn't need to do that
but
though.
the only thing I don't like is that the way she is talking about maybe police try to rob you. This is immaterial. This is not something you should be talking in that global event that interviewing you. So that one I'm not comfortable with that. I think she has done more than that, and she's not in a trust of words. Sometimes she needs to be a little bit careful. But that's a politician for you, because she's not cutting Nigerian vote. She's cutting the white vote, the voters in UK. So she have to also speak to their sentiment. So if you are bashing her, also you have to also look at it from where she's coming from. She's not cutting your vote from Nigeria. So to her with Nigeria, she's in UK. She wants to be their prime minister, and she was born there. So sometimes she has to play the politics along also.
The politics did not demand that she bash her country and bash the black community as a
It
whole.
does not see Nigeria as a country. That is the number one thing.
Yeah, but that's my point. Why does she keep bringing Nigeria up? She is the one that brings Nigeria up.
They ask her questions. So
no, they don't ask her questions. They just ask her about this in cultures and all that. She can describe cultures.
Remy, did she need to? Did she need to do all those things that she's doing against Nigeria before she gets her vote?
That's why I said I do not support that one. So you see material. So why are you going to?
Let me tell you, whatever all these things that she's doing is going to backfire against her. Believe me, because those people that she thinks maybe she's using all those things to impress, that maybe she has more allegiance to them, they will use it against her.
Nigerians do this a lot. Now, I said it when I was in the UK that if I walk into an office, I see a Nigerian in that office.
Of course,
I fear more when I see a Nigerian in that office than I see a Jamaican or in short any other black person. If I see a Nigerian in that office, I know that Nigerian is there to serve that master to the end of the earth, and he's going to do everything. As a matter of fact, he want to use the Nigerian as sacrificial lamb to please his master. That is what Nigerians do.
To Nigeria, you know what is our problem? Long throat is our problem. We always like easy things, and that is why everybody will just be searching for where they will just get easy things all over the world. And then when they get there, they will throw away the baby and the bathwater. Or the platform where you are using, wherever you go, is it not your country that granted you?
Mm-hmm.
Some of us are graduates today by courtesy of that country. How many people can afford, even how many people can go to private university in Nigeria now, if not because of public university, that they are still taking chicken change. It's like public universities, it's like free in Nigeria up to now. Even if you are in some states, from your primary education to your tertiary education, as if you are paid nothing. And still, we still don't see.
To add to your point, all those formative years she used in Nigeria, Nigeria is already shaping out very well before she traveled finally to UK at 16 years old. Because that is the best education you can get in Nigeria at that level. In that secondary school, the discipline is there. The wherewithal to compete with your classmates, to come out with good position every time, 3 times in a year, it's always there. So sometimes when you bash your country, I would say
if she left Nigeria at 16, probably she has finished secondary school, Remy.
Nigeria did not, they are lying. You went to a free primary school.
Remy, I said, if she left Nigeria by the age of 16, probably she has finished secondary school before she left.
So that means Nigeria did wonderfully on her. And that's aspect I don't like about. And I don't like a lot of Nigerians. They always come, what have I gained from Nigeria? You went to free primary school, majority, free primary school, free secondary school. Even some people, went to a public university or polytechnic or whatever, at
Hello?
virtually zero tuition fee.
Oh, can you hear you? Sorry.
At
Yeah, go ahead.
virtually zero, lower tuition fee. Compare how much if you are American citizen or British citizen, how much you are going to pay to go to university there. How many of them do go to university? Majority of them go to vocational college, and if they are done, they can go to work. Who wants to go and spend thousands of euro or thousands of dollars? They don't care. It is you black people that you want that 4, 5, 6 certificate. They don't care about all those ones.
Yeah, because we need it now to be able to compete.
Yeah, I know, I understand. But what I don't like about Nigerians is that every time they also, what has Nigeria done for me? Nigeria did not do nothing for me. Are you kidding me?
It's really ridiculous. I don't like that statement. It's a sin. They don't know when they say that.
They market their country. They never do nothing for them. So it's so insulting.
And many of those people, you see, it just will show you how sometimes people are a little bit, they are a bit deficient when it comes to discussing these things. Many of those people, they will not say the Yoruba has not done anything for them. They will say Nigeria hasn't. But they forget that Nigeria Yoruba is a subset of Yoruba. I don't understand how you can't say, how do I put it? Your grandmom has not done anything
the
for you.
people that say that, most of them, I'm not talking of the celebrity, the regular people that say that, if you check their life, it's not as if they are doing very well. Because you can't have that kind of disposition that is always expecting somebody to do something for you, always blaming things and do very well. They have blame mentality. These are the kind of people. These are the kind of people that will blame their father for being poor, and that's why they are in.
Her parents were middle class. Kemi Badenoch's parents were middle
Kemi
class.
Badenoch's case, he doesn't have something to sell. She has nothing to sell to her audience. Maybe that's why. You are talking about how you were able to struggle to achieve your thing, then you are running down Nigeria. How is that relevant to what you are trying to say? Let him be busy running down. Let her be busy running down our country, and our opponents will be doing the right campaign.
Patoski, you remember that guy that was interviewed by BBC sometimes ago when he spoke about Nigerian jackpot to UK for, and Nigeria went at this juggler then on social media. So what is the difference between that guy and Kemi Badenoch?
That guy is back in Nigeria.
That's what I heard. So Nigeria went at him. They criticized him to the point that he had to come back online to apologize. But Kemi Badenoch is doing something similar to that. As a matter of fact, Kemi Badenoch had a platform that is much more bigger than that guy.
And she's attacking the whole black community. He's talking about reparation
to
and
our
everything.
own advantage. Yeah. Because now it seems, this is the kind of this actually spoke to what I just said earlier about losing identity. Kemi Badenoch is married to a white guy. So to her, she doesn't see color. She sees human being, which is a delusion. First and foremost, you're a black woman. Your kids, your offspring are going to be black, whether she likes it or not. However,
because the white will not see those children as white.
No, they will never be white. They will never be white again in their life. Once you go black, you can never go back. However, she seems she's exploiting this because she's fixated on becoming a prime minister. You remember she had contested for this position before. She went at it with everything, and she couldn't. Now, becoming a leader of a party, it's not like when you are the bona fide prime minister. I'm talking about somebody who runs the government. Now, she's saying all this so that people will understood where she's coming from, her background. Oh, she belongs to this new school. She's trying to portray Nigeria as if it's a den of criminals. Yeah, there's no society that you won't find the worst of the worst. But even as a politician as she is in the UK, she want to tell me that she hasn't done something that could have potentially put her in prison or in jail. She's a saint. She's pure. It's so disheartening that people like this, there are plenty abroad, whereby they've been living here for donkey years, and they sound as if you guys in Nigeria, you guys don't know what you are doing. Here we are, we live it. No, America and UK show you what they want to show you. The moment you move away from civilization, you will realize that this country are just like regular country.
Nothing.
They have the
Nothing. We're already
worst.
there.
In this America,
Nothing
I can
came
tell you
here.
where they don't have toilet. They are shitting on the floor. I can
Of
take you there.
course.
I can take you there.
Adewale, you are 100% right. When you try to get to this country, you discover more. The only difference is just the skin color. There is corruption here.
And
The way
then
they do it, the way they just do it, the same thing, everything.
I'm telling you, my
She
brother.
doesn't need to say all that. Even
Even
unsolicited,
God, I
she
not
doesn't
God
need
that
to.
even living in Nigeria with a good job is better than living here.
She, as a politician, oh look, my background, I'm glad for the kind of growth that I've had in my life. You don't have to put Nigerian names there all the time. Oh, the police did this, where you coming from, but you've been living your life in the UK for years now.
Have you never
Nobody
been
asked
harassed by
you
the
all
police?
that, and you say you believe so much in UK's police, but you don't have a belief in Nigeria police. That's fine. You don't have to use us as your example. I will never talk down on Nigeria, because Nigeria built me. Nigeria made Kemi who she is, whether she likes it or not. She went to school here. Her father, despite of all his academic achievement abroad, he still came back to Nigeria to teach.
Adewale, probably even her father
Maybe
got
her father went
scholarship.
on Nigerian scholarship.
There you go. And she
Very
has probably she
likely. In
had
short,
some form
I'm sure it's
of
100% that time. It will be
of
on
course,
federal government
of
scholarship.
course.
You see, the reason why this is the
For him
reason
to
why
have
this
gone
Kemi
back to
Badenoch thing
Nigeria,
is
Simba, for
who is
him to
that?
have gone back to
Yes.
Nigeria to teach, for him to have gone back to Nigeria to teach, that means he was on government scholarship.
Yeah, I think the reason why this Kemi Badenoch issue it kind of got stronger is touched on a nerve that Nigerians it's touched on a truth about Nigerians, what we do, just like what Taiwo has done. We go overseas and we sell everything, and that's why it's so painful for this discussion, for people to have this conversation. Can you stop speaking your language? This is not Yoruba channel, eh?
I'm
You
not a
want me to
Yoruba
cancel
guy
you?
too.
And then stop
What
speaking
I'm
it.
saying is that they say there are certain things that you should not be saying. If they say your mama or your papa blancoche get as you get shape, no be your mouth as speaking, I would hear that kind of thing. That's the way.
There are
That's what
certain
it
things you don't
is.
say.
Patrick with dark statement here, Pada.
Do you guys know she would tell
Eh?
you she
You
would
read
tell
your bad near to
you
the come. Mama, where you are not, I know they say you are
you
from.
guys
Let me play an example of
you
how
guys know
Nigerians
this
behave.
actor called she would tell you.
Yes, I know.
She would tell. No, not
Tonto.
Ago. She would tell something. I forgot. Geoffrey. She would tell Geoffrey.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, he's a
I used to
Nigerian
see.
through and
I
through.
saw this thing
And
on.
his sister, Acha, they used to be on CNN in, I think, in UK or so. They originally Igbo lineage. Their father went to UK just like a regular first
The guy
immigrant.
acted half of the Yellow
But
Sun.
they
Right?
had that guy and his sister had a very terrible encounter in Nigeria. I think their dad died too. In the process, that guy could have been so bitter about Nigeria and used every opportunity that he had or any platform to talk down on Nigeria. The same thing with her sister. But her sister came to Nigeria. She actually came to Arise News. She came there because I think she was promoting one of those documentary or something. But they identify, even though they call themselves British now, but they still identify as a Nigerian and an Igbo people. Now, they also have platform like Kemi. They may not be in the political setting, but they all. I mean, Shiwete has big platform. She could as well narrate his story as if, no, this is what I encountered in Nigeria, but you never see him. How do I even know that they had issue? I mean, they had a terrible
Experience.
past. It was her sister that was narrating the story about what they went through when they came to Nigeria, because their father always bring them home for vacation and stuff like that annually. And then they got attacked, things went south. But they would never speak. These are the kids that were born in the UK anyway, so you wouldn't expect them to be coming home back and forth. They grew up there, unlike Kemi that was actually brought back home to go to school here. So when you have people that have platform like that and they never speak in any way or shape, run down the country like that, I so much appreciate it. I don't not say anything. than to start speaking about evil about you, where you come from. I mean, for crying out loud, see everything we become today. All of us that we are on this panel, Nigeria made us who we are. It built that foundation. That foundation. Whatever we become in the future, whether you are a doctorate degree holder, whether you're a master, whether you become a rich man, a billionaire, that country molded us, shaped us the way we are today. And every countries are like that
That
too.
is why sometimes I appreciate what Madam Sister always said. He said Nigerian does not offend, Nigeria as a country does not offend Nigerian for Nigeria to be backmarching that country. Because a lot of us, even if you travel abroad, the money you use to buy tickets, where did you get it? Did it come from America? Most of it is from that country. And still
Yes,
you
ma'am.
go outside there to backmatch your country. Because for you to step out of that country, you must have the money to get a passport, to apply for visa, to apply for your maybe tuition fee or whatever. Come from that system.
Remy, Remy, there was a day I was having a discussion with one of my Egyptian colleagues here, and the guy was talking about their president. He was attacking the person of their president. No, he said he cannot badmouth his country because the president will come and go. That his country is his country. That can only attack the president, not his country. And that's what to me, that's what we're supposed to be doing. But some people, by the time they hate maybe somebody at the helm of affair, they will translate that person to the country itself, which is wrong. I don't know what is wrong with us. Believe me, I don't know what is wrong with Nigerians.
And you hear people saying, "Oh, I support Kemi." What she said is it not true? Yes, it is true. What Kemi said is true and will continue to remain the truth. But at least, like somebody said, you don't go out and wash your dirty linen in the public. If you are not, if the question is not solicited, don't answer.
If she knows how to say the truth, let her say the complete truth. Nigerians are stealing. Nigerian politicians are stealing and bringing it to UK. And the UK government has created a system where Nigerians that are stealing money can hide their money.
Can she say that? Can she say that?
Let her say the complete truth now.
Okay, let's even
Are they not the one encouraging the corruption, Pato? Are they not the one controlling it?
They are now.
Patoski. Let's even assume that
Is Annie not there?
she becomes prime minister tomorrow. Is she going to say, "Well, I'm not going to deal with Nigeria one way or the other because Nigeria is still part of Commonwealth"? Is she not going to attend meetings with Nigeria?
Commonwealth today. Do you know
she will remove us from the Commonwealth now.
Do you know we can influence a lot of countries to boycott Commonwealth? We are a prominent member of that Commonwealth too.
She's stupid, man. She's just pure stupid.
We are a prominent member.
Pure stupidity. She's doing that. She's exploiting that to her own advantage, and it's not right. Somebody said, "Well, Obama was a president and he spoke." Obama never run down Kenya. Yes, he may attack their president at the time, but you would never see Obama say, "Oh, this Kenya." After all, he went back after his tenure.
Neither did Obama run down Africa.
No, what is the point? The continent is already down on its knee anyway. So why running it down? Why running it down? Yes, Africa is corrupt. Africa is terrible. They made it so. Africa was prospering before this.
The British Empire did a lot of good work for Africa.
Rigmarole, roaming around, coming to Africa. They were prospering. They were not. See, they were fighting themselves. At the same time, they were doing excellently well. They were regulating their society, everything. They may not be as advanced in technology, but they were developing at their own pace. So they are not matching themselves or equating themselves. So I got to be with European. The moment they started bringing our people to their side and they seen some of those modern things, people started changing way and everything just, I don't know. So if the like of Femi has never been born in the UK, she wouldn't have this orientation as she has.
Our people are very lazy.
It's bad.
You know why? I was watching a documentary just now that I kept quiet. I was watching a documentary on Netflix. I don't know if you have seen it. It's talking about can we conquer disease? Bill Gates documentary. Malaria. And I was made to realize that there was a time malaria was a big problem in America too, just like we had in Africa.
Common cholera.
Malaria was a big problem, but Americans stood up and tackled it. Do you know they were fumigating?
Patoski, if I tell you the origin of typhoid fever, you know, it actually originated in UK.
Can you imagine?
Yes. And the woman that was even spreading it, her name is Mary Typhoid. So it's the name of the person. That typhoid is the name of the person.
You know what is funny, Simba? If you have typhoid in this country called America today, they will isolate you in that hospital. You are not going home.
No, even that woman was incarcerated now because she was, you know, she left Scotland to go and be working somewhere in America as a maid. You understand? So she was spreading it. She will leave one household to the other and all those things before they now detected that she was spreading it. So she was imprisoned.
So na solo back in the.
No, I don't think it was deliberate.
No, even when they discover her, she disguised under another name to continue her job. She died in prison now.
Simba, if you see the kind of mosquito, even though it's not a malaria.
Typhoid Mary, that's what they call her name, Typhoid Mary.
She had made a name for herself.
The type of mosquito that they have in this place. Some time ago, I was in Pasadena, Texas. It was towards the evening time. If you see the kind of mosquito that was biting me, even though they do not transmit malaria, those mosquitoes, they will make you suffer for a minute. You will scratch your body.
No, don't make mistake. It's not only malaria that mosquito transmit. They also transmit all these dengue fever, even viral infections.
So one bite me, I was scratching my body.
You know why I even raised this thing is that look at the way Americans stood up and tackled it.
Yeah.
They were fumigating the streets, open streets.
When the European came to America, and they started fighting with the African.
Why can't we fight malaria? Why can't Nigerians fight malaria?
They had cholera now. Cholera almost killed almost half of them.
No, it's plague. What about plague? What is Yoruba name for plague? Shaking man plague in Yoruba. No, it's Ajakari. Plague is Ogodo. Wọ́n ní Ogodo tí ó fi ní sẹ̀sí gbogbo ohun ló ti ń talé. You understand? Plague. You know, Europeans, if you are looking at people that actually, diseases help regulate their population, is Europe. They suffer a lot from all these diseases. Yes, and that's what's shaping them. They suffer a lot of.
So, but it didn't help them to develop now.
Exactly. Our own, I think the problem we have is that we are so blessed, we are spoiled. We are spoiled. That is it. God even spoiled us.
We are spoiled. That's why we are not even fighting. Look at malaria now. Because malaria is no longer killing Europe. That's why they don't have solution for malaria now. Assuming it's Europe or America.
No, even the solution that we are propounding, let me tell you, I have one Oga. That's what is making, where he's making his million. They will just be cooking up statistics. What they're supposed to do, the bed net they're supposed to share and everything. They will not do anything. Just cook up some statistics and give it to what the organization.
So they are not even they are eating on malaria.
They don't want it. Just like, let me tell you what is happening with malaria and some other infectious disease in Africa. It's just like what the military is benefiting from the soldiers. Do you understand?
Yeah. Okay.
So they don't want all these things to be eliminated because that is the source of income to some people.
You remember the last is it pandemic or epidemic?
Do you know how much some people became millionaires because of polio?
Do you know
now that the polio has been eradicated, their source of income has been terminated.
You need to see a documentary on anti-malaria on Netflix. Do you know that one guy that was developing the anti-malaria that can cure malaria? He said the guy said that some of the drugs that they were sending to us, those things will not completely eradicate the malaria. It will reduce it in your body, but later it will relapse. So the guy was doing a lot of research, East African guy. They just withdraw the sponsorship.
We have resistance to the drug to some
You know,
extent.
Patoski and Adewale, do you want to tell me that the Western world will want malaria to be eliminated?
They don't
They
want
will not, because they make billions of dollars from it every year now. Billions of dollars. Do you know how much we spend on buying anti-malaria medication that we cannot manufacture?
Yeah, but we at least the discovery of chloroquine kind of
Chloroquine that they said that we should not use again.
Look at this
Real,
guy.
That or no life for more than almost 20 years in Nigeria now that they say we should not use it again.
I remember when I was moving to United States. One of my fears that, hey, see, I hope I don't have malaria with me now, so that they will go and isolate me. I was praying to go. So what did I do? I went to the pharmacy there. You know, Nigeria, these medications you can easily get over the counter. So I make sure I had enough of malaria medication on me.
When you were coming.
So that if it happens, I'll just stay
That's
at
the best
home.
thing.
Because the
best.
hospital will isolate me. They won't let me
That's
go.
the best thing.
You know. But
We bring
luckily,
anti-malaria.
yeah.
We bring even some antibiotics. They bring them.
You are right.
That one.
You are right. The pharmaceutical company are really making it.
You know, here they
when
don't
it
sell
comes to
antibiotics to
medication.
us, Simba. You can't buy antibiotics over the counter here.
Where?
Not only antibiotics. Let me tell you my story. When I went to India, third day after my arrival in India, I was having these body pains and I was still thinking that it's like I wanted to have malaria. So I went to the pharmacy. I said I wanted to buy antibiotics. They said they are not going to settle me until when they see prescription. So I went to the hospital. I know I have some friends there. I said I'm a doctor now. They will just give me prescription. When I go there, they said no, that they have to confirm that I have malaria first before I could get the prescription. So I have to go and do the test. Second day, when the result came out, they said I didn't have malaria. So I couldn't get an anti-malaria. And like 2-3 days after, I was well without taking any medication. Will you believe that if it's Nigeria, I would have gotten an anti-malaria? Then thinking that that anti-malaria that work for me. And that is, we waste a lot of billions of dollars treating the malaria that is not even there.
Let me make you laugh a little bit, Simba. So one time, I used to like honey. I love honey way when I was younger. But all of a sudden, I tried to use honey. Every time I use it, I started having stomach upset. Till today, I'm still scared to use honey. And I don't know why. It was towards the Christmas time like this. So I cooked rice. I was single then. I cooked rice and I was trying to. No, somebody helped me cook the meal. One of my friends' sister came and cooked the meal for me.
And that's what I want to ask you. That who cooked the? Is he a male or female?
It was one of my friend's sister. I call her my sister too. No. It was one of my younger sister. It was my friend's sister. That usually they all came and they will come like that and ransack my house and cook and help me do laundry and they will go. They always do that. Yeah. God bless them to where they are today. So I took the cereal. No, it's not cereal, it's golden more, whatever. Then I used honey too. I don't know. It was my friend that actually got me into it. Then I started having stomach upset. The next thing I know, I started stooling. So somebody said I should take what do you call it? What do you call this thing that will make stool stop when you are going to the restroom?
Flagyl.
Something like that, Sha. Eventually, I needed to go and use the restroom towards the evening. I couldn't, and I was trying. It's as if my anus is about to burst open. So I tried. The following day, I went
to hospital now.
My brother. It was to go to hospital in Nigeria, maybe clinic, but I wasn't even thinking straight. So the following day, I went to the pharmacist across the drugstore across the street. And the first thing the lady told me, he said, "Maybe you need to deworm."
Quack, doctor.
Whenever I remember those things, I say, God, it's only you that have not killed me, man. This lady now gave me
Ọlọ́run
some.
ni ó pààyàn Nàìjíríà
You
yẹn.
know the funniest thing, eh?
From patronizing or
I,
qualified medical personnel and
I,
self-medication.
she gave me some there. I permanently stay by the toilet door. I said I could not, in fact, I couldn't even wear pants, so it's only towel. I had to tie it around my waist and permanently sit just by the toilet door. It got to a point I was like, God, don't kill me like this.
In
Christmas is
fact, let me
coming.
tell you one.
You
Make I
know,
make you laugh. You know, I used to have a staff, one of my wife's staff, no. The wife was an auxiliary nurse. You know, this would you call auxiliary nurse. Maybe they are trained in one private clinic. They become nurse. This boy had problem with appendicitis. So they had appendix problem. The wife said, no, you know, look on antibiotic. The guy just give the husband injection antibiotics. The appendix they enlarge until the appendix don't burst.
Jeez.
When the appendix burst, somebody now called my wife and said, sister, hello, the guy is in serious problems. My wife now said they should rush him to the hospital. Called one of my friends who is a doctor. That one now saw that the appendix has busted. That one just thought say na luck or anything can happen. That one took him to the hospital. They opened him up. They were using drip or this water, normal, I think it was drip, to clean his inside. He was already messed up everywhere.
Clean what? Clean what is in the abdomen,
No, they opened him up now.
But and it will be an open surgery
It was an
where they will open
appendix
up
now. The thing
everything now.
where they took him to the hospital. When my wife now insisted that they should take
Okay,
him
they are washing all the pus and everything that has ruptured inside the.
Exactly. So now called my friend Dr. Adebayo. Someone now said, just be bringing. When they brought the Dr. Adebayo said that this thing is already busted. That they would try. So they opened him up. They were cleaning the pores. They were with the heavy antibiotics. When they give the boy, I don't know whether they will regulate them again. The guy survived though. He still chatted me last week.
That thing could kill now.
Now I called the wife to say you kill this boy and now you go know say you get family.
My wife one day, it was
The
just
wife
about
almost
like
killed him.
we came back from work and she said, "Oh, she has been having that on and off stomach pain for like 2 days. She will go and come back." So we came back from work one day and I said, "I'm not feeling this." No. It was early in the morning. We've all gone to work, and instead of her going to work, she decided to stop by the hospital. This next thing they called me from work and I say I should come to the hospital. I said, which hospital? I said, your wife is in. For what? She no get better now. She go deliver. What thing can't do for hospital? I left office. I went to the hospital. I said, where's my wife? They said they put her. She's not gonna go home tonight. She's gonna be. I said, wait a minute. What's going on? Only to find out that she had appendicitis. I tried to wrap my head around it, and
It can kill now. It has killed
I'm telling you,
somebody that
in fact, she said by the time she was going to watch that she could not even drive. She had to like somebody saw her, and instead of calling ambulance, they quickly drove the car to the hospital and all that. Yeah, and then they will observe it with the hope that the test will come back, they did X-ray and everything, all those things. And when the doctor told me that they're going to isolate her, they said, no, we're just going to observe her, she can't go. And then they did the operation. I said, we didn't have any, they're talking about surgery. I said, surgery?
Appendix, it's very easy now. When they removed my wife's own, they didn't even open. They just made one tiny incision like
They can do laparoscopic removal now.
That's what they're
they
doing
put that
now.
has like camera.
They just they just yes, laparoscopy. That's laparoscopic. Just a
spot or three spots.
They just be watching TV.
One to observe, one to operate.
Before they did the surgery, they gave me all the information. Then I started checking YouTube because my wife is a very fearful person.
My brother.
My wife said, what do they call this thing?
Anything hospital, you have to run.
Fearful. But if I give her assurance, she will be very confident. I said, and I may be doctor where they give you assurance.
Doctor told me I should go and do colonoscopy or what do they call it?
Colonoscopy.
colonoscopy, and I went to do first time. I went to check the YouTube. I saw it. I said, "Hell to the no!"
What you be colonoscopy?
What do you mean? You didn't go because of it?
They will stick that thing in your mouth and they will never see in your anus. That thing is as thick as my hand like this. I say, hell no. And I'm not publicity. They will first of all they'll put it in your mouth first and through your esophagus stuff just to check your
What is wrong
whatever.
with you, man?
Then they will now go
You
behind
can't be
and
saying
stick
such
it.
things here. You
Down or from up?
can't be
Yeah, they will
discouraging
first of
people
all
from
try your
getting
mouth.
colonoscopy now.
No, the one from up, the one they put down into your stomach is endoscopy.
Okay, it's almost as similar as the one they stick in your anus. But when I look at how thick those things were, I said, no
That's
way.
flexible.
I said, no way. I said, but doctor, why must I do this? He said, because you've gotten to that point. I said, ha. He said, if you do it now, it's 10 years. I said, 10 years, 10 years. So he said, did you go to YouTube? I said, yes or no, you shouldn't have gone to YouTube. I said, but I need to find out more. He said, YouTube will probably scare you a little bit. And the way they were narrating it on the YouTube, they make kind of simplified, like, no big deal. And I went to YouTube and those people were like more or less drugged into it. So they wouldn't even know that they've done it. I said, hell to the no, I'm not doing this. So I ended up doing the stooling one that covers me for 3 years. So now I've done two now. So the next one I would try, but at least there's no traces of colon cancer or whatever. But I'm still probably going to stick with that stooling one because I can,
You are doing it. Those are the screening tests now. They are just screening you.
Yeah, that one is
just for prevention.
Yeah, it's 10
just for
years.
prevention.
Gentlemen, let's close out. It's 9 minutes. It's 9 hours now. I think we've been here for quite a bit. Thank you for all the discussion and sharing information, and we'll catch on tonight. One man went to move. Will be back with very good. What he does. He will do it very, very well again, and we'll see you guys this evening. Bye, everyone.
Okay.
Thank the people that were in the chat, just they were there for us. AB, thank you for joining us. One Nigeria forever, thank you for joining us. DJ Dodeye, thank you for joining us too. I think the Ola is there too. Ola has gone, but he was on the chat. Navi Sad, I see you there. Simba is on the panel too. Thank you all for joining us. The people that donated, and just to remind everyone again, they did pay a lot of money. George Blue Shell is there. Ola is there with $5 Canadian. Canadian dollars, I don't know. Another Canadian dollar again. All this
What you don't know? Is it not a money? What do you mean by you don't know?
I'm just checking. I don't know what value it has. Is it American dollars?
It's $1 to $1 Canadian.
Are you sure?
What is about 1 million? 1,200 to $1 Canadian. If you don't know.
That's not very good. Abdul, thank you for
you
the
can call
donation,
me.
Abdul. Ayo, I thank you for the donation too.
I'll call you,
Ayo. And Navi Sad, I thank you all. So yeah, till then, this evening, see you guys. Bye.
Ọbụnụ gịnị ka m na-achọzunu ịmana Chukwu akọzi iwomo o nyere m iwu nyelu ya ume. What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give me you. Ọbụnụ ka ife nlachacha so, ọbụnụ ka ife mmechacha me. My baby, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your run away. Show me your love, I don't go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, and me and you. Me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, Obuzi kife la chasha so. Obuni kife la chasha me, my baby, you know say you go love me. I do go, I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Obuzi kife la chasha so. Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call you, Shakara for me.